This gravity is pulling me away, and now I need to know, how do I get home back to you when I'm stuck in this hole that you're looking through? All I wanna do is fall asleep with you, but I'm stuck in this hole that's pulling me from you. How do I get home? How do I get back? How do I get back? How do I get home back to you? How do I get back? How do I get back? How do I get home back to you?
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer, walking on fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Cause I'm converting a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
Yeah, it's green on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Yeah, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Yeah, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go, if they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity. Need a Uber X, to pick you up on the way. Oh, insecurities gon' make it hard for you to lay low. Switch yourself for someone else, you do it if they say so. Acting like you haven't seen you rolling with the halo. Yeah, said it's not on me. I know what I want, I'm just waiting for my calling. Yeah, you got a longing to make it with somebody, but lately you been stalling. Oh, lately you been stalling. Yeah, it's green on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Yeah, another life, you gon' want another try something like the other night, looking for another high. Yeah, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go if they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity. Yeah, the right one. Waiting for the right one. But you won't ever find one. Cause you're looking at the wrong ones, wrong ones. Passed up on the one to give you everything. Passed on the one to give you everything you need. Passed up cause you didn't see it on the screen, on the TV. Yeah, it's green on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Hey, oh, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Hey, oh, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go if they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity.
Times we had, I see it now, I see it now. Real love, now I'll break through to show to you that I'm more good than I am bad. I work it out, I work it out. And I'll be somewhere that you need me, and I'll be holding my breath, waiting for you to show.
Never question mine, do ya? I never question mine, do ya? cross your mind, oh yeah. I never 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 cross your mind, oh yeah. And I keep on thinking of you. And I keep on dreaming of you. Yeah. Give me a feel when we're both alone tonight. Yeah, I feel when we're both alone tonight. Feel you in my arms, it's the best. I don't ever wanna let go. See you in my head, and I don't know if I wanna let go. Happy days come around when I'm feeling cold. Sad boy got the silence when he in the room. Listen to the drop, I've been taking on time, it's a lot. Spending all some cookies and I'm locked. Looking on a beat that is cocked. Living my life, but I'm feeling the pain. I'm taking my life together, rearrange. I remember we were broke, now it's music all day. Not talking seasons, but it's all about the Coldplay. Never ever ever stop, even when I hear to say I just gotta keep doing my thing if you ever need me. And I keep on thinking of you. And I keep on dreaming of you. Yeah. Give me a feel when we're both alone tonight. Yeah. And I keep on thinking of you. And I keep on thinking about you. And I keep on dreaming of you. And I keep on dreaming. Dreaming of a feel when we're both alone tonight. Oh yeah, okay. Okay,
Some days there's no one else who loves me like you used to. Some days I'm not myself. There's no one I can turn to. All the feelings that we shared are in the past. Your relationships are never meant to last.
What's up? Welcome to Orange League, which is an event organized for the Pacific Bitcoin Festival, and I'm super excited. And we are, I personally, like, I can't even speak English right now. I'm so excited about like this tournament, and so I hope you guys are excited. I've checked the chat and people are like already rooting for their favorite teams, and I am here joined by my amazing casters Danny and Slayer. What's up, guys?
Hello. Great to be here. My name's Danny. Can't be back here. Yeah, I guess we're here to represent the CS:GO knowledge, bring in some heavy-hitting CS:GO casters. We've been around the space for a bit here, and super excited to throw together this Bitcoin space and get to see these teams and these companies push for something, strive for something greater, especially some of these companies, Mary, that are a little intertwined with our world in esports.
Yeah, totally. And I'm really excited about this. Is this your first time like seeing Bitcoin companies play in an esports tournament?
100% for me.
Absolutely, this is a new experience for me, but I'm very excited to see how it ends up, because we got a lot of teams on with players with different skill levels. Really, it's super unpredictable action, and that's what we love about the game, you know.
Oh, awesome. And for those who are wondering, the game is going to be organized like this. We're going to have 16 rounds wins, and each team will switch sides after 15 rounds. We have 8 teams already listed. We have Coin Corner coming in as check your coin corners. Then we have Black Swans. That's from the Swan team, the guys who are also behind Pacific Bitcoin Festival. We have Bitrefill, and then we also have Orange Mart, Unchained Capital, Space Cats. And if you are familiar with Hodl that he is the captain of that team. We have Zebedee, and we have 1031. I'm super stoked. I can't speak English.
I gotta say,
Oh my god.
right off the bat, just looking at the team names here, I love the creativity. You know, they're kind of mixing in the company name with the team name. It's fantastic. So obviously, a single elimination bracket here. So whoever loses is just going to be full on eliminated. So we'll have all of these 8 teams move to 4. Then of course we'll have the grand final and then a third place at the end. So should be a good time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll
yeah,
be
please go ahead.
watching. I was gonna say we're gonna make sure to show off one of these round of 8 matches here. Obviously, can't cover all of them, and then everybody's sticking around as these teams move across. We will make sure to cover both these semifinal matches, and we'll obviously get the grand final going as you get a look at the schedule there. So 4 games of Counter Strike to play, and some fleeting games of Counter Strike Global Offensive potentially as well.
Mm.
Yeah, and they're all competing for the grand prize of 21 million sats. And also 10 regular tickets to the Pacific Bitcoin Festival. I wonder who's gonna win. Do you like looking at the names on the bracket there? Do you have any like expectations on how it's gonna turn out? I mean, you could judge on face value. That's allowed.
I
Yeah.
think it's tough. I would say I'm gonna lean towards the company that's intertwined with esports as well as the Bitcoin. So I'm gonna be a big Zebedee fan here because I know that they've had a lot of experience with a lot of esports teams and just the industry in general. A lot of players as well. Maybe not too much in the Counter Strike game, but I'm feeling they've got that backing. They've got some extra knowledge about how tournaments like this run. So they've got to be a favorite for me, Danny.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you look on paper, these guys have got the CS:GO background. They can pull from a bunch of different areas for good players. I'm looking at Orange Mart as well. Orange Mart being a company that runs Rust servers, and so they've got some probably. I know that there are some Rust players out there that are very skilled when it comes to aim, so might be able to pull from those guys a little bit. They've got an interesting looking roster, but overall, I mean, a lot of this is just very unpredictable. We don't have a whole lot of information on these teams, so we're going to be going in pretty fresh. But it should be super interesting to watch these players go at it. And to be honest, as someone who's casted a lot of different levels of CS:GO, this will be probably one of the more interesting events that I've been a part of for sure.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting a couple of surprises, from these teams because, like you said, like this is the first time we're actually going to see their gameplay, so it's going to be really interesting. In fact, Zebedee, I understand how it's normal to sort of tilt towards them, because actually, fun fact, they had something called Zebedee Infuse, which allowed people to play CS:GO and earn sats, which is really cool. So maybe we'll see that in the gameplay, but I'm looking forward to surprises. I think the Space Cats could be a great contender, or maybe even Coin Corner.
You obviously also got to look out for Black Swans. I mean, they are the pseudo factor, hosts in a way, tournament organizers in a way, running a lot of the stuff, a lot of the prizes as well. So you got to think, hey, if you're running it, you got to set yourself up for success, right? You can't come into this tournament and just bow out in the first round.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope they do not bow out in the first round.
That would be a little bit disappointing. Make no mistake, though. I mean, there's some great prizes on the line. We were talking about VIP tickets, regular admission tickets, and then of course a bunch of sats as well. I think you said 21 million, if I'm not mistaken. That is insane. That's a lot of sats up for grabs here today. So these teams are going to be playing their heart out, I'm sure. And honestly, I just really can't wait to get into the action here because it's just gonna be a fun time for all of us. We're here to have fun. We're here to promote the event and overall just enjoy ourselves.
I am really curious to see you guys' reaction on the gameplay because I know you guys are very, comfortable with seeing like amazing gameplay from like other esports players. So I'm excited to hear your take. I hope the Bitcoin community does not disappoint you.
Well, you know, I think
But-
my benchmark is the fact that, yeah, I mean, I've casted a lot of levels of CS, but I also am one that doesn't claim to be very good at Counter-Strike, to be honest with you, from a mechanical standpoint. I don't like to judge people at all, really, depending on what level I'm watching, because I put myself in their shoes and I'm like, you know, I'm probably not performing any better, so why should I be knocking anyone down, especially when we're here just to have fun and, you know, bring the world of esports and Bitcoin together more.
Exactly. It's like I
Yeah,
always say,
totally.
Slayer. That's why I'm on the mic and not the mouse and keyboard.
It's like it's the tried and true caster. It's the tried and true caster saying, right? There's like
Always.
5 you go to. That's one of them.
Yep.
So, but you know, one thing before we go on a quick break, I want to give a huge shout out to the organizers of the Orange League, with Swan and Dustup. So Dustup is providing the software for this tournament. So a huge shout out to Dustup, and it is of course running on the Lightning Network. We love that in the Bitcoin space, don't we? So yeah, let's just quickly go into a quick break before we get into the meat of the show.
She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, she said I've been going on my way just to trust, and told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was, and I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. Can I get a warning before you switch on me? Or can you tell me to my face that you don't want me? This shit been waiting on me and I feel like concrete. Lately it been seeming like I know you hardly. Good at talking shit when I'm saying sorry. And I don't think for real the two would be my shorty. And when I go around your friends, they always looking salty. And if I walk away, then they gon' diss me probably. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a nuisance. I just wanna know who you think you're fooling. Heartbreak, whole time I'm out of moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. All these bitches play too much and that's the issue. I can't fuck with none of them, man, I can't pretend to. And how you going ghost after everything we've been through? I'm sending SOS cause I don't get the signal. I'm looking up and I can use an angel. I wish we could go back to being strangers. I know that you're going through stages. I'm beginning to think we toxic and I'm dangerous. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a nuisance. I just wanna know who you think you're fooling. Heartbreak, whole time I'm out of moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. I never meant to leave you all alone. I'm counting the days that I've been gone. It's sad to say that this is how it goes, but this is the path that we never chose. This gravity is pulling me away, and now I need to know, how do I get home back to you? When I'm stuck in this hole that you're looking through, all I wanna do is fall asleep with you, but I'm stuck in this hole that's pulling me from you. How do I get home? How do I get back? How do I get back? How do I get home, home back to you? How do I get back? How do I get back? How do I get home, home back to you?
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the ball, but I love you, God, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're nothing. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer, walking the fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Cause I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. Overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
Yeah, it's green on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Yeah, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Yeah, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go, if they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity. Need a Uber X, gotta pick you up on the way. Oh, insecurities gon' make it hard for you to lay low. Switch yourself with someone else who do it if they say so. Acting like you haven't seen you rolling with the halo, halo. Yeah, it said it's not on me. I know what I want, I'm just waiting for my calling. Yeah, you got a longing to make it with somebody, but lately you been stalling, oh lately you been stalling. Yeah, it's green on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Yeah, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Yeah, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go, if they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity. Yeah, the right one. Waiting for the right one. But you won't ever find one. Cause you're looking at the wrong one. greener on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Hey, oh, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Hey, oh, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go, if they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity.
Times we had, I see it now, I see it now. Real love, now I'll break through to show to you that I'm more good than I am bad. I work it out, I work it out. And I'll be somewhere that you need me, and I'll be holding my breath, waiting for you to show. Times we had, I see it now, I see it now. Real love, now I break through to show to you that I'm more good than I am bad. I work it out, I work it out. And I'll be somewhere that you need me, and I'll be holding my breath, waiting for you to show.
And I keep on thinking of you. And I keep on dreaming of you. Yeah, yeah. I can't even feel when we're both alone tonight. Yeah, yeah. And I keep on thinking of you. And I keep on dreaming of you. I can't even feel when we're both alone tonight. Drop top, pull up in a North car. Smoking hella weed coming from the side. Doing rock star real things. Got a new car, new ring. Pull up at the big surf. And I got a big surf. Frequencies put us in the work. We been smoking good, good. Smoking on a good, good. Living like a young man, sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm all alone. Think about the times that we had.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for game number 1, and we've got Zebedee versus 1031. That's going to be our first matchup today. Mirage on the cards. I do apologize for the delay. We had some slight inconveniences, but we fixed it, and we are ready to go. Slayer, we've got Zebedee starting off on the CT side. And first match of the day, of course, 4 matches throughout the day here. 1 quarterfinal. We'll have both semis, and then the grand finals to top it all off.
Yeah, and we're looking at one of the kind of pseudo titans we outlined before we got on here, Zebedee. certainly very well known when it comes to Bitcoin and the esports world. And they're going to get tested early on this B rush, coming right out from 1031, just brute forcing it out the gate. Ryfits can't find any sort of terrain towards that arch side. Powertail, though, swinging on the rotates, finally picking up a couple of headshots. Bomb down, though, and still a lot of work to be done as they get back onto the site.
Yeah, Totem, bro. This is a powerful position right here, but can be dangerous. Powertail did a lot of the heavy lifting for Zebedee in that round, but unfortunately, his efforts will not be enough as we take a look at the tried and true strat on Mirage, when we've seen plenty of times before, the classic B rush, and the Glocks will take the win this time around. For Zebedee, they're going to force their way through. We've got some FAMAS buys already, and see if they'll try and get one on the board sooner rather than later.
Yeah, it's interesting. Mandel Fox, full scout. Finder goes full armor, or just actually picks up the FAMAS, but some of the other players here saving across the board. Not necessarily what you always want to do, starting to mix up eco versus anti-eco, so something you might want to correct further down the line. And they do go for the power strat of just rushing up mid. I like the call, unfortunately, just completely whiff. You at least stay to get the benefit of you're not playing down a man on this retake. They're certainly down a lot of util. Might be able to get a jump, though. Powertail got to hit the head. Finally does. Dink. Totem Bro, and that finds that first pick. And maybe this retake will go pretty well, especially if he picks up a second.
Yeah, Powertail, exactly like his name says, is just powering through the offensive right now. Nim Kappa doing the best he can here on bench. A tough spot to take care of, but he is cleaned up. And I think they should have enough time for the defuse. So, hey, I mean, they take the gamble, they go all the way up mid, and then you have a guy like Powertail who's kind of just leading his team into the bomb site, and they get the job done. So we are tied just like that. Well done from Zebedee.
Yeah, what do I know, Danny? A little bit of flame for the half buy. The mid push doesn't work out initially, but what do I know? Because Powertail just is able to find a great flank. I mean, he got a lot of work done. He's at 211 ADR, and he's had nothing but an USP through 2 rounds so far. So to be able to find that first pick on the flank and pick up the AK, go for the quick switch is certainly a high skill placement there. And 1031 going to go for a bit of a similar strategy. I guess both these teams are loving the P90. You know, you don't see a lot of P90 at some of the casts we do, Danny, and we're to see Rhino and Powertail utilize them on either side.
But I tell you, they can be dangerous in the right hands, so we'll see exactly how that plays out as Bure, he's putting some good shots onto Finder. He's down to 2 HP before he can even fire a bullet back. Now he's got his attention towards Palace. A Molotov thrown in to delay the push in case they were going to come out. But look at Dauda's position right now. Pushes close range, takes out Finder, who was eventually low HP. And Bar, he's got a lot of work on his hands with that M4A1S. Bomb is dropped. Mandel Fox, he's aware of this right now, holding it down by the stairs. He's got Ryfits in support, and Zebedee takes care of the job, and they'll be up by 1.
Powertail's flank once more. This time he's got a P90 in his hands, and he comes up with 2 big-time clutch kills in that regard. And yeah, great job by Zebedee to just kind of split up and set up really good crossfire. Something you want to get done if you're on that A side of Mirage is if you're not getting smoked off those angles towards stairs and CT, you could really just mow down 1031 when they push onto that site. And it's gonna be really interesting to see. I feel like a good mark to see what are the higher power teams across this little tournament we have, Danny, is gonna be the util usage. And you're seeing Ryfits already utilizing some good usage with that molly. I know nobody walked through that fire, but that big B rush can be easily prevented by that molly in later rounds. Ryfits already getting onto it. Looks like on the other side of the map, though, Barrick has picked up a good pick as well to continue. Zebedee's just kind of running these last couple rounds, but Bure will get one back. Will find a second on the Finder. That's a big-time blow to the A side for Zebedee.
Yeah, he just walks out of A main and imposes his dominance. Nice job. And that's going to cause a lot of distraction over there towards the A site where the bomb is going to be, and there's nobody there. Beautiful job here, just causing all of the players to rotate off of B site. It's going to be a free plant, and now Zebedee has a decision to make. They could go for the kind of the retake scenario here. They're down a man, so it might be a little bit more difficult than it seems, but they do have money as well, so they could rebuy no matter what. Ryfits with the flash in, but 1031, they've got their post-plant position secured. It's going to be so tough to get back in here. There's a headshot from Nim Kappa, and that time is ticking down lower. Another one. for the man sitting at the bench, and this should be all but over as Ryfit's last-ditch effort. Good kill, but he's 6 HP. He's got a kit, but yeah, Rhino, he's just gonna run him down. Beer will end up getting the kill.
I really wanted Rhino to get that one with the Nova. And he actually ended up dying to the bomb here, but this is really what set it up. Beer on the other side, lurking is such a pivotal role, especially when you try to play switch play across the map, and when your lurker is picking up multi-kill rounds, it just makes it so much easier to get free plants, and it's what has 10-31 on 2 rounds. We got a deadlock early. Guess we picked the right match of the quarters, Danny.
Absolutely. Back and forth we go between these two teams. Still early on, so kind of trying to shake the rust off a little bit, get coordinated as teams, but we're already seeing some strategy there with that fake on the end up it being a B execute. And Powertail, we can already tell, Slayer, that this guy is going to be one of the heavy hitters for his squad. Oh, yeah. He's going to have to do a lot of work here if he wants to keep his team afloat. 6-2, or 7-3, excuse me, with Ryfit's right behind him at 6-2. And at the moment, already first blood given to Zebedee.
Yeah, he's already up to 8 frags now as Powertail gets another one on a Dauda. Just really locking down mid. The proverbial big spot you want to play for on Mirage, because there's a lot you can do, especially with the underpass. They can go back towards B. So if you want to, I like the call here from Zebedee, put your best fragger towards the middle of the map there. And Powertail has been that so far. 10-31 not getting the benefactor of Bjerg, finding a lot of picks on the other side of the map here. And Zebedee really just controlling this round. They don't want to give up that lead.
Yeah, there's really not a lot of space to work with here. Not a whole lot of map control. Mid completely in control, in possession of Zebedee. And it looks like this B site's going to be hit one more time. A flashbang over from Bureau to try and set up his teammates. And here they come, stampeding out of the halls. Ryfit's going to be the one to take first contact. There's a nice double kill. Good trade and Finder. Oh, no, he's out of ammo. That is so unfortunate, but I don't think it'll matter too much at the end of the day because there's only about 10 seconds left on the clock here. And Totem Bro, he is just going to take these final few shots in before he eventually goes down. Ryfit swings in, and it's that dynamic duo of Ryfits and Powertail that are just really doing the heavy work.
Yeah, and what a response here from Ryfits, because in that pistol round, he was in such a critical spot, playing around Arch side when that B-Rush came out, but he couldn't convert on any frags, and now playing towards App side, really converting. Really good mark, too, to readjust to line up that headshot on the second kill to make sure to utilize the limited ammo the A1 can really give you in some of those scenarios. And now we get to see potentially the real first save here coming out from 10-31. They do have Totem Bro on that Galil, but outside of that, it's just pistols across the board. Zebedee in a really good spot, not only to push their lead, but potentially shore up their economy. And they got an op in hand as well, but it's Powertail to start things off from default. Oh, not one more bullet will do it on a Dauda. Now getting pushed down, but it doesn't matter. Able to find the headshot on the Nim Kappa with the USP. That's really all she wrote, but Powertail hunting for more. He's going to pick up a quad here, potentially on for an early ace in the tournament. If he can swing here towards Palace, he hears Totem Bro running away. Go chase him. Go chase him.
Surely he's got it here, Slayer. Oh. Surely they're gonna let him have the ace. He heard him stampede away. Still playing it pretty passive. And Totem Bro, with the only rifle that was invested in this round, trying to do anything here because the rest of his team got slaughtered. So unfortunate that 10-31, they go for a pretty nice looking A split through Palace and A main, and Powertail is waiting for them at default. So he's gonna make the full wrap around to the B site, and actually, if he just full sprints to B, it's wide open. So maybe a little bit of over-rotation here. He could at least get this bomb down, Slayer.
Yeah, and that's a big play because like we talked about, this is supposed to be a save round in a lot of ways for the rest of 10-31. And this is why the T side is so much nicer in the money department, because you could just, the economy, the rifles cost a lot less here. Or a lot less sats if we're playing that game, Danny. And the bomb plant will also give you some extra funding as well. So you can see that money already going into the pocket, all of 10-31. Totem Bro trying to catch one person out. Barrick will steal away the ace, but a nice shot to see that the opper for Zebedee is also firing on all cylinders. And the heroics of Powertail do work out here. Zebedee going to push their lead back to 2. And it's got to feel especially comfortable, Danny, because CT side is the one where you want to come away with the halftime lead.
Absolutely. I mean, you look at Mirage, it's a fairly balanced map overall at higher levels, but I'd say right now, for the CT side of things, you're definitely looking to put up a pretty high score line before you do switch sides. And especially when you got players on your team like Powertail and Ryfits that are really bringing the heat right now and just racking up those kills. Now you have an op in play on Barrack, and that could really change the tone of things. As there is a scout on the other side here on Totem Bro, but he's going to be going toe-to-toe with the AWP on the other side, so might not be a favorable fight.
Yeah, really tough, but if you can land that headshot, you at least have a little bit more mobility versus that AWP, but it's really hard to knock the head down there, and we do see an SG coming out, another scoped weapon finder, going towards his name, spotting out some of those T's chilling in the apartments. Good late smoke there. I'm assuming that's coming over from Ryfits. He's been using some pretty good utility, but Dauda picking off 2 big kills. He also knocks down Powdertail, so great punish on this underpass wrap. That's what you have to do as a T side when you're struggling. Punish CT over aggression. Now 1031 just have a really big man advantage. They're stacking up towards apartments and they're getting more kills. That's Finder down as well. Rhino leading the charge is going to have to be the B-side hero Ryfits to keep Zebedee in this one.
Oh man, Ryfits, he's got so much on his plate right here. Connects on the first headshot, spots one towards bench as the bomb goes down a little bit too wide, and he's overexposed. Bureau will take him down, and now Barrack has to do the rescuing here of the round, but I think he just might be a little bit too far away, and he's already realizing the reality of the situation. It's going to have to be a save, despite the money building up for Zebedee. And I got to say, a lot of this was built off of Dauda's double kill, just waiting for the CT aggression. They were getting a little too overconfident, winning all these rounds in a row, and Dauda takes care of him.
I don't hate this from Barrack at all either. I understand that, you know, Ryfits has got nearly 10K. Barrack, at least, even if he died, would have enough with the limited loss bonus to get a full buy back in if he wanted it. But that's an off. That is the most pivotal weapon in Counter-Strike Global Offensive. You really just want to keep it in your hands and, more importantly, not give it over to 1031, just because despite them winning the round, you could see they're not going to have enough money to warrant buying that nearly $5,000 AWP in this one. So Barrack going to save that one over. But yeah, good. That's a good benchmark, right? When we talk about games getting into blowout scenarios, it's when one side gets away with really, really just over egregious aggression towards parts of the maps because they feel like they can win aim duels. So Dauda not only playing a pivotal role in that one round, but the fact that they shut down that push is going to keep Zebedee a lot more honest, and that's another marker of a great match.
Yeah, and take a look at where Rhino's posted right now. In the same spot he was last time where he picked up that kill to give them the entry in, but the body's showing just a little bit around the corner here as bullets are exchanged. And both players lose a significant amount of HP, so already pressuring that B site. Even if they don't fully make their way onto the B site, it's forcing Zebedee to think about sending another player over there. You can already see there's 3 players towards B, 2 on A. Dauda doing the scouting in mid. Nobody lies in wait there, and Totem Bro, he's had a little bit of success just walking out of A main here next time, but he'll play a little more conservative, keep his life. And it looks like they might want to be setting up something going on here. Rhino just continuing to shoot back and forth, but no confirmed kills just yet.
And Danny's playing that pivotal fake role here, just firing along in the apps. He's pulled 3 of these CTs, like you talked about. It's going to put a lot of stress on this A bomb site, but Barrack and Finder able to pick up a couple first kills. Barrack continuing to fire with that AWP. Powertail doesn't even die to a flank. Despite the fact that Zebedee pull more resources to the wrong site, they come up firing on all cylinders. Totem Bro, you got the bomb, but you've got no friends left.
No friends, no time. I just don't know what he can do in this situation. Sprints out, Powertail close range will take him down. He's up to 14 kills. This guy is racking it up right now. And unfortunately for 1031, they run into that dynamic duo of Barrack, who's just sitting by Ticket Booth with that AWP, one of the more powerful positions in the game if it's not smoked off. And like you mentioned, you know, utility was going to be one of the things that we were looking for to separate the good teams from the great ones. And they did not smoke off CT spawn, so that allows the op to just sit there at long range and fire away. And of course, you got Powertail with that M4 just spraying players down. So Zebedee will stay in the lead. They're up by 2, still pretty close, all things considered. But 1031 might be looking at a save here if they lose this one.
Yeah, Barrett getting aggressive towards mid, swings all the way out and finds Dauda. So you've mollied off short. That's another great molly towards Palace to Swage, and he pushes. Apartments gets that early round molly. You thinking for 1031, all right, that they're kind of forcing us towards mid, but mid isn't working out. Finder all the way up in Apartments finds Rhino, finally winning that duel. And Danny, he also finds the bomb. Despite the fact that 1031 are a little more spread out, Totem Bro's getting some free shots. These CTs don't need to fight him. They need to reconvene around that bomb.
Oh, what a headshot from Bure to at least make things a little bit easier for 1031. He's just wide swinging into it. Barrick will take him down, so the immediate threat is over. Totem Bro just being a nuisance over here, just firing away with that pistol, tapping away, taking down the HP a little bit, but his position is compromised, and eventually Mental Fox should be able to take him down with that automatic rifle. He will indeed. So I gotta say, this round really, Finder going aggressive in the Apartments, drops the bomb, communicates that to his teammates, and now all of a sudden you have to go and try and retrieve that. The round was pretty much over before it even started.
It's important to see that Zebedee are communicating like that Finder can make that call out, because Bure got a little crazy there in Apartments. I mean, if they didn't swing everybody over there, that probably would have been bomb recovered in a way different round. But the fact that you had, support from Barrick alongside Finder and Rifitz just made it so that wouldn't work out. Now we're getting that straight B rush. No molly from Rifitz, no problem. Drops the bomb first. Now just trying to go to the utility, create some space here. Good flash. Just run around with USBs, run out of ammo. He goes to the knife. How is this guy still alive on this site? He gets a full reload in before his teammates even show up, and there is just no shot for 1031 on this side of the map.
It's like he's playing freeze tag or ring around the rosy. You could name a bunch of different children's games for the way that he was just keeping himself alive on that site. But my goodness. And you can see he had that M4A1S. He sprayed through, got the first kill, but that's kind of the downside of it. Not a lot of kind of magazine room right there. Only 20 bullets in the chamber, and so he had to pull out the pistol and eventually just started panicking and running away. Here's Totem Bro again, and we've seen him in this position before where he's been on the lurk for 1031. Manages to pick up an M4 from Mandel Fox's corpse. He's just gonna walk straight through. Rifitz has no idea. He's just snuck right into the bomb site and now is causing some chaos. A double kill from Totem Bro. Oh my goodness, look at him go.
Oh, but he looks the wrong way, expecting nobody coming from ladder. I don't know how Barrick didn't expect. I want to see this back, because, all right, I understand Rifitz. You don't see that flank coming. Barrick, what are we doing, man?
What are we looking at?
you know where he's coming from. Does drop the op, and that does force them to buy back up, but they've got plenty of funding, Danny, to do so. Despite the fact you're buying that op, you still got 3 players over 10K. Zebedee might have taken a hit in the money department, but they're still flying high.
And this is where things get a little bit sticky for 1031. Once that CT side gets a lot of money going, they've got the momentum on their side. It's very difficult to stop a CT side on Mirage when they've got everything needed, all the rifles you could want, AWP, utility to boot. It's going to be real tough here. And again, going for a very spread out approach. You like to see it. Trying to test all corners of the map and hopefully find a pick. Like a couple of these rounds, we've seen Dauda pick up a couple. We see Totem Bro walk in and pick up 2 on an A entry, and that's what they're looking for right now. Rhino, right back in his favorite position right there at the end of the Apartments with the P90, which is an interesting weapon at range, but we'll see how it works out. That's a nice smoke towards underpass. It'll delay things a little further.
Yeah, Power Tail. We talked about it. It's what's been the big difference between Zebedee and 1031 is the utility usage from these CTs. Power Tail really slowing Dauda down. That smoke will come back across. Dauda trying to hold a Power Tail. It looks like 1031 will stack up for this A hit. They will end up dry swinging back out. Barrick is waiting in the wings with that AWP. A lot more of a passive approach. Finder able to find a pick on the other side, and here's Power Tail. You expect him to come alive. Picks 2 up from stairs. Doesn't cover his flank in time, though. Dauda will win that one. So a bit more space created. Still a 4-on-2. Nim Kappa can't find that headshot on the ticket player, but hold on. Dauda picks up another. They've got the flanks covered. There's the headshot you need. Hold on. Here comes 1031.
It's a 2v2, but there's 10 seconds. They've got to get the bomb. It's on the A site, but they need to find it first. He's picked it up. Oh my goodness. Nim Kappa's caught. Mandel Fox just running straight across. Barrick hits the leg. That's not quite enough for the kill. And they get the bomb down just in the nick of time. Nim Kappa He is fleeing towards Tetris to secure this post-plant position. And now Barrick in the 1v2, a very capable player. But it's going to be tough when you've got players aiming at you from different angles. Checking Firebox, doesn't see anything just yet. And they're not giving him any time of day. I love this. They're just hiding. And what a play from 1031. They don't show presence. And that was incredible.
That round, they had no chance in that round until Dauda really popping off there. Ryfitz falling just short of that trade, but that was the kill right there where he felt like it was possible. Nimkappa, I think he fired a whole clip on to Mandel Fox hiding behind Ticket, desperately trying to find that headshot. He's able to swing and find that rotator, and that really just boxed Zebedee into coming from CT together as a pair. And that's just a big round to pick up, not only with how the round was going, Danny, but just how the match has been going so far. Zebedee were starting to run away with things. And now feels like there's some light at the end of the tunnel for 1031 in this half.
Yeah, it definitely looked like things were getting a little bit out of hand for 1031, but what a way to boost the confidence of your team. You win a 2v4 like that, I'm sure that the spirits are at an all-time high. So they're keeping it close, still within a few rounds here. Able to rebuy into it is Zebedee, of course. They have plenty of money to spare. Finder nearly loses his life right there. He's down to 16 HP. A heavy presence of 1031 players over towards this B side of the map.
And that's Bure now coming out with the AWP as we get our sniper duel. I'd love to see if Barrick and Bure, the B boys, maybe playing towards the B side too. We can just nail down as many B words as I possibly can think of off the top of my head. But that AWP, so powerful. It's crazy that he hit a leg shot onto a player that was jumping and peeking towards Apps, but I'm not questioning it. Damage is damage. Barrick does find Rhino across the other side of the map here, and these late hits from 1031 may end up working out. Totobro needs to get this pick. The spray is very much offline, and Ryfitz will be able to hold that one down. Nimkappa, maybe not where the nade wanted to go, but he does get another headshot onto Finder. You're now racing up from Cat, will fall to Ryfitz, who's just been a rock on this B bomb site.
Oh my goodness, I don't know how Barrick hit that. Just lined it up through the smoke, and now Dauda, he's got to sprint in, but even if he does, there's just too many players to kill. Not enough time to plant the bomb. Nice flick from Barrick, and a triple kill to end things off. So Zebedee, they lose the previous round, and not the round that you'd want to lose, considering it was a 2v4, but they're right back in their winning ways here, up 8-4. Also, now that we have a little bit of a break in the action before the next round starts, we do want to mention that in the other game, one of the other quarterfinals that's going on right now, it's a 16-0 victory. Yeah, you heard that right. Space Cats defeat Unchained 16-0. That's incredible.
Gotta give credit to Mary. We were talking about that in the pre-show, that Space Cats is a team you gotta look out for. Any team that's 16-0s is immediately tournament favorites to some degree in my mind. So that's a big spot. Hopefully we'll get Space Cats versus Zebedee at some point. The way this match is going with the semifinals, that could be a big match, but can't count out 1031 the way that they've been pretty resilient on the side. At this level, it is much harder to play on a map like Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. Tower Tail, this is a tough position. Totem Bro does not clear it. Oh, nice shots from Bure right there with a Desert Eagle, no less. Yep, there's a little tiny gap in that smoke. You can just barely see him plant it. Nimkappa is going to try and avenge his teammate there. Finishes the task that he was given before he fell. And now Nimkappa, I think that Barrick has spotted him cross over here. It's sneaky, but he's going to get pre-fired for sure right around the box. Oh, no, he missed the shot, and now he can make a reposition. Now it's going to get a little bit tough, but they're kind of just so isolated. They're sandwiched on this site, nowhere to go. Dauda, he's already low HP, and he won't be able to do anything as Ryfitz swings him from Tetris, and it's going to be 9-4 Zebedee.
Big round to find, and that was the difference between the last day push, right? You can see how powerful flanking from jungle and connector can be on retakes towards this A side of the map, because like we talked about in that round where Dauda was really the hero, you saw Nimkappa find those big headshots. They can play much more passively, knowing there's only one real angle for the CTs to come across. They can sit back towards Firebox, they can play up close on Ticket Booth, back towards Tetris, but when those flanks are coming out from Khan and jungle, it makes it so tough. You get shot in the back very easily, and that's what Zebedee were able to accomplish in a pretty breezy fashion. And Barrick is back to his old old wondrous ways back towards mid, jumping up on that stair, or excuse me, that bench. Doesn't find the kill, but he's looking really comfortable on this op, just moving flawlessly around the map.
Yeah, I was about to say, they've kind of just let him loose, right? He's really everywhere throughout the map and basically making it unpredictable. You never know where that op could strike, and especially with it being in the hands of Barrick. He finds one from long range. The nade also does some good damage, and Powertail has just walked straight through T-spawn while all of this is happening, and he is just mowing down the opposition. Oh my goodness. Single-handedly just takes the bomb out of their hands, and by the time they can even turn around or blink, Powertail is behind. Ooh, Nim Kappa wins that duel. Powertail finally humbled. But, I mean, there's 4 more players to find here, and unfortunately, Finder is the one to get him.
Yeah, we didn't even notice that flank going on, right? And Powertail, by the time he pops up, he also claims the bomb. So it's that spot again where even if he doesn't find those kills, he goes 1 for 1. You just stall out the round a lot more. But Powertail really lining up these headshots on the A4. A weapon, you know, that's not the easier one when it comes to those CT-sided rifles, right? You're trading a lot more control over your spray patterns and general aim of the A1 for more bullets. Powertail making it look easy.
Well, final round of the first half here. It's been a doozy so far. 10:31, at least keeping it somewhat close. Zebedee starting to run away with things here. This is the scoreline you kind of want to see if you are on that CT side of Mirage. Here's Dauda just running out of A main. Maybe possibly got a little overzealous there after picking up the first kill. He had the adrenaline pumping. And he will eventually be traded back. So into the 4v4 we go. Still plenty of time on the clock. But the bomb over here towards the A site. And Barrick, that's exactly where he's at. Sitting on top of the ticket booth. They haven't smoked CT spawn all game, so he knows he can just kind of sit there. Finder again! This guy, he just walks directly through the apartments and picks up another kill for Zebedee.
Oh. Nimcap, if he had any other weapon, if he had a rifle there, Danny, that might have gone a lot better, but the MP5 does not get things done from range, and now it's left up to the Scout Bros. Bure and Totem Bro are both on the Scout with full armor. Not an easy weapon to configure yourself onto a side, and Barrick, he's just got these plays read to a T right now. Totem Bro swinging. Bure does recover that AK, and we're at the halftime point. He's 1 versus 4. There's no point in saving here. He does have the bomb. He's positioned himself pretty well to at least get a freebie, potentially. Here comes the setup. He's going to let one walk through. That's Finder to fall. Able to get the reload off as well. But there's only 10 seconds on the clock, Danny. He's got no time to even get to a site. A really unfortunate way to lose the half-ending round.
Exactly. It's half-ending, so it doesn't even matter if you save this rifle. It's going to be 11-4 at the end of the first half. Zebedee kind of establishing their dominance here. I also didn't notice Barrick is on 133 ping and is 20-4. So that's pretty impressive. The guy's getting it done despite his internet connection. And
on the hop as well. Of all weapons.
Exactly. A top fragging op. You don't see that very often. So quite a game we have on our hands here. Hopefully for 10:31, they can possibly kind of turn things around a little bit on their CT side. It's their turn on the more favorable side. We'll see how it goes. Lots of game left to be played.
Got to start out well with this pistol round. You got to come away with a big-time CT pistol and get a run for it. Looks like Zebedee are congregating quite literally. They were all huddled up, and now we're going for a deep smoke from Barrick. It looks like he's trying to smoke Khan. He actually does get that smoke down. That utility usage from Zebedee is just on another level still. They're going to rush right onto this A site. This is about to get pandemonium with these headshots, but none of them falling the way of 10:31. Barrick able to pick up that first one. There's Bure with a trade. And this is a huge 4v4 retake for really the state of the game. And Powertail finally coming online. Ryfit's picking up a couple as well. And all of a sudden, Totem Bro's flank is all that's left for 10:31.
Yeah, Totem Bro. How many times have we seen him in this position? Powertail, even aware of the wide flank, which on a pistol round you probably wouldn't see, but wonderful job. We'll take a look at that one more time because that was pandemonium. I mean, exactly like you said, Bure, nice flick here, but look at how calm, cool, and collected Powertail is right now. Just slowly shooting, just tapping at the heads, making it look easy. You can tell he's got plenty of experience in this game and could be one of the big factors in bringing Zebedee this victory. It's certainly leaning that way. We have another update from the studio, if you like to call that. 16-1 victory. Orange Mart defeats
Jeez,
Bit
man.
Refill. So, yeah, these quarterfinals have been rough.
Yeah, they certainly have. I guess we're watching the closest competitive one of all of them. Oh, I don't care all the frags going on. This is the real play right here, folks. He doesn't even need a smoke, by the way. The bomb's not down. All right, he throws the flash out. He's going to get a free kill. Oh, Nim Kappa, come on. You commit to the smoke ninja bit. You got to come up with a kill there. Right Fist shuts him out. And Totem Bro's all alone once more, and he didn't even see Power Tail coming. It is all Zebedee today, folks, in this quarterfinals matchup.
Yeah, it's looking like we're possibly reaching a conclusion here sooner rather than later. Never want to say anything because the game's never over till it's over. Never give up, never back down.
Oh my!
10:31 now down by 9. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. But I think that one of the players on Zebedee was shooting at their teammates. It was one of the ones at the back tent. It could be Ryfits. I don't know for sure, but I could have sworn I saw that happen. 10:31. They're really gonna have to pick up the pieces here.
It might have happened. I was just way too enamored with Nim Kappa trying to go for that. I thought it was a ninja at first, so I was really hoping that played out. Because I mean, a lot of the casts we do, Danny, nobody's ever trying those ninjas. That's like a matchmaking cheese strat. So it's always fun we get a chance to cast those, especially when you get to cast headshots like that from Power Tail. I mean, oh, he's got to go for it. Oh, I thought that was a CT compadre. Never mind. It was Barrack next to him. Dauda is going to have to be the main force on this A site, but these MAC-10s are just farming kills like it's nothing. Rhino gets a bit of a lineup, but he can't commit to the kill. And Totem Bro's all alone once more with his lowly scout, hoping to get an angle onto somebody. Might have a scout off. Totem Bro already chunked down so low. There's just no chance once more. This guy's always on the wrong side of the map, Danny.
Exactly. He's just always alone. It's so sad to see. And Power Tail, without any remorse, takes his head off. And I mean, just look at the scoreline right now. Power Tail is going to drop possibly over 30 here. 28-7, 21-7 for Ryfits as we take a look at the previous round here. Yeah, I mean, it's just Zebedee brute forcing their way in. You've got Power Tail at the front line here, just connects on the headshot, like just makes it look easy essentially. And now you're getting into double-digit range. 10:31 now, down by 10 rounds. How ironic. And that's just 2 more, and Zebedee should be able to clean this up. And with the CT economy being the way it is and how expensive things are, this could be their final buy.
Yeah, really could. They got to make something of it now. And Björn, the Mag 7, there's the headshot he needed. Playing that close angle, but can't go back towards Shadow. The Molly does finally run out, but he's fully blind and finally shot down by Finder. And Zebedee's starting to creep onto that A side. Power Tail, we were waiting for him every round, Danny. This guy gets involved, and he's in a position to do damage once more. Another multi-kill.
They're just not aware of him. He is ever hit that. What in the world? Just the blind fire through the smoke? Hey, if it works, it works. And that'll add 1 to the scoreboard. Oh, just narrowly misses Power Tail right there. And that's now a triple for him. Could pick up a quad. Totem Bro again. Man, this guy is just always isolated. And we'll take a look at these entry kills one more time here. Finder got completely blinded, still won that fight. And here's Power Tail just waltzing through mid. Nobody aware of his presence. And he's been taking advantage of nobody really looking his way. Just getting free kills, essentially. He's not 32. So we thought he could drop 30. He dropped more than 30.
Yeah, some of those communication issues really coming along again. Power Tail, really good flank from under to get that first kill on the Rhino, but by that point when Rhino falls to him, there's got to be a call that Power Tail is mid. Nim Kappa wasn't even looking towards mid from stairs. He gets shot in the back. So obviously Power Tail is on another level compared to a lot of these players in the server right now, but he's also getting some freebies from 10:31. Part of the reason why they're struggling, but it's also sprays like that. They're just so hard. Power Tail getting away from the cross. Bure had the lineup, couldn't get the timing. And now forced out of snipers. Power Tail just farming kills. This guy is padding the stats by this point, Danny.
It almost looks like he's death matching, to be honest with you. It's pretty insane to see this guy just really run through everybody. Björn takes care of him though. Hey, he missed the last shot on the cross, but this time his reaction time is on point. So they're maybe not out of it just yet, but oh, look at the double peek there from Barrick and Finder, who are able to kind of gang up on Rhino, who's had a tough game, and kind of bully him out. It's a 3v2. It's looking a little bit dire here. There's Barrick, who's pushed all the way into CT spawn. One more kill will do it. And who else but Totem Bro here? Alone one more time. And he'll be going up against an AWP in CT spawn. Wisely decides not to continue pushing that angle. But at some point, oh my goodness, wait a second. Oh my god, they're not even shooting back.
The lineup. Wait, Vandalfon just team killed, by the way. That wasn't even a Totem Bro kill. Oh. Well, Zebedee, Danny, 16-4. They are definitely going to be a powerhouse team to look out for in the semis, but I guess we have like 3 powerhouse teams now in the semis based off the scores we're getting from these other games.
Yeah, so I mean, we got a 16-0, a 16-1, and now a 16-4. So, I mean, with the level of domination that we saw from Zebedee, I'm very excited to see some of these other teams. Space Cats and Orange Mart are 2 of the teams that got those 2 wins in dominant fashion. So, overall, fantastic game from Zebedee. I think that 1031 just a little bit outclassed here today.
Yeah, a little bit outclassed there, and certainly a good way to start out this entire Orange League run here. Getting to see Zebedee, get to see certainly some fun plays. We had our highlight worthy moments, and we're just gonna keep building on that and running through the rest of this tournament. This is where the stakes get higher and higher, folks, as things move on.
Absolutely. And we'll bring our lovely host back in, Mary. Talk about the game a little bit, and just maybe talk about the teams, get some little background on them, because we didn't have a whole lot of information before the game started. But what did you think about that match? How much were you watching, and what was kind of your favorite parts of it?
Oh my gosh, I was watching everything, literally doing a side commentary with a couple of friends in the chat, and they're like, "Oh my gosh." Like just the way we sort of predicted it earlier, right? Like we knew that Zebedee would, place really strong in this match. But I have a soft spot for Totem Bro. The way he held on for so long.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it was a good game.
yeah. The level of play only is going to get better as we go on here, Mary. But Zebedee, I mean, we talked about, right? The factor that you're in this Bitcoin space, but you also have heavy stakes in esports. They had the connections really to put together a pretty stacked team. You got to think, right?
Yeah, totally. And but yeah, I'm still open to the surprises. Remember, like the fact that Hodl Knott's team did really well. Space Cats, so that was really good. Orange Mart also coming through, winning their round as well. And well, still we did predict that Orange Mart won as well. So yeah, I now that we know Space Cats and Zebedee is gonna be playing next, I wonder how that match is gonna be like. I think it's gonna be quite fierce. What do you guys think?
Yeah, certainly in store for a very entertaining match between 2 very good teams. And, Powertail is really kind of the star of the show for Zebedee here today. But, I mean, you can't forget Ryfitz, who's not very far behind him. And also Barrick on the AWP. This guy's who was an anchor, a kind of a staple for the defense, that CT side for Zebedee. So, I mean, look out for those guys going forward. That's not just one player kind of running through everybody. Although every time we cut to Powertail, he was getting a double or a triple kill. They've got a very solid roster overall. So it'll be interesting to see Space Cats, because they were the ones that ended up getting the 16-0. So listen, 16-0s are not to be taken lightly. That does not happen often. That is a very rare occurrence.
Yeah, you've got to play kind of near perfect Counter-Strike to get to 16-0, because one slip-up. I mean, we saw slip-ups even from this Zebedee squad, right? They got over-aggressive at points and got punished for it, and it'll be interesting for me to see what sort of maps they go to from here, because I know we don't know exactly what map Space Cats got their 16-0 on. I do see the Orange Mart did play on Inferno. They're playing towards my heart. Inferno is the best map in the pool. I decided to make sure to get that one out of the way. But the way we saw the util usage from Zebedee on a map like Mirage, where it's not the most important thing compared to some of the maps in the rest of the pool, Danny, it does bode well if they do get forced off this Mirage pick.
I mean, I absolutely agree, and it is interesting to see what other maps have been played, what maps could be played in the future. Mirage seems like a good one for really any team overall in this tournament. And we're just getting word that Space Cats also played Inferno, so there you have it. We
Nice.
got 2 Infernos, 1 Mirage. So those classic maps, yeah, they feel the most comfortable on them. So not surprised to see those be there. But overall, I mean, to be honest, what a game that we had today. It was pretty close overall at the beginning, and then Zebedee started to kind of run away with things once they started building up that money, and that's how things go. CS:GO, a very momentum based game, so you can really see Zebedee just kind of take off towards the end there.
Did the Bitcoin gamers disappoint you guys? Did they meet
I wouldn't say
expectations?
disappoint. No.
No, it was entertaining. It was very entertaining. And there was level of play across the board. You could really just see who are guys who are when they're done the world of Bitcoin, when they get off their jobs in this space. They're definitely, some of these guys are definitely hopping on Counter-Strike a lot, and I can tell who is and who's kind of learning the game as they go. There, Mary.
Mm-hmm. I just, what I love the most about 1031 is that they involved people from their portfolio. So for those who don't know, 1031 is a Bitcoin venture capital company. So they have a large portfolio of Bitcoin companies. So I think from the teams they built, they took some people from Mempool and then also from Oshi. So those are two Bitcoin companies. Oh, did I just call them meme pool? Is mempool. I'm sorry. I don't know why I keep saying meme because
It's close. It's close.
You can blame
sorry,
social media
mempool
for that one.
guys. Didn't mean it. But yeah, I'm excited to see what's coming on next. I wonder who's gonna win the Swan, between the Swan and who is it? Swan and Coin Corner game. Because that's gonna really determine like who Orange Mart is gonna face. But I don't know. My bets are on Coin Corner for now.
I
They
definitely.
are a Bitcoin company based on the Isle of Man.
Oh, okay. I just saw in the chat that they were, when you cast a lot of games, you see a lot of Twitch chats. Danny knows this very well. You see a lot of
Oh,
things
man,
get thrown out of the
yeah.
Twitch chat. I don't see the traditional sports cheerleading stuff too much, but there was people in the Coin Corner chat. I can't remember the name, but shout out to you. It was like, when I say coin, you say corner, and it's like coin corner. I hope they get through.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, it should be pretty interesting, to be honest with you. Also, I see that Coin Corner is based out of the UK, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they
So
are. The Isle of Man, actually.
there you go. Very interesting.
Mhm.
All
So
right, so
we have, yeah, sorry
no,
about
go,
that. Please go ahead.
no, go ahead.
So we have Mandel Duck, who is the team captain of Zebedee, and we'll be interviewing him. Hey, Chris, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing very well. I'm so pumped that we won that round, so I'm on a high now. It's all good.
Yeah, you guys did so well.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's pretty much 99% my team. 100% is not. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky to have such a great team, but like Zebedee being a gaming company, we have like a big pool of gamers to choose from, so we're lucky.
Yeah, it's certainly something, Mandel Duck, we were kind of talking about before you guys got in game. But I do kind of want to ask you, just, I'm sure you've played, some Counter Strike. You definitely have played your fair share of shooters as well. But what does it feel like being in that match, like playing when you know the stakes of it? It doesn't just feel like a simple game of Counter Strike, right?
Oh, this is the most intense Counter-Strike game I've played. Like, Zebedee did do a competition in Counter-Strike a few years back, but I wasn't involved in that. So this is my first time playing competitively. And it's like, yeah, the whole stake of the company and the reputation, I feel, is hanging with our performance. So yeah, I was pretty nervous, but I mean, it's all, for fun and everything like that. So, one should not get too nervous about it.
Yeah, I heard that you the Zebedee team were actually on an on-site. They did something on
Offsite.
on-site and off-site. Sorry, and you guys showed up to play this game. Like,
Well,
are
so
you
this
guys
is
really tired?
I mean, I am by far the worst player at Zebedee, one of the worst players, but like we have like a bunch of other great players, but they're all like on an airplane heading back from an offsite. But that's true. So my excuse was that I was out drinking with some of the other folk till 3 a.m. the other night. And we did that for a few nights in a row. So I've got my health potion here somewhere. There we go. Got one of them.
Nice.
Sorry, two of them. So I'm gonna crash tonight.
Oh,
It's
damn,
good
you're-
that it didn't affect your performance.
He's double dipping brands too. I haven't seen that. You got a Red Bull and a Monster. That's
Yeah, I think my view is like, it's dangerous to take too much of one thing. So if you just like, do two different things, maybe it's not as dangerous. I don't know.
that sounds like decently sound logic to me. But Vandal Doug, obviously this was a big win. I don't know if you've heard some of the other scores from some of these other games,
No,
but I'm
I've been
curious.
playing. I haven't been playing. And I've
Oh,
been, I
yeah,
have no
I'm
idea
sure.
what's going on in the outside world.
Well, I'm not going to spoil too much for you, but I will say that there have been some very one-sided matches as well. I'm curious, now that you guys move on as Zebedee, are there any other companies or in these teams that you're looking forward to playing, or you fear potentially for Zebedee as you guys move along?
Coin Corner. Yeah. Did Coin Corner win?
They did. They did win. They
Damn.
were the closest match.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Coin Corner. Just because I know those guys more personally than the other companies, and we often go out and like, we hang out at conferences. So if I lose to them, they're going to rub it into my face every time I meet them in a conference. So I need to be able to rub it into their face.
Extra
stakes are
stakes. I love
high.
it.
How about
Yeah.
did Bitrefill win or Orange Mart?
No, Orange Mart was the one who won,
Oh,
and
okay, that's
yeah, and then
Bitterfield got one round. It was 16-1.
right.
Orange Mart. Yeah.
So who are we playing next? Again, I literally just jumped out of the game. So are we playing Unchained or Space Cats?
Space Cats.
Space
They're
Cats.
playing
Yes.
Space Cats.
How
So
did they do?
They got a perfect 16-0 there, Mandel
Shit.
Duck over their
Damn.
opponents. So, yeah,
Damn.
you guys are up for the tied matchup in the semifinals. So it'll be really fun to watch.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, well, I hope we get to play Coin Corner in the final because I love those guys. But yeah, I know. And we need to stay focused for Space Cats then. That's a cool name as well.
yeah, totally. Any interesting things that you'd like to share with us on what Zebedee's working on lately?
Yeah, we're actually going to announce. So I think a few folks watching this might know that we actually used to do CS:GO kind of tournaments like this every month, and we had like a 24/7 CS:GO server. We had this product called Infuse, which was basically infusing Bitcoin into other games, and we kind of like we sunset it for a little bit with an intention to bring it back with a portfolio of a few other games. So hopefully, touch wood, in the next month, well, in the next few weeks, maybe next month, we're going to announce we have a new, very popular AAA first-person shooter. We're going to start doing some like competitions around where folks can get Bitcoin. So
That's exciting.
yeah. I mean, like, so obviously, if this is like sparked people's enthusiasm for playing games and getting Bitcoin, and like not just like indie games, playing proper games, make sure to follow Zebedee on Twitter. And I mean, I want to say what game it is now, but yeah, it's a pretty cool game. Like Counter-Strike is an awesome game, but until CS:GO 2 out, Counter-Strike's like a bit old. So this game is actually fairly new. So it's like really cool graphics, high fidelity. A lot of folks will probably know it. It became very, very popular over lockdown. So we're excited to announce that.
My mind is just spinning names of games, just wondering which one it's gonna be.
Yeah, actually, so it's one thing. So it's not as well known as CS:GO, but it's like the people who know it really love it, and it went really, really popular on Steam. But it is like a really modern game. So compared to like Counter-Strike, it feels modern, and the graphics are amazing. I'll give a hint. It's a little bit more sci-fi. That's all I'll say. Yeah, but we're also pretty excited about like I know that CS:GO 2 is coming out, so I want to start looking into that, and seeing what we can do with that. Like the problem with CS:GO, when we ran these servers like weekly and monthly, CS:GO is like an old game, so Valve don't really support it or maintain it. So it took a lot of work to try and make it stable all the time. So that's why we're pretty psyched about CS:GO 2. So hopefully, that'll be a lot more stable, and Valve will support it properly. So yeah, I mean, yeah,
Yeah,
stay tuned for that.
yeah, that's certainly
We-
the hope. But Mandel,
Yeah.
Mandel Duck. Before I want to just throw out this final question I had for you. Do you have any words you want to say towards your next opponents here against coming up against Orange Mart, or are you
Yeah,
or
I'm
excuse me,
gonna
Space Cats?
we're always going to plant the bomb in A. We're never going to plant it in B. That's all I'm going to say.
Damn, giving the strats away. All right, that's a call.
All right. So, well, I wish you best of luck in your next match.
Yeah, I mean, I've run out of energy drinks now, so I've only got like this on my table, which is like 60% whiskey. So I don't think that'll help my performance. So
That could be the magic elixir there, though. You never know.
That could go very well or very horribly.
if I start like going off strategy and shooting chickens, you'll know why. I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit nervous now, so I'm not speaking as much as I normally do because I'm trying to stay focused. But yeah, I mean, hopefully we're gonna knock out of the park for the next one, and then hopefully Coin Corner will win, and I'll be able to not hide my face when I meet those guys at conferences.
Awesome. And we hope you won't get disappointed. So big shout out to the Zebedee team. So yeah. So thank you so much, and make sure you get your fingers ready for the next match.
Here we go. No, also like thanks for having me jumping on here, and I mean like I kind of actually knew like the Dust Up guys for a while in Bitcoin, so I'm really happy that they've made this, and I hope there's going to be a lot more of these types of things going on. I mean, like I hinted before that Zebedee is looking at getting back in the game, but I think it's important for other companies to do it too. Awesome. Anyway, I'll see you again. Okay, awesome. I'm going to prepare for the next match. I need to
All
get
right.
back with my team. Okay.
All right, let's get on to break. Oh, okay. So what do you guys think about the interview? Like, do you think that the Zebedee is really going to show the same firepower as they did against the Space Cats?
There's only really one way to find out, Mary, is to get on that server because we haven't gotten to look anything at Space Cats, but they're still got a big opponent up against them.
Definitely so. How about you, Danny? You're awfully quiet.
Oh yeah,
You're
I've
just
just been,
brooding.
been sitting back, observing, listening. Yeah, no, I mean it'll be interesting because these two teams, Space Cats and Zebedee, are probably the two more impressive results that we've seen. So, I mean, really, we could see anything. And honestly, it's nice to hear from Mandel Duck. He seems pretty happy with the win, but there's a lot more work to come. Got to win this one, and then hopefully we'll see him in the grand finals. It's very possible because we came into this saying that Zebedee was probably one of the favorites to get there. So we'll see how it goes. It's a tough match against Space Cats.
Definitely so. And yeah, let's head over to break.
we're putting Los Angeles back on the Bitcoin map, aren't we?
I've been to about 12 Bitcoin conferences this year, and I can safely say this one's my favorite.
First, we got to extract ourselves from our dysfunctional relationship with the rest of the crypto industry. And then we're taking over.
I peed myself on a Preston Pish podcast because I swear to God.
Now we need a champion.
I'm just extraordinarily pleased to see all the excitement and enthusiasm. I'm just really happy to have met each one of you and to have had this experience.
She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, 'cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said I've been going on my way just to trust, and told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch. Can I get a warning for you switch on me? Or can you tell me to my face that you don't want me? This shit been waiting on me and I feel like concrete. Lately it been seeming like I know you hardly. Good at talking shit when I'm saying sorry. And I don't think for real the two would be my shorty. And when I go around your friends, they always looking salty. And if I walk away, then they gon' diss me probably. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a nuisance. I just wanna know who you think you fooling. Heartbreak, hotel, I'm about to moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said I've been going on my way just to try this. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. All these bitches play too much and that's the issue. I can't fuck with none of them, man, I can't pretend to. And how you going ghost after everything we've been through? I'm sending SOS cause I don't get the signals. I'm looking up and I can use an angel. I wish we could go back to being strangers. I know that you're going through stages. I'm beginning to think we toxic and I'm dangerous. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a nuisance. I just wanna know who you think you're fooling. Heartbreak, hotel, I'm about to moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said I've been going on my way just to try this. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch.
Hi, and welcome back. This is what, semifinal, and it is Space Cats versus Zebedee. I'm excited. Can't wait to see the outcome. What are your guys' expectations? Danny, Slayer.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, we're just kind of waiting for the thoughts. Honestly, we got to see Zebedee on stream in that last game. They looked very good, and they're going up against Space Cats, which we did mention a little bit one time during the middle of the Zebedee game that Space Cats won against Unchained Gaming 16-0. So you know, Zebedee, if you thought their win looked good, take a look at Space Cats, who didn't drop a round. So this should be a very entertaining match overall. I think it'll be a lot closer than any of the quarterfinals that we've seen. But it'll be really nice to see Space Cats for the first time on stream. And we've seen stats, and we'll actually bring up some stats from individuals on Space Cats just so we can get an idea of what they look like. But it'll be the first time. And oh, there it is. Let's talk about these guys a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, so it's gonna be the power matchup. You rarely get CS:GO games where it feels like if one guy dies, then you can win a round against them. But the way these two players played their first games of their respective squads, that might just be the thing. If Powertail and Sid go up against each other, this could be a blowout. And I just got to give props over to Sid here. 29 kills in a 16-0. I mean, that's just filthy, Danny. That's just filthy.
9.67 KD ratio. I just, these are numbers that are unheard of. So it'll be interesting to see if Sid can kind of keep up with the kind of performance that he's been putting on here. Obviously, you're probably going to be going against some.
Yeah, yeah, Danny, I was confused about the ADR there. I was like, is this guy just taking all the kills like when injured members with that ADR? That's an ADR of a guy that drops 29 frags in 16 rounds right there.
That
Totally.
makes a little more sense. Yeah, but I mean, it's just crazy, man. But honestly, I don't know if we'll be able to see him keep it up. If he does, that's super impressive because he's probably gonna be going against much better players here on the side of Zebedee, like Powertail, like Rye that we saw, and also there was one other guy, Barrick, I think it was on
Barrick
the AWP.
on the op.
Super
Yeah.
impressive. So we'll see how Sid and company on Space Cat stack up against them. Should be interesting.
I love seeing those stats. Just really quickly, Slayer, what does KD mean? What's a KD ratio?
So KD ratio is kill death ratio. It's the ratio if you want to have it as a higher number, right? The higher that number goes, it means you're getting more kills than you are unfortunately dying there. And usually it's really nice with a kill death ratio to have like, I don't know, Danny can correct me if I'm wrong here, Mary, but like 2.5 is really good. Over 2 is fine. 3 is like you're really having a good game.
Yeah.
9.57 is such a statistical anomaly. I can't even begin to express how crazy it is.
Yeah, I mean, to piggyback off that, really, there's not a whole lot to say. You can look at the numbers themselves. The guy is just having a tremendous game. I mean, 16-0, you expect someone to pop off, and he certainly did. So 29 kills to 3 deaths in the 16 rounds that were played. He died 3 times in 16 rounds. That just shows you how dominant he was and how aware of his surroundings. So pretty insane. So it'll be really interesting to see kind of the power dynamic between, you know, as we said, Powertail and Sid, and see really who comes out on top in that matchup.
What I'm hearing is that the players in the Bitcoin space are showing numbers that these experts haven't seen before. I feel so proud.
That is absolutely true. I mean, it's unheard of. You just don't see these numbers on a regular basis. So it's awesome to see, to be honest.
You need to frame it and be like, I've seen these numbers before. And they only came from the Bitcoin space. You can't see this anywhere else.
For sure.
You know what I did though, see Mary, that I thought was kind of unfortunate is that the Black Swan squad is actually out in the first round. So that the pseudo one of the pseudo hosts, they played the closest match against a Coin Corner. So, but they're out. Unfortunately, they didn't get to make any sort of run.
Oh my gosh, it's sad when that happens, but they actually played really well. When I saw the scores, like it was really close. but Coin Corner gave them a run for their money. Sorry.
It is what it is. And speaking of which, the game that we do have on hand is going to be Zebedee versus Space Cats. We have another Inferno match. We had 2 in the quarterfinals. We have another one
Yes.
here. Slayer's favorite map in the active pool, so I'm sure he's happy about that. They can be either super dominating or they can be very close. Could see overtime. That's how usually Inferno goes. Super back and forth. One of the more balanced, if not the most balanced maps in terms of CT versus T sides in the active map pool. So I mean, you got to talk about that a little bit because we saw Zebedee on Mirage, much more of kind of like a puggy map. You're just kind of aiming, you're shooting heads most of the time. But Inferno incorporates a little bit of strategy, Slayer.
Yeah, and we certainly, I would assume the way Space Cats played on their Inferno, they're 16-0. You don't win 16-0 on Inferno doing just clicking heads and pure aim. You got to be using some util on the map, especially in a part of the map like Banana. It's just like the hot contested part. So we know Zebedee has a lot of players, not just Powertail. He obviously has the aim, but a lot of those guys were throwing some really good smokes, a lot of good mollies on that CT side. I would assume that they're going to have that locked down on Inferno. And I believe they are starting on the CT side. So they're going to look to get out the gate and be very comfortable on that CT side. But Space Cats, yeah, the Inferno, Dan, you said it well. It's not a map where it's that, puggy style. You can't just rush out onto B side and think you're going to get away with things. The team that's going to win today is going to be the one that plays a lot more smart and especially plays smart when it comes to utility usage.
Yeah, and I think another thing to mention as well is Zebedee really kind of did a majority of their work, and a lot of their win came from that CT side. They were able to kind of establish their defense early on and keep it solid. There were not a lot of times when the defense broke. Of course, there was that 1-2v4 that ended up going the way of 1031. But other than that, really not a lot of slip ups. A very solid line of defense here. So if they are starting off on that CT side, hopefully they can get off to that running start like they did against 1031, because against Space Cats it's going to be a very different story if I had to say so myself.
So I want to just veer off and like talk a little bit about Orange Mart and Coin Corner. Also very good teams. And I was just looking at the comments in the live chat, and you have a lot of fans in there, rooting for this guys. So I wonder what it's going to be like with them as well. But we will definitely be listening in really closely to the to the results of that match.
Yeah, I mean we got to follow closely because they're coming off a very close match. We're also getting updated by I can see now Check Your Corners versus Black Swans map, and my God.
Oh my God.
Yeah, Danny. So shout out. I don't know if Zach's still hanging around. I don't know how many Black Swans guys are hanging around, but Zach, if you're in the chat, man, I'm sorry for you. I'm sorry for you, brother. 38 frags and you lose. I mean, Danny, that is kind of crazy.
So I guess that's because I'm looking at all the individual stats here, and I think that is the highest kill count out of anybody. And so the fact that it is Zach on the side of Black Swans that ended up losing is incredible. I mean, he nearly dropped 40. Now, granted, they had a lot more rounds. It was 16-12 instead of these kind of like 16-1, 16-0s, but still 38 is absolutely insane. And then on the other side, for check your coin corners, you got Gib with 35. My God, I know we had a lot of coin corner fans in the chat. We even had Mandel Duck on the interview. He was wanting Coin Corner to hit the grand finals. He wanted to play against them. So, we got a large portion of fans for Coin Corner. So we'll see what they can do. They've got a tough opponent against Orange Mart, like Mary was mentioning, which ended up winning 16-1 in their quarterfinal match. So
a lot of statistical anomalies still rolling out, Mary. That we're seeing statistics like you talked about, sawing stats from those two players we flashed up we haven't seen before. It's another game where me and Danny rarely see that much ponage.
Yeah.
I'm so proud. Like I'm the happiest person. Like if the Orange League ends right now, I can just go off happy knowing that we've impressed these esports guys. So we're good. We're good. But yeah, I don't know much about these stats, but like looking at Coin Corner stats, if you allow me, a rookie, to just give my own thoughts on it, it's really interesting how each member of the team actually had quite an even number. Like, I mean, you have, if you look at Black Swans, like what, only 3 of them that had like a large number of kills, whereas in Coin Corners, like kind of evened out, in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think, Danny?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, that's actually great that you mentioned that, because it seems like Coin Corners are just a more well-rounded team overall. It seemed like their win was definitely team-based. So, I mean, honestly, you have Gib at the top. He's got 35, and then you have a couple others below, 23, 21, 18, 13. Those are all in the kill column. So just all around a good team performance, and that's going to probably help Coin Corners going forward, because you have a lot of these teams that only have maybe like a couple players that are kind of showing out, and realistically it's a team game. So you do want everybody to kind of be playing at their best and supporting the team in some way.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to bring up, Danny, because there were 2. I know we don't have the graphic up for everybody, but there were 2 players on Black Swans who, 2 players combining for 7 kills. You're not going to win a lot of matches that way. So that's that was certainly kind of tough. Top heavy teams aren't going to make it very far once you start coming up against this level of play from some of these other guys on teams like Check Your Corners, and it just kind of it bodes well. I know myself and Danny, Mary came in with, we didn't really know what we think to see from some of these players, from some of the action, but I think I've been pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, same here. So let's just go on a quick break before we get into the semifinals.
She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch. Can I get a warning for you switch on me? Or can you tell me to my face that you don't want me? This shit been waiting on me and I feel like concrete. But lately it been seeming like I know you hardly. You could've told this shit when I said sorry. And I don't think for real that you would be my shorty. And when I go around your friends, they always looking salty. And if I walk away, then they gon' diss me probably. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a losing. I just wanna know who you think you fooling. Heartbreak hotel, I'm about to moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch. All these bitches play too much and that's the issue. I can't fuck with none of them, man, I can't pretend to. And how you going ghost after everything we've been through? I'm sending SOS cause I don't get the signal. I'm looking up and I can use an angel. I wish we could go back to being strangers. I know that you're going through stages. I'm beginning to think we toxic and I'm dangerous. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a losing. I just wanna know who you think you're fooling. Heartbreak hotel, I'm about to moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch. I never meant to leave you all alone. I'm counting the days that I've been gone. It's sad to say that this is how it goes, but this is the path that we never chose. This gravity is pulling me away, and now I need to know, how do I get home back to you? When I'm stuck in this hole that you're looking through, all I wanna do is fall asleep with you. But I'm stuck in this hole that's pulling me from you. How do I get home? So let's take it back to where things began, before that night when
Semifinal number 1 is here. It's Zebedee. We get to see them one more time, but we've got Space Cats. That is not Nuke.
Nope.
From what's seen on screen, it is Inferno. Beautiful Inferno, Slayer's favorite map of all time. So we're here to bring you semifinal number 1. We're going to have our first grand finalist, find our first victor. This should be a much closer affair than what we saw last time, Slayer.
Yeah, there's two standouts that we're going to watch the whole time down. It is Sid on that T side for Space Cats versus Power Tail. The smiley face, do not let it deceive you. This guy is a stone cold killer. Potentially nearly got tested mid, but Space Cats just run all the way up mid. They throw some nades. Now they're redirecting B. Finder didn't even have his silencer on his pistol, and Sid is already picking up where he left off last time. Mandel Fox, ooh, nobody can swing to clear him. Oh, it's Haldo Not that actually does. Sid picks up Power Tail as well, the first win of that duel. And look at Space Cats running away with it.
This is insane. They are just running all over the map. They're getting a scenic tour of Inferno right now. All the way to A they run. It's free. Barik doing the best he can. Lines up one headshot, but that will not stop the bomb from being planted. So despite that kill coming through, it is still going to be a 4v2 with no kit available here. Barik and Ryfitz going to have to try and be the heroes for this round and get these kills in quick succession. But right now, Space Cats doing work. They're just hiding, waiting for Ryfitz and Barik to just walk into their crosshair. And this one should be all but over.
And that's a casual 4K for Sid.
Oh
Just
my goodness,
kicking off his
Sid.
pistol round. All right, man. I mean, did he hear us say that he's a statistical anomaly? Because he's starting to one-up it. I mean, if we're playing a numbers game here, Danny, he's at a 4 KD already and 308 ADR.
My God.
It's just a pistol round, though. I'm sure that will calm down, right? Surely.
Well, surely. You know, that's a dangerous word, though. We'll see what they can do. Zebedee going for a bit of an interesting buy here. You've got Mando Fox and Finder full buying. Got a few other players saving. They're stacked up towards the B site, and that's exactly where Sid is taking this MAC-10. Oh my goodness, the transfer right there connects onto the head of Finder. Picks up the Glock. This guy is incredible. We thought that Power Tail was something, but we did not get to see Sid in action. He is shredding these players.
Yeah, he's already on for potential ace here, and he's gonna just run them down. He's already wrapping towards Church. There's no way this guy's gonna. He's pre-firing them. He's cornering them. It's like a herding dog towards the sheep, just keeping them away from the site. There's the 4th kill. Is Sid gonna be on for the first ace of the Orange League here? He's certainly in a great spot to do it. He's looking to clear CT. It's all just a matter of time. He found him 2 HP. One more shot, and Sid aces the 2nd round for Space Cats. This guy is just a titan.
9 kills in the first 2 rounds. Take a look at this entry. And I mean, just smooth as butter right now. The headshots landing like it's nothing. And dispatching Zebedee's team like it's nothing. And it's not like they didn't invest anything. It wasn't a full save. They had a few players who got some SMGs in there. And he just made them look silly. So 2-0 very quickly for Space Cats. And I think they already have to address the elephant in the room. You got to stop Sid.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, it's crazy that it's 2-0 and there are 3 players on Space Cats without kills. I do want to see Sid fall at some point early in the round, just because that will tell you how good of a team Space Cats is. Because I hate to go to those like dad sayings, Danny, but you are only as strong as your weakest link sometimes. So, but I don't know. I don't think he's gonna end up ever really dying here. I will say, Space Cats, they are pushing the bomb out towards the B side of the map. So Sid is trying to play off potentially a rotate cutoff player here. But Zebedee are going all towards Arch side, so they're avoiding that lane cross potentially. Everyone freezing, though, and Sid finally going through, gets some good info towards A, but neither one of those B defenders are biting on this for Zebedee just yet. And Powertail, the powerhouse proverbial for this Zebedee squad, is one of those defenders waiting for the bomb to push up.
Yeah, and they throw that CT spawn smoke in, but there's a very big gap. Sid just causing some noise over here, playing the distraction, although it's not too much of a distraction. They might be getting a little bit too in their heads because now they're headed back towards A, and these 3 players from Zebedee have been moving as a pack together on different sides of the bomb site here. And Powertail is going to get the information now that there's nobody here. But Sid has just walked into the CT spawn, using that Moto smoke to give him some leverage. Ryfitz around the back is doing work. And we're into a 3v3, but there's not a lot of time for Space Cats here. They've got to move. Sid lining up one out of bullets. He's got Holdenot to help him out, but is there enough time to get that bomb down? They've got to stick it. No, they will not get it down in time. And Zebedee get away with one.
I mean, if you take away the time, that round looks so much different on paper. And it's just Space Cats were just playing a little too slow here. Big flank set up by Sid, but the rest of the squad needs to go onto the site while he's waiting in the wings here. Picks up that first kill, and then he's able to swing around to pick up these next 2, but none of this is going to matter, folks. We talked about last game, Powertail was playing TDM. towards the end of that Mirage match. I think Sid was literally playing TDM, and it's round 3, my man. You gotta play, get the bomb down to win some rounds. And look at this, Barrick's gonna punish them. That's the bomb dropped right in Banana.
Yeah, Barrick had the spawn timing, sprints right towards Car, goes for the repeat through the flames as well. The confidence on this guy. He's looking to get Zebedee right back into the action. Also keep in mind, that's Space Cat's first round loss of the tournament. So definitely already seeing a difference in kind of their opponent's strength here. Of course, that round they really shouldn't have lost, to be honest with you. Just unfortunate they couldn't get the bomb down in time. So now they're playing on the back foot again. They're down by 2 players here. DRF, nice spray down. He'll take down Ryfitz, one of the heavy hitters for Zebedee, and that'll bring it back to a 4v3.
And here's the main man. Sid's back at it again. He has that A1 he stole across. Good util usage as well. Wow, really clearing out the site. Able to swing towards Library. Will get tagged by one. That's Barrick trying to go for the long-range duel. DRF a little bit hesitant to push up. They will finally go, but the corner player, Powertail, was waiting. It's Sid versus Powertail, and Sid does end up winning it. Brings us back to a 2-on-2, and this time, more than enough time to plant the bomb, but Mandelfox can't come up with the sneaky kill there. That should give Sid time to plant. Finder's rushing through. If he pops out, he might catch him going for the plant, but the bomb will come down. Finder trying to clear all these angles, and it's Sid to find another massive round. He is 15-0 through 4.
Yeah, and I can see Finder's his kind of line of thinking right there, just looking for that second player, knowing he's in a 1v2 situation, choosing to ignore Sid, but unfortunately, that's the one player that you really can't ignore as he guns him down, and yeah, 15 and bro,
318 ADR, by the way.
If he keeps this pace up, we could see numbers that I've actually never seen on a scoreboard before in any CSGO game ever. So
astronomical numbers for the Space Cats. Ha, got the pun out.
Yeah, I mean, what else can you really say? Oh dear, that's a Zeus. That's Barrick by the half wall. He might just get a kill. That Molotov is not going to stretch far enough. Oh, do they clear him?
They're so not going to clear him, Daddy. Good dodge on the flash, and there it is. Zeus skill. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's really only a trade. You lose that B-side defender, and Haldo not picking up Finder is going to make it really good for Space Cats in this round, but it's mental warfare there, Danny. You get that Zeus kill. Who knows what Space Cats are going to look like the rest of the game.
Yeah, just kind of like building things up little by little. Powertail has to control that Deagle recoil and will eventually collect the kill. So there is still life for Zebedee here. Although the problem is this bomb is headed towards the B site and it is completely vacant. So Zebedee, both of these players on the other side of the map. It's not a whole lot of money in the bank here for at least a few of these players. They're still searching around. Mandelfox leading the charge. Down mid he goes. And I think this is going to be a save, as you do see Powertail just kind of lurking by the apartment. So Space Cats very quickly building up this lead right now. And obviously, thanks to Sid leading the way, Mandelfox, he's going to take a peek in and lose his head.
And that does...
We think we might have lost Slayer. Well, unfortunately, one of the guys dies to the bomb. That bomb radius is pretty large, so can't blame him there. But
I got the Discord bug. Unfortunately, that's what happened.
No.
Yeah, it happens to me every time, Danny. And of course, it had to happen to me when I was making a joke. I was trying to be sarcastic. I was making a sarcastic joke, and then you didn't respond to me. And I thought, man, Danny really didn't like that one. That's a rough one, a rough go with that joke. But no, it's just Discord.
Tough crowd, tough crowd. Barrick's gonna try to go back for that car peak, but this time the fire gets there before he is allowed to swing. So he'll play it safe. He'll dip back with his teammate, being Mandelfox, over on the B site. We had a lovely chat with him after the game. He's in high spirits, mixing the Red Bull and Monster. Dangerous combination, but hey, they need a little Kickstarter right now, down by 3.
Yeah, he did say he ran out of energy drinks. He's 0-5, so maybe somebody get him a
Get this man a monster.
Somebody get this man a monster, because he needs to come out on clutch. He is trying to play back towards default. Interestingly, he's holding his pistol out. I hope he's aware that he has a rifle. But he's just going to get shot in the back. Sid just spots him out. And that's the sight for Space Cats.
Yeah, he just tries to hide. And Crypto watching the flank here. Oh, that Molotov. He will not stop Finder. He will hunt you down. Oh, no. Completely misses the spray. And Sid still yet to die. Oh, my goodness. He's at 19. Could we get 20 by the end of this round? Barrick. He's lurking behind the coffins here. He's got the lineup sprays down, not quite connecting. Sid making it tough to move. He's running out of bullets in both guns. And Crypto Cloaks will be the one to finish him off. Oh my goodness, Sid is still on 0 deaths.
19-0, man. And yeah, this round got a little bit weird. Certainly Finder's going to regret that MP9 spray. But this was Sid just cleaning up the back of the site there, making sure everything looks clean on the B-bomb site. And, you know, for a team as Zebedee that completely dispatched their opponents in the first match, this is night and day right now. Space Cats have all the control. This map is a lot more, you know, it's, like you mentioned, Danny, the most evenly sided map. But at this level, I would still lean towards CT side being easier for a lot of these teams. So the fact that Space Cats are just dominating like this is really, really scary for when this game goes to the second half in my mind.
Absolutely. And we'll see all 5 players over towards the B side. Crypto Cloaks was holding things down in mid and actually picks up a kill onto Powertail, who was the most impressive player of the last match for Zebedee. So that's one guy down for the count. Finder swings in. I gotta like this call from Zebedee to try to gain some information, some control back in Banana. But unfortunately, there's just too many players to deal with. They get overwhelmed. And now Mandel Fox, he is alone. He has I think it's a P2K. And
P2K.
Still looking for his first kill here. I don't think he'll be able to get it in this round with just that pistol. Space Cats, they're hanging around here a little bit. Hopefully they can take down a couple of these players before they try to exit the bomb site. But that is highly unlikely considering they're going up against AKs. Sid will spray down one. And Mandel Fox just sticking around for a little bit, but not for too much longer.
Yeah, and this was a save round for Mandel Fox, and he will end up falling to DRF, who is also trying to pad his stats. It's just such a crazy CSGO game, man. Yeah, Sid almost actually died. That would, you know, the way they lost the one round, it makes sense that Sid's only death would be from getting himself blown up, to be honest with you. But look at the stat line, Danny. I mean, this Space Cats are up 6-1, and let's just read out the rest of the team. Railcarry is 0-5, DRF 4-3, Crypto Cloaks 4-2, although not 4-3. And then there's Sid, who is just undeniably dead. He's dead.
Oh,
the king is fallen.
My goodness. And it could have been any of those players, too. He just swings in, flicks, fires, and it happens to land on Sid. So they kill the raid boss finally. Will that be enough to secure them a round? With the way that things have been going, they have a huge advantage now that he is out of the round. Well, we'll see if Space Cats can kind of corral the rest of the team here. That's about as easy to kill as it gets for Barrick as he tries to crouch around the corner. That's 2 for him. And listen, Barrick, when he's got that AWP in his hands, we saw a Mirage. That's when he really started to pop off.
Yeah, really utilizing the power of those angles towards B bomb side. Got to give a lot of credit there. Powertail lets a couple of players sneak through mid, but Ryfitz was waiting, and that's the Zebedee we saw in the quarterfinals. Very cool and calm and collected, playing their sites well, and they're able to get back on the board here after killing our proverbial raid boss.
Yeah, you just got to kill Sid. It seems like that's the game plan here, or it should be for Zebedee, which made quick work of the rest of Space Cat's group of guys as soon as he was out of the round. But how many times are you going to get like a quick flick like that from Barrick to take Sid out? He'll be a little bit more cognizant of that op staring him down from long range. You can already see some adjustments being made, going for a quick apartments take here. He's all the way down into Boiler. I mean, just the quickness here, the confidence of the swing. He knows that he can win any gunfight that he's in. Powertail around the back, spraying through that smoke, but doesn't want to hang around for too long.
forced back on that side, and it's CRF that actually leads out. Ryfitch has been playing Pit really well, but this time comes up short. It's the 3-letter name boys for Space Cats. Sid and DRF have been doing so much work now. They have the A site pretty well on lock. Good Moto Smoke going to come across. That's some great util usage as the rotates come out here. And you can see Crypto Cloaks is in a good spot. Barrick has an idea there might be one of those players. And Barrick, what a swing. Looking pretty clean on this big green, but it's not going to mean anything this round as DRF. Wait, is that a kill? Is that a kill with the Molotov can, or is that a molly kill? I thought it showed a fire logo.
I think that might just be the HUD itself.
Okay.
It's like kind of a different image, but that would have been really funny. Like, have you seen players go down to like flashbangs and like 2
I was gonna say, yeah. I thought that might have been it because in a game like this, it would make sense that we got a Zeus kill already, Danny. I mean, why not?
Well, a quick A hit ends up in a quick win for Space Cats. 2 of their players go down to that bomb radius. Listen, it sneaks up on you. Okay, you got to be careful. And we'll take a look. I mean, Barrick, this guy, he is not afraid to stand in high heat. Again, a Molotov comes flying towards him, sees the trajectory of it, swings in, nice kill. Unfortunately, these aren't impact frags. It's not going to mean too much at the end of the day. Just going to pad your stats a little bit. So hoping that the rest of his team can kind of rally around him.
We get a strat switch up for Zebedee, though, Danny. It's double op. There are a lot better maps to go double op on in the map pool, in my opinion, but Inferno's not terrible at all to try this strategy out. You can certainly make it work, and you got to do something to slow down the aggressiveness, because these guys, I mean, look at that. Just swinging right into your shots there. Sid should be, by any accord, dead to rights, especially with how Barrick has been firing. But he doesn't end up falling, gets a lot of good damage onto Barrick. Zebedee are starting to get a little desperate. They're starting to push to cover angles to get more information, and they're paying the price. Powertail gonna try and play towards that cubby corner, but he's smoked off. Does get a bit of a lineup. There's a good kill on the Relcar. Can he find any more here? Gonna flash himself onto the side, DRF, but it's Sid to make the call. Beautiful headshot. He finds Barrick from about 200 yards out, and this is Space Cats at their best.
Yeah, and Powertail, after losing his teammate right there, knew that he had to come up with a hero play, but Sid just shuts him down before he can even come around the corner. Can't fire a bullet back. That's how quick this guy is, and there he is again. It's going to be 3 kills to his name, possibly even 4 if they spot out Mando Fox here. Here he comes around the corner, clearing his angles. Mando Fox, maybe not even ready for that peek. It'll be holding on to take care of him. And Space Cats
are a monster, man.
He definitely looks like he's kind of slowing down here in this match, which is unfortunate. But hopefully he can get back on his feet soon. A quick lead that has kind of gotten out of hand very fast, 8-2. And Zebedee need to find some answers here.
Yep. They need to go back to the drawing board here to get something, and the double op didn't work out. The fact they're on full loss bonus by this point, so they're going to be able to get a lot of decent rifles in every round, but you just got to start getting aggressive. You got to start taking chances, because the way they're sitting back, they are just getting run over. Maybe it's better util usage, but I don't know if any util is going to stop this guy. Sid, every round is unrelenting. Kicks off number 11 with another kill to pad his stats to 26.
And it just seems like he's everywhere, all at once. It's just so difficult to figure out a strategy to take him down. Barrick, there's a smoke kill. That'll help them out a little bit. Finder actually picks up a kill as well. Holding things down is Powertail in pit. The jump out from Crypto, pretty risky, but Sid is there for the trade. They're just kind of playing support for Sid right now, setting him up to get the kills. But now he is in a very disadvantageous situation. 6 HP, him and DRF got to hold things down. That fire could burn him alive. They're just kind of sandwiching them on the site. Sid gets a good headshot here, but one bullet will take him down. No, Sid, you can't possibly win this here. Mandel Fox going through, goes for the stick. No, he's on site, Mandel. Oh, goodness, Sid, an ace clutch at 6 HP. How could this happen?
He has 2 aces already. He's up to 30 frags, and I mean, there's gotta be somewhat of a call that he's injured there, right? I mean, there's a lot of damage that come down on that round. I gotta think that Barrick was calling for the term is always he's lit up, or lit for whatever you want to say. It's not the fun type of lit we're talking about, folks. for all the zoomers in the chat here. But Sid, Sid is certainly playing like a zoomer on way too many monsters. He just swings everything, man, but there he goes down again. He's 2 deaths. And the last time he fell, Danny, Zebedee were able to come up with a round and Finder. What a couple of double kills.
DRF trying to pick up the pieces here as a lot of his teammates fall. The Finder, who finds a boost in confidence right there, just kind of swings around and lines up those headshots. Maybe that's kind of the opening that Zebedee need to get back into this match, as they're down by 7 here. Mandel Fox is looking at a wall, so unfortunately not able to contribute at all. And now Powertail, who was the hero for Zebedee really in the last match, has to do it by himself here, who has also been off to a bit of a slow start. 5-9. FAMAS, not the most ideal of weapons here, and has to rely on his raw aim. There's no utility. A bit of a gap in that smoke. He's trying to see some feet, but they're just hiding on sight. One on the balcony here. He's been spotted, and he just can't see DRF, who is elevated. That's pretty incredible right there. Space Cats secure double digits.
Yeah, got to give a lot hats off to DRF, because he's going to be the unsung hero in that round in a couple of these moments. But Finder, got to find a hero through all the tragedy sometimes in this game that it has been for Zebedee. And that is just going to come up a bit short. DRF did do a really good job there holding the fort down. And we haven't really talked about money, but Space Cats are just flowing with it, Danny, as we do, unfortunately, it looks like lose a player that fell out there.
Yeah, hopefully it's definitely going to be a technical pause here. See if we can get that player back in the match. That is Mandel Fox. So we did see him staring at a wall. So maybe he had some internet connections. Interesting. So hopefully we'll get that resolved here fairly soon. But
are they playing 4v5?
They might. I know that the rules stated they had 1 timeout. Okay, Space Cats being some good sports here and calling a timeout for Mandel Fox as well. Well,
yeah.
Well, we have some time.
We can look back at the match, and if you want to look back at the match, folks, it's called the Sid highlight reel. I mean, this guy could just upload this highlight that our lovely producer Bernie put together onto his Twitter, like right after the match, because they're all going to be him. I mean, here's another flank. This was the round they lost, though. I cannot believe that the first round they lost in the tournament was because they didn't plant the bomb. It's still so funny to me.
Yeah, one of the only counters for Space Cats has been the clock. So that just kind of shows you how dominant it has been. Gotta love the Zeus kill. Nice to see at least one of those here in the tournament. That's not a highlight you want. That's a low light for Finder right there. He didn't want to see it again, but unfortunately, if he watches the VOD back, he'll get to watch himself miss that spray again. Unfortunately, but you look at Barrick as well. It's not really been all Sid. Barrick's had his moments here, but nice clutch right here. I just don't know how Sid is able to stay alive for so long.
And I'm starting to wonder if, you talked about Powertail was just really dominant. He looked as confident as Sid does on Inferno, on Mirage. I wonder if he just hasn't played that much Inferno. Because he doesn't just feel confident moving around. I know he's lost some trades to Sid, but he hasn't been able to pick up kills against opponents that I would have expected him to be a better performer against.
Right. You have to wonder as well. If Space Cats do end up winning this game, surely Inferno gets banned first by the other team. I mean, Sid just looks a little too dominant here. Here's Barrick back in car, spraying through this smoke. You can see the tracers. It's not an M4A1S, but I mean, hey, these bullets are eventually going to land, I guess. And Holdenot can't even see his opponent.
Yeah, that's trying to be the Zebedee special, is getting these wacky kills through smokes. They had a couple of those on Mirage as well, but Sid is still up. But look at this flank from Powertail. Just talking about how slow start he had. That's a big flank that he can get. Doesn't get Sid, though, and he's still free firing, but he's picking off all of his teammates, making it difficult. And this is going to be the real test of the God tier player that is Sid throughout this Orange League run. He's now 1 versus 3. He has the bomb. He has all the means to do so. He has 3 frags to find and make it 2, Danny. Make it 1, but the crossfire is lined up. And finally, Sid falls once more. Zebedee up to 3.
Yeah, this is a really good job by Powertail, sneaking in through the apartments, catching the timing on those two players looking the wrong direction, and also a good job at waiting for the contact from Mandel Fox and then swinging in to make sure that Sid, as long as you have two people shooting at him at two different directions, you should be okay, unless he pulls off a crazy transfer. But that is very difficult to do, even at his level. So they finally take down the Beast here. Third round for Zebedee, but still a long way to go. An uphill climb is kind of an understatement here, as we're still down by 7. And Sid, he likes to go through the apartments here and into Boiler. This has been kind of his go-to. See what he can find.
Yeah, that's kind of the answer, right? When your first death is you getting swung on Banana, and Barrack was quite literally nearly full blind. You fall. That's just such a yikes kill to lose to. So now Sid's like, all right, I'm going to go where the op is like never going to play. And that's apartments. Rarely do you see an op come to apartments. And it does for like maybe the first opening 20 seconds to try and get a pick and fall back. But App's control has been all Space Cats here. And they're really taking advantage of it. Trying to throw this B fake. This is what I like. You see a lot of high-level teams try this when they get upper Banana control. They throw the fake over here and make a ton of noise and then work back towards B with the bomb. And you got to think the Crypto Cloaks is just waiting for that App smoke to drop and Sid to do something scary. And the A site will be theirs.
Yeah, and with this positioning as well from these A defenders, Sid is able to walk up pretty close range here. That's always dangerous. He's going to hear that gunfire, get the communication that Powertail is around the corner. Headshot lands, got 2 more players to deal with here. Free firing around the corners, his teammate goes down, but he's not just yet. Fake plan. Ryfit swings him, going for the double. He's out of bullets, pulls out the USP, and does take him down. So again, it's this moment where Sid has to deal with 2 players shooting at him at the same time, and I think maybe Zebedee are figuring out the answers here. Holdenot, not a lot of time, sprinting in, sprays down 1. But Ryfits has got him dead to rights.
All right, Zebedee, this is a great time to come up with some momentum. The first time they put together back-to-back rounds all game long. Coming up on the halftime break, that's going to feel really good, especially because their economy was a little bit in tatters, as we do, fortunately, have Mendel Foxer drop out once more. That's unfortunate. The internet not necessarily keeping up well, but it's good to see the squad is keeping up well.
So we'll take a look at the score lines. You know, you don't like to dwell on one player's individual performance too much. You don't want to drag on, but I think Sid deserves the kind of praise that we're giving him right now. 36 kills, 4 deaths. Now, to compare that, this is still not the end of the first half. This is now finally the first or the last round of the first half. And I think the only other guy that was close to the scoreline was, I think, one of the players on Black Swans, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to pull those stats
Zach.
up real quick.
Zach had 38.
He had 38 at the end of the game.
A 28 round game.
Right. This has been 14 rounds, and he has 36. So just keep that in mind.
The metrics are just insane. It's completely insane. This guy, Sid, is here to take as many sats as possible with the tournament. He's taking up as many stats as possible, Danny, and he's looking to take home as many sats as possible with the way he's played
Stats
today.
And sats, yeah. That seems to be the name of the game for Sid. And well,
they put a sub in. ZBD. Well, speaking of stats, Math G is the one that's stepping in here. It looks like, unfortunately, Mandel Fox's internet is a little too troublesome, so the super sub steps in right before halftime for Zebedee at a time where they have the most momentum they've had all that long.
And this might be a help. I mean, you never really know. We don't know anything about Math G, but we do know that Mandel Fox was struggling. I don't know if he even had a kill. 1 kill to his name before he did end up dropping out of the server for that second time. I could be wrong, but it wasn't looking good. So maybe Math G is someone that they could use to help them kind of claw their way back into this game. But nevertheless, it's going to be Space Cats with a pretty significant lead moving on to the CT side of things. So that makes it even more dangerous if you're looking at the numbers here. Let's try to flip things on its head. Here's Sid just sprinting up Banana. Barrack again goes for that car peek, but this time gets destroyed.
Yeah, and a good flash comes out. Sid is Does get caught with that nade out. That's a good block from Finder because he gives a bit of a window and he watches Sid cross. Can they kill him off on the cross? Look how much damage Zebedee gets down. And Ryfitz, the hero of last round, he once again finds Sid while trying to plant the bomb. Crypto Cloak returns quickly with a nice headshot. Gets it back to a 3-on-3, but the bomb is down for Space Cats. Getting some time to set up defensively. Good CT smoke. This is going to be tough for Zebedee.
Is indeed. All this utility holding on with the crossfire. Crypto Cloak's holding it down. It's now a 1v1 though as Powertail comes screaming around the corner. But this bomb is perfectly set up for DRF's position right now. He can just wait for the tap, comes around the corner, wins the fight. That one-shot capability of the AWP gonna beat the rifle in Powertail's hands. 11-4, the lead for Space Cats at the half. 37-5 at the end.
He's on 100 ping, Danny. It's
Oh
not
my
like
God.
This guy
Oh
isn't like
my-
this guy's in next to the Valve's servers for whatever CS:GO game this is running on. This guy, it's 100 ping. He's coming up with these nutso headshots and spray transfers. I don't know. Are there pro scouts watching in the Bitcoin space, man? Get this guy. I don't know. I want to get this guy on a team.
Be a weird place to kind of make your name, but hey, he's doing well right now. 11-4, and realistically right now here, Zebedee need this pistol round if they want to keep things at least somewhat manageable, if they want some hope at coming back into this game. And it's going to be the full-on apartments waterfall. Sid's already taken a name. DRF lands a headshot before he goes down, and B players now just finally making their way over towards the A site. So Zebedee might at least be able to get this bomb down, but that retake is imminent.
Yeah, the retake soon to come out here. Sid is lurking in that apartments, and you gotta think Space Cats are kind of just waiting him to be the igniter, the catalyst for this retake. Bit of a good crossfire setup, but crossfires don't mean squat, Danny, when you just get headshots, and that's Sid's MO. Space Cats perfect on the pistol rounds. They're now perfect on every pistol round in the tournament because they 16-0'd their last opponent. And are up to now an 8-round lead, looking for that grand final slot.
Yeah, now you get into the realm of kind of desperation a little bit for Zebedee. They do at least get the bomb down, so they have extra money in the pockets. They could force buy here if they want to. And I think we're going to see it. We got to find it with the AK buy. Tossing that over to Barrick. Understandably so. He is the top fragger for the Zebedee squad as they try to put something together here to make a stand before Space Cats run away with things. Sid, he's going to be over towards the A site defense, so they're running the opposite direction of him. That's step number 1 checked off.
And that's the one nice thing about playing T side is you can avoid players when they're all feeling themselves. They're on a hot streak. You can try and play towards a different site. The problem is Space Cats recognize that, and they're saying, hey, we're going to put a majority of our defense on his opposite site. A lot of flashbangs as the hit comes out, but the bullets aren't finding their targets just yet. Finally, it's Barrick to step up, find a couple. There's the answer from Zebedee. They have the B bomb site. And it's going to be tough for these rotators to come in and make some noise here. Bomb soon to go down, but DRF has been the sidekick to Sid's superhero arc here. Picks up another big kill, but they got to keep moving quickly, especially with kits only on 2 of these members, but they're picking off Zebedee on every corner.
Oh, and now Sid in another 1v3 situation. A lot of damage being done here. He could actually do some work. Picks up the M4. It's got 12 bullets in the chamber. The time is ticking low, so he's got to find these kills quick. Good damage, but Barrick with a huge headshot right there. He was 9 HP and Math G on 1 HP, so 10 combined. There was a world where Sid definitely could have won that, but a very important headshot for Zebedee, and they're still in this.
Yeah, needed to find that round. The first one on that T side as well. Has to help them feel a little bit confident. That's what happens when you get a bomb play on the pistol round, despite losing it on the T side, whatever map you're talking about. You are usually able to situate yourself well to force up and compete. And now they're going to be able to get AKs across the board. We get another tactical pause coming out here from Zebedee. But this one's attack, not a tech pause. Maybe talking over what they can do, what can go right. And it feels like they can just attack that B site once more because Space Cats, Danny, don't have a lot of money to play with. And the force that they're getting is not great. But if anybody's going to create with that Nova that Sid just bought, it's going to be Sid.
Yeah, they don't have a lot of money, but you know who does have a lot of actual like real money? Barrick. Have you seen? Look at his like he's got a marble fade bayonet. He's got some vice gloves. I mean, these are some expensive items here. Nice looking inventory for him. I just had to point that out a little bit as we have a little bit of a break. Take a look at the.
I definitely
guys
don't
here.
own a fact new marble
for those
fade
vice
bayonet.
gloves.
I definitely don't have that exact knife that he has.
Do you really?
Yeah, I do. I was gonna make that comment earlier, so it's funny that you brought that up.
Yeah. I think for anybody who's not maybe familiar with the CSGO skin economy and just how it works, those vice gloves, those pink gloves that Barrick has on are upwards of like a few $1,000s if I'm not mistaken. I don't know the exact price on it, but that is that's not cheap. He's showing it off for us right now.
No, yeah, and I will say, back when I got that knife a while ago, ages ago, it was not worth. I think it was worth a third of what it's worth now.
Right.
That's just CS2 doing things for you. If you're not too familiar with Counter-Strike 2 coming out soon, one of the big draws and the reason why it inflated the market that is the CSGO skins market is because they visually updated a multitude of skins to make them just look a lot more. They pop a lot more, so that inflated the market and made skins like that beautiful bayonet marble fade kind of just skyrocket.
Indeed. Multiple timeouts being called here, so I have a little bit of a break in the action here. But Zebedee, we mentioned it, that previous round, super important for them to keep their hopes alive. And Space Cats, this is kind of their final buy here before they have to save. Although I would have to say as well, you do have to take into account, there hasn't been a lot of saving, at least in the first 2 games that we have seen here. People are going all out. They're going for the win. And we have a player from Zebedee now dropping out. I think that's Math G again. Possibly could get Mandel Fox back in the game. I don't know if that's possible.
I'm assuming that's what they're trying to do because I know they're trying to keep the captains for both of these squads,
right,
or any squad in the game as best as possible. So going out a bit of a limb here, but I'm assuming that they are now trying to get Mandel Fox back in, Mandel Duck back in, because hopefully the internet's a little bit more stable, and you want to get your team captain playing as many rounds as possible throughout here, because I hate to be the negative Nancy, Danny, but I don't think Zebedee have very many rounds left in this game. Are kind of beelining it towards the 3rd place matchup.
Yeah, the door does seem to be closing a little bit. I mean, towards the end of the half, they started finding ways to take care of Sid, but you have to know his exact position. You got to communicate that, and you kind of got to stack up your players to deal with them. Otherwise, he's just going to run rampant if you give him these 1v1s. So that's what they're hoping to do here, as we still wait for Mandel Fox to hopefully get back in the server. 7-round lead for Space Cats. And, we were talking about this beforehand, Slayer. Oh, nope, I don't think we have to talk about CS2. He's here. No, it's Math G again.
It's Math G.
I was gonna bring up the good old-fashioned CS2 stall.
Yes, the true crutch. What did we used to do before CS2?
Ooh, dude, we would talk about anything, like professional esports scores, like literally anything.
Yeah, I've certainly had my fair share of very intriguing tangents. Funnily enough, most of them don't actually come up in CS:GO because that game usually the action is installed too bad. But I'm going to digress from this tangent. We're back in action, and we can see if Zebedee can get something going here. They are putting Space Cats on what quite literally could be their first eco of the tournament.
Oh boy.
But Sid does have that Nova. And what the heck is going on? Just instant headshots. This does pick up 2 kills, but Ryfits, I don't know what's gotten into this guy these last couple rounds. Is able to make sure it's an even exchange, but God.
Boy,
Sid, man,
that Nova just really blew him back. I mean, that was insane to see his body just fly back like that. It was a pretty decent range, too. We're talking about mid-range Nova, so nice aim there. It's still a 3v3, and Zebedee have just actually snuck right onto the A site. Ryfights is going to try to get this bomb down. Power Tail holding things down from the bomb site. Barrick cleans up a long-range encounter with DRF, and now Space Cats have a decision to make here. They're really far away from the action. Railkari and Crypto Cloaks You see Cloaks picks up an AK from one of the fallen Zebedee players, and it's gonna be a save. So hey, there you go. On a map like Inferno, where it can be save simulator at a certain level of play, we're seeing one right now.
Oh, don't even get me started with the 3v5 saves or the 3v4 saves on Inferno. Yeah, definitely.
He's not going to survive. He's not going to survive.
No, he's dead. You know, a couple years ago, you lived there. Not current CS:GO. Barrick nearly falls, by the way, too, all the way down near that underpass because he's already so low. You can't really make that blunder because look at their money. It's not great.
Never fails to surprise you. For as long as we've casted this game, Slayer, ever since they made that change, it's always just, it kind of catches you off guard a little bit how far that bomb radius is. And yeah, in the past, you could sit in that corner. Now you have to plant the bomb in the deep corner of the site if you want to stay alive. And you have to be, I think, like at least 70 or 80 HP. So yeah, that's rough.
CS2 is not going to make it easier. CS2,
no, I don't think
I think it's worse.
Oh, boy.
Things looking a lot less worse for Zebedee in this game. I mean, we were trending towards what felt like a 13-2 halftime score at one point, and now Space Cats have kind of slowed down. The money troubles of the CT side really starting to hurt them here, but they do have those saves you were talking about. CryptoCloaks does have that AK trying to play the headshot angle. Can't find the kill onto does actually end up finally getting the kill onto Finder after trading his teammate. He's going to play this passively, Danny. I like this. You pick up that first kill. You recognize the cavalry is returning with you, and you can play post-play.
Yeah, this is intelligent play right here, going for the retake scenario. And Sid, I'm surprised none of these rifles didn't end up getting dropped to him. He's just with the P250, but hey, with how lethal he is, you can probably get it done with anything. Puts a few shots in towards New Box here, but nothing quite confirmed just yet. And Barrick is on a tear. He picks up a couple before going down, and now Sid again in a 1v3, but this time not really to his advantage with just that P250. He could try and pick up this rifle and get away, but oh my goodness, Math G comes around the corner.
What a way to get on the board.
Absolutely destroys him. Hey, you come into the game, you take down Sid. Nice work.
He did some sort of calculations on the angles there to find that headshot
for real.
Math G. That looked pretty filthy. So that could also, swings like that could actually be that's where you see ping diff. I'm not gonna lie.
Right.
I mean, Sid is on 100 ping, so there are swings like that where Math G definitely has an advantage. And Zebedee are starting to make this a match. I'm not willing to throw out the big C word, the rhymes with run back, but this is starting to get close here, Danny, and they're continuing to find these kills. Look at Ryfits picking up everything. Barrick, what has gotten into this Zebedee squad?
Maybe they just needed a little change of scenery. Now they're on the T side and they're just running it, able to win these 1v1s. Maybe they needed that long pause, just a little break and a little mental reset. And they are really making their way back into this game. This was 11-4 at half. It's now 12-7, so it's going to be 12-8 now as soon as the bomb explodes. Hopefully nobody dies to the bomb this time. Yet to be seen, but the lead has dropped to 4.
It is not planted in that deep corner, so they will have to leave pit if they want to. Math G, he got a taste for blood last round. He got a double up, and now he wants more. He's got some sort of inkling that there are players in church, but not willing to commit to it just yet. Is CryptoCloaks trying to shoot the chicken? If he dies for shooting the chicken, that is just so unfortunate if Alderman does this. But it was actually a bait to get Math G in there. And he picks up that kill, and somebody does die to the bomb, Danny. We can't get away from that.
Yeah, I was watching the minimap the whole time. I saw Finder maybe just a little bit too close to that explosion, and he indeed did die. So unfortunate. They'll learn eventually, on this T side. So it's 12-8. Space Cats, they have a little bit of money here to buy. You got 2 M4s, well, 3 M4s actually, if you count the silenced one. You have the FAMAS and an MP9 with a little bit of scattered utility. Real Car is going to throw a deep Molotov, and he is full blind. Tries to look towards the wall. That's not going to save you, buddy. Math G comes flying around the corner. That MAC-10 is leading the way. He is really providing a kind of leadership role here. Nice headshot from Ryfits. Takes down Oldenot. And now a 4v3. CryptoCloaks around the corner at M41S again. Those bullets are betraying him. Oh, dear.
I will say these are the two players you'd want on a big retake scenario. You can recognize, I can tell they play a lot of CS because they did not buy helmets, knowing they're up against AK. So DRF and Sid in a great spot here. But this is a tough retake on B site, but not if Sid finds headshots like that. Gonna drop down that banana smoke, but some late mollies from Zebedee's squad are going to make sure that they're going to have to go church. The bomb is ticking down. They only have one kid. They really just don't have a shot at this at all. And DRF is going to fall as well. Sid forced to play for exits. And we have a 3-round difference now. You can get all the stat pads you want, Sid, but that bomb blows up and your mission fails.
Yeah, adjustments need to be made, and pretty incredible overall. So here is that entry once again. A beautiful flash, flies over the half wall. Railkari cannot see. And I mean, what else can you really do in that situation but turn away and hope that they don't come flying around the corner? Unfortunately for him, that was the case. But they have found a way to take these bomb sites. And Sid, he's had to be the one to rotate over and try and help. And when you're locked out of sights, especially on Inferno, it's very difficult to retake, especially when Zebedee have pretty good post-plant utility as well. We saw a nice well-timed Molotov towards CT spawn to keep them locked out. Oh.
Railkari's having a struggling match. He's only at 2 kills there. Does get at least information and sets up Sid. And Zebedee, they were doing a good job avoiding him. They were forcing him to play retake, and now they're doing a good job just going right at him. That util usage, like you talked about, Danny, knocking him down low. DRF, a little too greedy on that swing. So is Holdenot, and that opens the door for the reroute back B. Crypto Cloaks, you have to know they're coming, and he pays to Barrack scope.
Oh. Gotta love that call from Zebedee. They go for the rush A. They force Sid out of his hidey hole in pit. Great utility. And as soon as they confirm that their numbers on A, they just bolt right back to B. The only thing standing in their way was Crypto Cloaks' AWP, but unfortunately unscoped as he walks down Banana trying to make the flank. Not the wisest decision this time around. And now Zebedee closing in. Math G, he has really been the one to kind of start these pushes, these rushes, but he's caught behind 2 Molotovs right now, has to sit in between, down to 44 HP. He's been the one to kind of just charge in there and gain some space for his team.
Zebedee bolstering up towards Banana. I will point out on the minimap, you can see number 8 there, Sid, is getting a lot of info. He's in Boiler. I believe he's playing that headshot angle, so he's getting some info that it's going to be a B hit. But here's the util usage you see from Zebedee in a couple matches. But can they get past this 3-stack? DRF already claiming Finder. Molly's raining down, and they're hightailing it out. They don't have the bomb, though. They're starting to get wrapped. The rat trap is starting to come across here for Space Cats. And there's a nice shot from Barrack to get it back. But the time is ticking down, Denny, and they have to go towards this B bomb site to grab that bomb.
Exactly. They're pretty much pinched here, and Crypto's holding this perfect angle. Nice work right there. Ryfits, so many different locations to look at when you're coming around that corner, and now he makes a beautiful reposition. Barrack actually connects, though. Nice spray down there. Holdenot, good damage, but not quite enough. And now Sid, we've seen him win clutches with similar HP. And he is just sprinting in, no hesitation.
They have to know. I mean, both opponents are really low, but it's Barrack who wins the duel. If Sid was 100 HP, it wouldn't have mattered. A headshot. And what a match, Danny. I mean, we're nearly deadlock. How did we get here?
It just really didn't seem like there would be a turnaround. But hey, Zebedee looking a lot more confident on this T side. And how about Barrack? He picks up an ace here, and he is flying right now. He is at 27 and 16. So just incredible stuff right here from Barrack, who is trying to do the best to carry his team.
So we talked about it, though, Danny, as they're struggling, somebody had to step up. It's also got to give some credit over to Ryfits. I mean, a couple of those last couple of rounds that they were able to grab on the CT side were him holding down that A site. Also coming along, as well as 16 frags, Powdertail has woken up a bit as well. They just got to ride the momentum out here. Why not keep going B? They've had so much success forcing those superstars like Sid and DRF to play retake, as they're the two real A defenders, so why not continue hitting this B site where Holding On Company have struggled to hold?
Yeah, well, I mean, look at the adjustment they've made, though. They've put Sid over towards that B site, knowing that they do favor it, so this could actually help them in the long run, but they're sending Sid over towards A now. It is Power Tail causing that distraction, and it is taking Sid off the bomb site. This is wonderfully played by Zebedee, but now they're actually just going to bolt right through Banana and up mid towards A. Oh dear. A little bit of a jump scare there for Railkari and his teammate. DRF doing the best he can hold down in the cross, but Power Tail, he's already made his way through. He is on the site, and I'm not sure that he is aware of this fact. He does hear the footsteps. Nice shot there, low HP on Finder. So there is still a world where Space Cats can get back in here. Goes behind the wall to dodge that flash.
The rotators are pretty slow here. You still have Holding On Company on the site, but it's the superstars that are stepping up. DRF, 3-letter name, 3K on the retake. It's Barrick now in a 1 versus 3. He's had Sid's number in back-to-back rounds. The down flick doesn't land, and it's Sid that will actually fall to Barrick. He does find that big kill, and he's just playing the time now. So well played from Barrick. He doesn't really even need to hit the shots. He just needs the bomb to go off. Holding On trying to stick to defuse the tech. 9 will find it and save the round. We are knotted up at 12 in this first semifinals match.
Oh my God, Barrick. Perfect post-plant position right there. Just waiting, not over-peaking, listening for the tap, and just plays the time to perfection. This game is tied. And it seemed like Space Cats, DRF did everything in his power to make that retake happen. 3 kills, including one that was where he was jumping around the corner into the bomb site while spraying that M4. Is not enough. Surprisingly enough, it is not. And so here we are, 12-12, and we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, the kind of the final stretch here. Zebedee have all the momentum on their side right now. Oh, Barrick. Almost given one for free. Holding On doing well to not fully expose himself.
Yeah, good job being able to fall back to that half wall. And who says this map is CT-sided? I was wrong. My God, both these teams are coming away with so many rounds on this T side. And now it feels just like, you know, a sprint to 4 with this 12-12 score. Like, good jumping nade. Holding On drops so low. They still have Sid waiting on this B bomb site, and this time looks like Zebedee will decide to commit, but Barrick is just Terminator right now. Knocks down 2 of those B defenders. Sid waiting in the wings, though, has a bit of a lineup, picks up 2 before he falls. This is a huge 2-on-2. This could completely swing these last 4 rounds.
One of the biggest rounds of the game. To be certain, DRF, he is locked behind the smoke. It's about to fade. There goes the flash over, but his teammate goes down from long range. Barrick, he can't be stopped here. That AWP is dangerous. Nice Molotov towards New Box. That's going to push him off the position, and he gets the kill. Super well done, but now he's going to find Ryfitz. He has no idea of his current location, and the element of surprise will drop DRF in the clutch. So Zebedee, their foot is not off the gas pedal just yet, but it is super close.
They have their first lead of the entire semifinals match. DRF, real heads up Molotov, shuts down Barrick, who had the 4K. And he leans on his teammate, Ryfitz, who we already highlighted, has had some big moments as well. Zebedee, back from the dead, have the lead, and they've got a pretty broken Space Cats economy. P90s, FAMAS is coming out. This is looking pretty dire.
That it is. Look at this. Crypto Cloaks is pushed all the way through apartments. I don't think we've seen this at all from Space Cats yet. So really going deep into the playbook here to try and catch Zebedee off guard. Unfortunately for Cloaks, nobody in ult mid, but he could still catch him if he pushes around. Only good for 1. Nice immediate refrag from Ryfitz. Zebedee up by a player. And Sid stuck behind the sandbags, playing off his teammate's contact. That is Railkari doing the dirty work, and he will eventually go down. So now they're going back towards A, but DRF is stopping them. He is in their way, an obstacle that they have to overcome. He's picked up the double, and now Finder has to deal with them head on. He will not be able to stop him. DRF, he has come alive in these last few rounds for Space Cats, and we're tied again.
What a big round there from DRF. That could have been just such a big momentum swing because he's covering that banana exit. He nearly went for the push himself. If he'd been caught out, that makes Sid in just such a tough spot. He's needs to rotate off the B bomb site. He's 1 versus 3 again when we've seen him clutch up, but not these last couple rounds. Sid is up to 50 frags as we go the distance here, and it still might not mean enough.
It would be just... Oh, what a nade from DRF! The Kobe coming out. He has just like transformed into a completely different player ever since these last few rounds have gone by. Nice shot from Holden on, who's struggled a little bit, but that's wonderful right there. Math G almost catches the timing there as they retreat back to the site. He's not going to let him get away easily, knowing that he's low HP, but not aware of this second player here, Relkari. No, he goes for the reload. Why? You have 50 bullets in the chamber, Relkari. And now that will give Zebedee the plant. And it's DRF who has been making good plays here, but is stuck behind a CT smoke once more. And this flank from Crypto Cloaks could be huge.
They re-smoke it to CT. DRF has a little bit of an angle, but nobody's really going to peek out there. He's going to have to take his op church side, which is so tough to play. Crypto Cloak has to go big here with this flank, just dropping all of his util. Gets that molly, but doesn't really find anyone. DRF does sneak through the smoke. They've got to go now, though. There's just no time on the clock. They're thinking about going back, but they walk right into Power Tail's lineup. And Zebedee take the lead right back from the clutches of Space Cats.
Yeah, great timing from Power Tail right here. We'll take a look at it one more time. He's just waiting by first oranges, knows that he doesn't have to take any peek, no contact needed. And as that time goes down, they're panicking. They're looking towards the wrong direction, and Power Tail lines them up. Nice spray control. And Zebedee back on top. So back and forth we go here in the late stretches of semifinal number 1. A game that looked very much to be in Space Cat's control. We could have guaranteed them a spot in the grand finals. Is now under pressure. Zebedee 2 rounds away from closing out. Math G, oh my goodness, look at the pace on this guy. Power Tail right behind him, though, to trade, and he is not stopping for anyone right now. Sprinting through a long-range engagement with the MP9. DRF nearly wins it, but still, that AK is going to come out on top.
I love the switch up of pace. They've gone B, 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 B. They pulled Sid over there, the 50 frag man himself. And what do? They answer back with a straight apps rush to get the B bomb side there. There is no kit on these CTs, so they have to go now to get the plays. Barrick can't find Sid, does get one to knock down the numbers. Relkari has to do something with this MP9, pushing through Moto, able to not find much. Sid getting some damage down, but he's once again 1 versus 3. The bomb is ticking down. Power Tail running out of ammo, but he just has to play time. There's no window for Sid. He has to run back, and CBD are on match point.
Wow. I mean, they have found a way to contain Sid. Find a way.
Oh, come on, man.
And
haven't we learned?
I thought we would have at this point, but I mean, give him a little bit of we'll give him a little bit of slack this time. They were going against Sid in the 1v3. They wanted to make sure they won that round and that there was going to be no clutch possible. But here we are, 15-13. One more round. We'll close out this semifinal and book Zebedee into the grand finals against all odds. What a comeback this has been. We'll see if Space Cats have anything left in the gas tank here.
This is just, it's 2 different matches going on right now, and it wasn't even just a half by half. I mean, Space Cats won the pistol. They looked like they were still on their same sauce they were cooking with in the first half, but since then, Zebedee have done such a good job responding with these players like Barrick, like Rifits. Power Tail is now way over positive KD as well, but Barrick's definitely the guy you have to talk about. 36 and 21, and you got, I believe, at least 20 of those kills, if not more, have come in this second half for Barrick, and a lot of those on the AWP. He's continuing to look to hunt here. Space Cats, you can tell how much they've changed their stance here, Danny. They're playing completely back on Upper Banana, and that could just completely burn them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full-on B execute. Every nade you could possibly think of coming through. Relkari somehow, from long range, grabs a headshot with that P90, but, I mean, all these Molotovs landing, the smokes down, it is kind of smoking these players out. Holdenot gets it. That's the bomb dropped with the last bullet in his chamber. Makes it happen. And, we're having server issues. Okay, no, we're back in
we're
the
back.
action. Just a little pause. Don't worry, guys. We're still here. The bomb is still on the ground. And Math G
no.
brings it back to a 2v2. This is as close as it gets, Slayer.
And Barrick, he's switching off the AWP to go for the AK, and it gets him a kill on a DRF. If there were anyone else Space Cats could lean on to keep their tournament hopes, their grand finals hopes, their 21 sat hopes alive, it would be Sid on 51 kills through 29 rounds. Good molly, though. They know he's coming from Banana. They're setting up the crossfire, but he's able to find Matt G. He swings, and he can't. He gets the spray. He does it. Barrick sneaks it out. And Zima D come back from a complete loss of a half to win it. They're going on to the grand finals.
What an incredible match. Something that we had been waiting for in this tournament, and we got treated to an absolute banger of a match right there. It looked so one-sided, but then Barrick just finds just some kind of secret power inside him to just go crazy, pick things up, of course, with that AWP again, but not only with that AWP, but with other weapons as well. And Zebedee, all they needed was just a little bit of change. They get onto the T side, they get onto the offensive, more aggressive side of things, and are able to neutralize Sid, who was kind of able to just run around and do his own thing on that T side. But on the CT side, you have to be a lot more organized, and that's kind of where the weak point was for Space Cats in that game.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder, Danny, if in that 16-0 for Space Cats against Unchained Gaming, I'm willing to assume that they started on T side. I think they got 15 rounds on T side the way that they looked on Inferno tonight, and man, that's just got to sting, especially for guys like Sid. I mean, what do we say? Zach dropping 38 kills in a match and losing? That's tough. How about dropping 51 kills in a match, or 52 and losing?
Yeah, I mean, you do everything in your power. But we'll bring in our wonderful host again, Mary. We'll talk about the match a little bit and have our interview as well with one of the players on their side. Mary, what a game this was. A lot closer than we initially expected.
Oh my gosh, this match kept me on the edge of my seat. I kept monitoring the chats as well, like the way everyone was like, "Who is Sid?" It was all over Twitter, Noster, then the chats. They're like, he's literally carrying the game. And then personally, I think having Matt G on was like Zebedee's lucky charm right there, personally. So for those who don't know, like Matt G is known to host a lot of the CS:GO live streams for Zebedee. So he has great experience in the game, and I guess he was just what Zebedee needed.
Yeah, he was the super sub, it felt like at that point. But we talked about, we highlighting it, and these plays feel like ages ago, Danny, that Sid was able to make. You talked about it when we got out of here, that on that T side, he was just able to go on the offensive constantly. Space Cats were really just running away with it. The only way they lost rounds in that first half was forgetting to plant the bomb and a wicked Barrick shot off the rip that just happened to hit Sid. And the game just completely changed on its head once we got past this first half.
I mean, I think the best way to describe it is a tale of two halves. I mean, you have Space Cats on the T side, just letting Sid kind of run rampant. Zebedee, a little bit unorganized on the CT side of things, despite it being Inferno and it is CT sided. He was able to just find space and grab kills. As soon as they got onto the T side of things, Sid, he had to play more conservative. He had to sit back on that A site. And I think Space Cats, I don't know, or Zebedee, I don't know if they realized quickly or maybe if they didn't know at all, but they were pushing that B site more often than not, and that's where Sid wasn't. So they were picking the right sites. It clearly made Space Cats pretty uncomfortable on the defensive side of things. So they did really good to make that adjustment. They had a little bit of a break, and I think also Matt G coming in as the sub was very impressive. I mean, you have Mendel Fox go out, the captain of the team, you lose him. It's almost like, man, if you lose your captain, it's going to be tough. But Matt G comes in and he does his part perfectly, helps out Zebedee to get the win.
Yeah, it was really, really impressive. I'm still not even sure what I saw. It was just crazy. All this while I was like, okay, Space Cats, you've got this. Final, it's yours. And then out of nowhere, Zebedee just changed the game. We have someone in the interview right now. So I'm curious to hear what their take is like.
Yeah, I
I
am
think
as
we're
well.
still, yeah, I think we're still waiting on the interview to get here, but still, I mean, I definitely want to hear from somebody. I mean, I need to know. Listen, I know that not everybody on all these squads is really, adjusted to playing Counter Strike, especially with the pressure of playing in a tournament like the Orange League. But I just gotta know what the comms are like, because
Right.
the highs and lows, man, like that, like you're sitting staring at a potential like. You're at 10-3. What was it? I think like the lows
Yeah.
there, and then what could the comms have been like when Barrett comes up with that final kill? I can't imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure that there were yells, screams, just everybody having a great time in the chat for the side of Zebedee, who made that comeback in tremendous fashion as well. And that just kind of goes to show the momentum factor and how big of a thing that is in CS:GO. So I mean, it's pretty crazy how quickly things can turn on their heads. You get a few rounds together, and all of a sudden, it's so difficult to stop one team when they feel like they've got everything under check. And to be honest with you, it's crazy to see how close this game was. Now, initially at the beginning, we thought it would be close between Space Cats and Zebedee. It didn't look like it at first, but now we're seeing, now that we get to the semifinals, a lot closer matches here. I'm sure the next semifinal that we have coming up will also be good, between, I think it's Coin Corner and I think it's what was the other team? It's
Orange Mart.
Thank you.
Orange
Mart.
Mart,
Yeah, I'm sure that'll also be a good one as well. But that's how it goes in these tournament fashion, these tournament style matches, where you have the quarterfinals, you kind of weed out the bad teams, and then you have the semifinals, and then of course the grand finals will be the highest level of play that we'll see today.
Yeah, it's getting intense. It's getting intense, and I mean, I'm ready for surprises now. After what I just saw, I'm just so ready for surprises. Which member of the teams did you feel were you the most surprised by, Danny?
I think probably for me it was Mandelfox. He had a pretty big role to play in the first game, which gave Zebedee a pretty dominating win as the team captain. Definitely struggled a lot here on Inferno. Of course, he had his fair share of internet issues. Did have to have Matchy to sub in, but it's a little unfortunate. So overall, Zebedee still gets the win. So I'm sure Mandelfox is happy no matter what.
Yeah, now we have the interview ready. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hello?
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. All right, here we are. There we go. All right. Well, Barry, we get Power Tail to talk to
Hey.
from the Zebedee squad.
How's it
Yeah,
going?
hi.
Hello.
Good. How's it going at your end?
I'm shaking. I'm really I'm nervous. I was my heart's beating at like 170 beats per minute right now. Probably. It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, you did really well in the first round, and so what? I mean, what was the comms like? I know that Slayer actually asked that during our discussion, but like, what was the comms like at your end, especially in the first half? I'm curious about what it was like in the first half.
The first half was a little low for us. Like at first we were normal, like it was like the first map, and then it just kind of died down. And I kept trying to motivate the players, like, "Come on, we got this. Let's just get to the fifth round." And we got the 10-5 half, which is exactly what what we needed it. And then Mandel suggests that we have PC issues, and we were already having a ton of tech issues, but luckily we had a sub ready on the go, and he played great too. And then in the second half, I mean, the moment we started gaining flow, everyone was screaming. Everyone was saying what like strategies, whatever. Bar kind of took the IGL role. He kind of like called all the strats and stuff. And then I was just kind of telling everybody to stay alive, like let's play as a team, like etc. And it was just a bunch of screaming, a bunch of celebrating, and yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine what the highs and lows was like there for you, Power Tail. But I do want to kind of pick your brain on it because, I'm sure the way you play, I could tell you've certainly played a lot of Counter Strike in your day. You're still playing a lot of Counter Strike. Very rarely do you see an enemy opponent drop 52 frags on you and you win. I mean, talk to me about how you guys avoided Sid so well in that second half and just forced him into spots where he really even couldn't perform.
So basically, there was a moment where we realized wherever Sid is, you run and go the other side as fast as possible. So because like he was having a great game. I don't know how he was that good. Honestly, I used to play at a pretty high level, and I've never played anybody like him. So props to him. Um, but basically, if someone died from Sid, we just took everything, ran to the other site, and then like from there it was pretty easy because as a team we were able to kill everybody, and then all we have to do is stay alive and just handle Sid, because obviously no player can kill 4 players like looking at you. So that's how kind of we did it. And in the earlier half, like to win those last 3 rounds, we were just get Sid out the way and then focus on the rest of the round. We really just, he needed to be dead or not in our way in order to like be actually able to play. So that's how we did that.
So it seemed like Sid was like, wherever Sid goes, that was the strategy.
Yeah. It was just avoid him, honestly, because he was gonna kill you. I mean, he was having, I don't know. I just like, he would pop on my screen, I'm dead. Like it wasn't like I couldn't shoot back. I couldn't like do anything. And I remember before the game started, like I saw our stats, like, and I was like, oh, it's me versus Sid. And I was like, no, this guy, I can't kill this guy. I'm done. Like I was like.
So what are your expectations for the next match? We don't know who you're gonna be up against though, but like, what do you have in mind right now?
I think we just relax a little bit. I feel like there's a lot of like jitters going on. So just relax a little bit, get ready. And it's all about having fun, you know? This is as long as you have fun, the flow will come, the aim will come, everything else will come with it. You just gotta have fun. We don't know who we're playing. We're gonna go into it blind, and then a couple rounds in, we're gonna figure out what the strategy is. So, but for now, we gotta just calm it down and just focus for the next match.
Yes, I mean it's simple, right? And I'll leave you with the last question. I by the way, I love the dorm setup. I love that you're just fragging out
Thank
like
you.
this, having to set up in the dorms right now. Certainly great. But before you can move on to that grand finals, just talk to me about you've been up and down not only for your squad but you personally, because you played the lights out on Mirage, right? Just super easy performance. You were running around getting frags constantly, and then that first half was really rough for you. How do you think you could translate, the fact that you've had the lows, you've had the highs now going into that grand final?
For me, it's just about like getting the confidence back. Like early on, I just like kept dying, and then obviously the team wasn't performing well. So I was just like, I kind of like was frustrating. So I just gotta, I in the first map, I was just out and about. I playing with confidence, flashing, peeking, whatever. So but the most important thing for me is I'm playing the important role in my team. I just need to make sure that I stay alive and support with flashes. The score can come with whatever, There's a lot more than killing. The first map I just was able to frag out and do my thing. So
good game, Powertail.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I wish you best of luck in the next round.
Thank you guys. Thank you for having me.
Wow, I love his attitude personally. He has a good mindset towards the whole game.
Right, yeah,
But
grinding down the dorms. Like I always appreciate it. Getting his degree and getting frags out on the maps.
Definitely.
Absolutely. So let's go on a quick break, and then we'll see what happens in the next match.
She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. Can I get a warning for you switch on me? Or can you tell me to my face that you don't want me? This shit been waiting on me and I feel like concrete. But lately it been seeming like I know you hardly. You good at talking shit when I'm saying sorry. And I don't think for real that you would be my shorty. And when I go around your friends, they always looking salty. And if I walk away, then they gon' diss me probably. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a losing. I just wanna know who you think you fooling. Heartbreak, hotel, I'm about to move in. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. All these bitches play too much and that's the issue. I can't fuck with none of them, man, I can't pretend to. And how you going ghost after everything we've been through? I'm sending SOS cause I don't get the signals. I'm looking up and I can use an angel. I wish we could go back to being strangers. I know that you're going through stages. I'm beginning to think we toxic and I'm dangerous. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a losing. I just wanna know who you think you're fooling. Heartbreak, hotel, I'm about to move in. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to trust. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose the feeling every single time we touch. I never meant to leave you all alone. I'm counting the days that I've been gone. It's sad to say that this is how it goes, but this is the path that we never chose. This gravity is pulling me away, and now I need to know, how do I get home back to you? When I'm stuck in this hole that you're looking through, all I wanna do is fall asleep with you. But I'm stuck in this hole that's pulling me from you. How do I get home? So let's take it back to where things began, before that night when it all crashed. This gravity is
Ooh, welcome back, everyone. And now we are going to check out the match with Orange Mart and Coin Corner, two teams that we've not seen their gameplay. Expectations, guys, and I'm curious to hear what Slayer thinks about those two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, right? Because my logic when it comes to these tournaments, Mary, is that I like to give a lot more credit to teams that have grinded out to get to a certain spot here. And check your corners, or check your coin corners here. They played the tightest match of the quarterfinals, taking that 16-14 over Black Swans, and we did make sure to shout out, I believe it was Zach was on the other squad. Oh, it is Gib. Gib's the one you want to look out for when it comes to check your coin corners. But we are also talking about an Orange Mart squad that 16-1'd their quarterfinals opponent, and I also am immediately going to pick them because Aussie Osborne is a sick name, and that photo just, come on, I mean,
What do you
why
even
not?
call that haircut? Like, I need a name for that.
It's aerodynamic, bro. What do you want?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I think Orange Mart is going to be probably my favorite coming into this just by their score in the quarterfinal, 16-1. But I mean, check your coin corners, a team that won in the quarterfinals as well. So, I mean, with the match that we saw just a little bit ago, I'm sure that this one will be a banger as well. You're looking at Gib, 35 kills. That's pretty insane. We thought that was high, and then Sid dropped 51. So the numbers are just increasing more and more. But Ozzy Osbourne, you're looking at the other side. Beautiful guy, beautiful kill-death ratio as well. With a number 9. And we can actually take a look at the rest of the team. Gib, Francis, Ryan, Sam, Victor, going to be the guys on the Check Your Coin Corners. Then you got Paparoni, Ozzy Osbourne, Sodap, Sinolapse, and Spectre to fill things out. And guys, we are looking to find a challenger for Zebedee. We're looking for someone to face them in the grand finals. We'll get it right here.
I just really quickly want to point out, this is also the battle of first names versus gamer names, by the way. It's like one side, it's like Gibb, Sam, and the other side's Aussie Osborne and like all these crazy gamer names. It's interesting. It makes sense that one of those squads 16-1 in the quarterfinals, the ones with the gamer names.
Yeah. So another question that I wanted to ask in the first time was when we checked out the stats, there was something called ADR. Right? What is that? What does that mean?
Dan, you got this one.
You want me to get it?
I KD ratio, you know. ADR is probably the best stat.
Yeah, true, yes. Slayer did last time, so.
Oh, well, so it's a combination of different stats. You've got damage overall, and then it kind of just it takes it's average damage per round, essentially. So if you take ADR, that's the minimum. I'm gonna be honest. I totally just like my brain shut off trying to figure out what ADR meant right there. But luckily, my producer had my back. Average damage per round. So you're looking at how much damage, obviously, with weapons, with utility that you're getting per round. So the higher number you see, the better stats. So with everything pretty much in CS:GO, the bigger the number, the better. So you're looking at 270, anything above 100 is pretty incredible. So the fact that you're seeing numbers upwards of 200 is insane.
Yeah, it's Mary, the kills can be a little bit deceiving sometimes because the ADR tells the true story. I feel like it's one of the true stats in CS:GO because you could have a guy who has like 5 kills in a match, but if he has like 180 ADR, that just means that he's doing a ton of damage but not really finishing the kills. And somebody else could have a really high amount of kills, but they're kind of getting, lobs. If you're playing baseball, somebody's lobbing up a baseball and he's just crushing these home runs that are like so easy because they're going against these really injured opponents. So ADR really tells who's doing a lot of work in the game that you don't necessarily see on the immediate stat sheet.
Oh, got it. Well, that's really interesting. I mean, I didn't know all that. So, looking at the stats, it seems like Coin Corner did more damage last time.
Yeah, I believe.
Am I mixing the two of them?
No, I believe Aussie Osborne had a pretty ridiculous ADR from last time as well. So yeah, I think you're right on par.
Cool. I can't wait because the way the spectators are hyping Orange Mart in the live chat, I mean, they're making me have FOMO over their first match. So yeah, let's go into the tournament.
Well, we do have Overpass.
Oh,
it is not Overpass again.
Dude,
we're just deliberately trying to confuse you here. You gotta know your maps, guys. This is Overpass, set in Berlin, Germany. They're gonna be the setting for semifinal number 2, where we will meet our second grand finalist, and then of course the team who will play in the 3rd place decider against Space Cats. And we are just right into the action. It is Orange Mart On that CT side, Overpass, if you did not know, one of the more CT-sided maps in the pool. So you're hoping for a high score for Orange Mart here in the first half.
I'm kind of glad, Danny. I didn't know if we would get full map variety on stream, but we have so far. We've covered 3 different maps. I don't know if that'll keep up with the way the teams we've seen play love Inferno, especially through the quarterfinals with whatever that matchup comes in the grand finals. But right now, just a straight A push for Check Your Coin Corner. Sodap dapping up some headshots there. Dice is a really big spot to play towards A side. That's where you see him. Ozzy Osbourne with the dualies, though, waiting at truck. He's tapping along, but really ain't able to find much more. Sodap somehow survives around Dice the entire time and comes up with a 4-piece to give the pistol round over to Orange Mart.
One of those guys was going for the knife on truck there. I'm not sure if he saw that, but
I definitely missed that.
He wanted that knife kill right at the end, but Sodap takes it away. Nice job from Orange Mart right there, just kind of playing off the site, waiting for the retake, and it works out perfectly. And they start off 1-0. Orange Mart, of course, they were the 16-1 victor, and that was in the quarterfinals. So if that gives you any kind of indicator as to how good this team is, well, hopefully you'll see it right here. As Check Your Coin Corners, they've got a long road ahead of them. I'd say they're probably a little bit of the underdog coming into this.
It looks like Orange Mart are big fans of these shotguns, with the Mag 7 not doing enough work until right at the witching hour for Ozzy Osbourne. Able to pick that one up, but Bogsaya able to get a flank there. Nice headshot. Spectre is now pretty trapped towards Khan, but they're wrapping to support him. Zodap does find Gib. They're pushing into the MP9, but that is the playground of an SMG. Spectre able to pick up a big 3-piece. Orange Mart looking like the Titans. Our lovely chat is upholding them to be.
Yeah, and you know, surprisingly enough, actually Check Your Coin Corners just go for a full-on save there. So you can't expect too much, but we actually do have all 5 players coordinating together to not buy anything. So it's going to be AKs across the board for the T's here. This will be their best opportunity to finally get around on the board. Hasn't been too long, but still, we want to try and break through and keep the CT money low as to not let them get away with too much. And Gib, he is posted on this angle. This is one of the guys that had a really good performance, 35 kills in the quarterfinals, so you're looking for him to be a pretty big part of this T side for Check Your Coin Corners, but it's a much slower approach here in round number 3.
And this is the problem with winning that kind of wacky buy round. If you are Orange Mart on the save, is you shouldn't really commit to getting rid of those guns. And you can see Senelapse is still on the XM. I believe he spotted out a couple players to Monster. I don't know if he really got a good look at them. The Mighty Ryan, though, able to play entry. Paparone is down, and Check Your Coin Corners are going to likely rush right out onto this B site. That Molly not going to cut them off from Khan. So they still have both avenues, but Denny, they're a little skittish to pull the trigger here for this push.
Yeah, they're holding back. It's a little bit of a delayed hit, and Senelapse, that shotgun is very dangerous at that range right now. Swinging Monster gets one, could go for another. He's got it. The auto shot, he comes through. He's got to reload, so Bogsaya comes swinging around. And there's so much happening all in the span of a few seconds. It was Spectre to be finally alive. We do have another look at this here because there was so much going on. So obviously you have Senelapse with the shotgun, but in the meantime, Trades on the other side.
Yeah, Gib was doing such a good job, and who else, right? He picks up 2 of those kills, really cutting down the other defenses. And you were right, Denny, by all accord, watching Senelapse's XM expertise made us think that was going to be a runaway round for Orange Mart, but a lot closer. And Check Your Coin Corners, they don't have a round on the board, but something you talked about that's important to do on the T side is knock the economy down. They take Orange Mart's economy down to peg, but Ozzy Osbourne, the other player we highlighted, knocks down the Coin Corner boys by taking out Gib.
Yeah, they had him boosted up on Party.
Oh my god,
that is a massive HE grenade. Jigsaw and the Mighty Ryan. Mighty Ryan not so mighty anymore, down to 19 HP. His teammate on 18, and Paparone, he is just going to come around this corner, and they just pinch the connector players. Wonderfully done right there. Jigsaw, he had a chance at it, but even still with the Glock and low HP, can't do much in that scenario. So nice work from Orange Mart. They're crossing their teeth. They're dotting their I's. They're looking good in the beginning of Overpass right here.
And it's important to mention, like you talked about earlier, Danny, that Overpass is certainly very CT-sided. I've been made aware that through the vetoes here, Coin Corner did take Inferno away, and it was Orange Mart that took Mirage away. The big thing about those two maps is, I would argue those are the two closest maps when you talk about statistical CT to T splits right now. Overpass is the most CT side that we've seen on stream today, so keep that in mind. Orange Mart look really sharp, but they're expected in the math department to come away with a pretty handsome lead. The way Spectre is able to find that opening pick, who really cares about those statistics?
Right, and it really does look like Orange Mart have a game plan going forward. They have players spread out throughout the map, kind of trying to gain information for their team. Still very early on into the round, so Spectre was lucky to get that kill out and stay alive at the same time, making a long trek back down long. Sodap will try his hand at the long peak, but the numbers dwindling for Check Your Coin Corners pretty quickly, although that's a nice turnaround right there. Samzer getting on the board. He'll get one for Check Your Coin Corners. Ozzy Osbourne kind of stuck in this divider area, but what a supporting flash. It's so good. It allows Ozzy to get that kill, and now the bomb is dropped in a very compromised position.
Where is Samzer right now, though? He's all the way flanking the A site. He's in CT spawn, it feels like. Able to find a kill there, so they're starting to pinch these CTs, but Sodap does find the Mighty Ryan. So Samzer, you work hard for this flank. Paparone is lurking and has him down to a beat. Here's the sounds, gets the taps, finds the kill. Orange Mart looking like a titan in the Orange League. Hey, how about it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, hey, it's matching up right now. We'll take a look at this flash again, because you can see that Ozzy, he's sitting by divider. And as someone who has cast a lot of Counter-Strike, you know that he's calling for that flash. You get it thrown over, and it's perfectly timed as he's coming out of connector. Sprays him down, full blind. There's no way to win that fight if you're on the other side right there. Beautifully done. But, I mean, Samzer, he had a full flank all the way around. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition. How about another good flashbang? This has been the best utility usage that I've seen, I think, out of pretty much any team so far.
Yeah, the only one, I mean, I would give at least a little bit of credence over to Zebedee, who are in the grand finals for a reason. They had a lot of good execute util usage on that Inferno B site. But in terms of pop flashing, which is one of the harder things to do, you can learn lineups easy. You can go into a server and learn lineups, but there is nothing like the timings you need for these pop flashes, and it has got Orange Mart in such a good spot. Gib has to be the catalyst. We talked about him, had so many frags in their quarterfinals match. He spotted out from Dice. That jumping leap won't work out too well, though, for Ozzy Osbourne. He does end up falling. The problem is, there's no supporting cast right now for Gib, it seems, from Check Your Corn Corners.
Yeah, and he's making his way back, which is the right move here, because Senelaps is on the flank, as well as another teammate right behind, and he gets caught looking the wrong way. Ryan will beat him out, and now makes the mad dash towards A. Little does he know that there's another one lurking in the shadows, waiting to make his move, and he could just walk directly into Spectre's off, who makes the turn, doesn't quite see anybody, give it close range. Oh my goodness, a bit chaotic, and now all of a sudden it's a 1v1. Paparone stuck behind the dice. Perfect peek. He catches him with a nade in his hand, but he can't spray him down.
That could be a very, very costly mistake here, but luckily he still has the time on his side. He has the HP advantage. There's no reason to panic if you're Paparone here. You can quite literally sit behind dice, watch these two angles, and if you hear a plant sound, you can go right over top. And he's got the audio cues. He's just dancing around dice right now, but he can't find the kill. The Mighty Ryan, that is a huge spot to come up clutch, and Check Your Coin Corners are on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I like the game plan from Ryan right there, or from Paparone. Just kind of sit behind the dice, play the time. Unfortunately, as soon as you get caught, Ryan knew it was 6 seconds left. He was not going to get the plant off, considering his opponent was so close. He's got to just post up and play that fight. Instead, he gets caught running around dice again, trying to play the time for maybe a little bit too long, and that's going to give Check Your Coin Corners their first round of the game. Maybe they just needed a little breakthrough to try and get past this defense, which has been very difficult for them to stop. Oh, Ryan could have one right here. He gets caught looking at too many targets, and Orange Mart will come on top in terms of trades. Samzert sitting back a little bit late on the shots right there. And now Jigsaw alone.
Smart, they've been really technical so far on their CT side. It looks a little chaotic because of these pushes they have, but they're really technical pushes. It's an app Lapse is going to pick off Jigsaw, but you know, there's chaotic aggression and there's tactical aggression in CS. And when you're two stacking and double pushing to make sure that you are in a prime position for those trades, that's a mark of a really good CT side there. And Danny, Orange Mart went for 2 of those into Con and through Monster that just completely pushed Check Your Coin Corners out of anything.
And teams at the highest level of CSGO know it's all about the small things. It's all about the tiny little details. And right now, Orange Mart are staying on top of things perfectly. And interestingly enough, you usually see kind of a 3-man setup on B, but Orange Mart feel very confident in their defense to leave Paparone and Sinolapse over there. Gib is taking a fight in Connector, but won't confirm any kills just yet. Spectre's trying to hang around here. Paparone will not be caught off guard. Nice job by him. Good awareness. Sodap is all the way through Fountain and into the T-spawn. He takes the bomb away and Samzert's life. And Bogsaya, he's got to try and get it back, but at this point, I don't know how much more they can do. And Jigsaw, he's not ready for this push. Sinolapse takes him down.
I mean, they are turning Check Your Coin Corners into check every corner because they can't go anywhere.
Oh, boy.
Danny, 3 of those kills came in T-spawn for Check Your Coin Corners right now. Orange Mart are on a different level. Somebody messed with the bull and they're getting the horns because they got 1 brown on the board, and ever since then, Orange Mart look even scarier in my mind than they did in the first 5-round sprint.
Man, oh man. Orange Mart are certainly living up to their name right now, or at least the scoreline that we saw in the quarterfinals. You take a quick look at the stats here. Sodap, 12-2. Ozzy, and I mean, really just everybody here having a combined good performance. Oh, yeah. Well, Ozzy Osbourne gets a double kill directly through the smoke. That's unfortunate. He's going for more as well. There's a 3rd headshot. Oh my goodness. Nearly on for the ace there. Finally gets dropped, but he has done more than enough work here to most likely confirm this round, unless Jigsaw has something up his sleeve and can put together a pretty incredible clutch.
Ozzy Osbourne was on for an ace there to cement himself along the ranks of many of the big hitters in the Orange League. He doesn't end up finding it, but what a round, right? Paparone gets that nice headshot to figure it out, and we're starting to figure out by this point, you know, this is a runaway game, but if we learned anything from our other semifinals match, I will not call a game until I see 16 rounds, Danny.
Never. I think that's something that we have to live by here in the Orange League. And Orange Mart, I think one thing to point out here is this is one of the teams that I was looking at as probably one of the favorites to not only make it to the grand finals, but win the whole thing. They have a kind of a Rust background where you can basically farm Bitcoin while you play the game. I'm not entirely sure how it works, but all I know is those Rust gamers, man, they're a different breed. So I don't know how much they've sourced from that area, but they're looking to be in a great position right now.
I'm sure they are very good at trash talking if they have the opportunity to do so. But why talk with your words when you can talk with your bullets in this game, right? And Orange Mart are doing so. I will say, first round ever, I want to say, I might be wrong, but at least a majority Check Your Coin Corners haven't been able to find an opening pick. Maybe the round that they got it was a weird eco round, but now they're on a full buy. They have an op on Gib, an AWP, the dynamic weapon itself, and this is looking a lot more composed. They're starting to look like they're playing with that goldfish mentality, Danny, that they just aren't looking at the scoreboard. They're playing round by round because this is a real calculated play. This is how high-level teams play, getting opening picks on overpass. They spread out, they congregate, and they try to get the CTs guessing and turn into a blob on a site. Spectre starting to get an idea, though. It's going to be really going to be tested here as rotates aren't here just yet.
Oh man, Spectre around the dice, picks up a crucial double kill, gets a 3rd, I believe. Oh my goodness, and now the rotations have come up. Zodap outside of the scope. Lucky Aussie is right there behind to take care of the job, even if he wasn't fully scoped in. Let's take a look at that again, because Spectre gets full blinded here, knows he has to kind of make a play, realizing that they're kind of closing in on the A site, and 2-3 beautiful kills from him.
Yeah, my guy Spec Nasty right there. 11-5 now. ADR up at 122. And, you know, you always like to highlight those superstars on these rosters in their matches, but you can have superstars and win less games. It's when you're a super team you win the most games. So the stat line might not jump out, but if all these guys are fragging along, The one guy we haven't really talked about was Senelap. Since that XM round, he's now got an op in his hands. Double op on Overpass can really do damage, and Sodap shows exactly why. Another wicked flick to find a kill onto the con player, and check your coin corners can't go anywhere on Overpass right now.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's no map control for check your coin corners, and if they want to get it, they've got to fight for it. They're not going to give it up for free right now. Jigsaw and Mighty Ryan, they're fighting for their lives, stuck outside of the monster tunnel. Jigsaw nowhere to go, and the nade bounces perfectly. He lays there wondering, how did this round fall apart? Well, the answer is a really well-coordinated push in through short, and then you also have the double op setup with Xenolapse taking the long-range fights through monster. So they're playing aggressive. They're not giving check your coin corners any room to breathe.
And what really scares me about this, Danny, is that Orange Mart are kind of playing their CT side like a calculated T side, the way they're pushing. So, you know, last match we saw, we were talking, you know, about, I'm blanking on the team name right off the top of my head. The match we just watched, what am I saying?
Zebedee and
Space Cats. Space Cats. Space Cats looked dominant on their T side, but they fell flat on their CT side. That's really why they ended up losing. But the way Orange Mart are playing their CT side, I think their T side could be scarier. CT side not looking that scary in this round, though, is check your coin corners, find the 2 opening picks.
Oh, and Ryan nearly has another one. This connector player, Inspector, staying alive for the moment. Nice awareness to know that someone could be coming from the top side, and he'll pick up one of those AWPs. That'll bring it back to a 4v3, but there's still a man up. Make it 2 as Samzert shoots Spectre in the back. And now, check your coin corners. They have a bunch of options here. They're trying to get to B. That shot goes through the box. Not enough to kill Samzert, but it is a warning shot, so he will wisely take a wider approach angle to Heaven. Doesn't want to face that op one more time, and there's a Heaven smoke. Oh, he's got him dead to rights. Wonderfully done by Sam to reposition himself. Papa Roan, no idea that he has tucked himself away in the corner. And now Xenolapse 5-7. It's a good weapon slayer. Hold on.
He gets a good first kill here, but finds the second headshot. I didn't think you'd find that trade. One more tap, but Bogsaya makes sure to save it. That would have been highlight reel worthy, but check your coin corners. They're able to salvage another round here, and if they can get to 10-5, we know exactly what that spelled in the other semifinal match.
Absolutely. Comeback potential. And maybe, exactly like Zebedee needed, they just wanted to switch sides. They're just a CT-sided team, maybe. Who knows? That is yet to be seen, as we still have a few more rounds left in the first half here. It's gone fairly fast, as Orange Mart have been playing very aggressive on the CT side when Overpass can be a very slow-paced game at times. Ozzy Osbourne taking things into his own hands and pushing directly through Fountain to take down Bogsaya, and he even has support from Long as well, but Gib has cashed in on a kill, and we're back to even.
Okay. Play, but that's just too greedy of a phase there. You're not Stewie 2K there, Samzert. You're going to pay the price. Cinelapse picking up both of those. Been a rock on that swing angle towards that monster side of the B site. And Jigsaw, he doesn't even have a rifle, and he has no clue that Sodap was right behind him. It's all down to the Mighty Ryan, and he's going to have to really live up to his name if he wants a chance, but he's about to get surrounded and cut down by Spectre. Orange Mart up to 11 and cruising.
Yeah, cruising indeed. You can find a lot of words to describe how dominant this half has been for Orange Mart. 11-2, the score line. Sodap, 18 kills, 4 deaths. But you can see, this is just, I think out of a majority of the teams that we've seen so far, this is probably the most coordinated team that I've seen in Orange Mart. Everybody seems to be having a part to play. Nobody's falling behind. So this is a team that's looking dangerous right now. I'm not sure how check your coin corners can stop them. Well, maybe a bullet to the face. That's what. Jigsaw takes down Sodap after he pushes aggressively down long.
And this gamble just slows down what check your coin corners want to do. If they want to ever play fast, they just really don't have a chance with how aggressive Orange Marts are always setting up. But that's a bit of a blunder from Senelapse. Can't find the trade onto Gib. That'll open up the B side of the map. If only Gib and company knew how open that site was, they would have a free plant right now. But Ozzy Osbourne is going to be able to rotate back down. Tough spot for Spectre and Ozzy Osbourne. We're looking at their KDAs. If anybody was going to come up with this 2v4 for Orange Mart, it's these two guys.
And I wonder if they are waiting for Gib to give the information over that this B site is going to be clear, because they've gotten pretty far down long. Okay, yep, there's the call, I think. We're seeing them now start to maneuver through the bathrooms down towards connector. Although Ozzy Osbourne has just snuck his way in here. No idea. Gib, good reaction time, but no headshot. And so now you could have a change of plans here if you are check your coin corners, but you don't have much time to keep switching your tactics. You've got to commit to something.
Yeah, they're just teetering back and forth. Now they're finally going to group up and go towards A, but Spectre is here. Truck angle can be really deadly swing. If he can find this first kill, but he can't. The timing isn't there. It's all on Ozzy Osbourne, and his head is blown off. Check your coin corners. If there's any time to string rounds together, it's now as the half comes to a conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, if they can pick up this last round here, you've got a few rounds under your belt. You at least have something going for you. And as one-sided as it may seem, I think 11-4 on Overpass is not too terrible. It's not ideal. You definitely want more rounds, but I think overall you can still be happy with that. So they'll be looking to capitalize on it here, possibly make it 11-4. Oh boy, Sodap was inches away from hitting that connector shot, but Gib will just barely manage to stay alive for a little longer.
Danny, we got double XM going on here. I mean, just when I thought the Orange League was done with its secrets, we got some, I'm going to call it hidden tech. I'm not going to call it great tech. We'll see how they play it out. I mean, I don't hate the XM in con, and that is where Ozzy Osbourne is. He's playing up close in water. Senelapse is playing barrels with it, which is questionable at the best. Doesn't seem like either of those players, though, are going to get dealt with here. They're going to have to play retake potentially with those XMs the way check your coin corners are moving up long.
I love this smoke right here as well. Just covers off the op, makes it so you can get up close and personal. Oh, Ozzy could have one. Not quite enough. He needed one more shotgun shell to land. Unfortunately, won't get it. Spectre connects onto Samzert as they're still pressuring this A site. They could retreat. Sodap misses another shot. Uncharacteristic of him. That's 2 in this round. Spectre going to try and chase him down. Senelapse not in the greatest position with the shotgun, but still wins it. He still wins it at that range.
Bro.
And so, unfortunately for Check Your Coin Corners, they had the right idea, but they get shut down at the end of the half, 12-3.
I'm getting on the phone with tournament admins. We are banning the XM. That was disgusting, Danny. There's no reason you should ever win that trade against an 8K from that distance, but hey.
I agree.
Orange Mart just cooking, and they're now up 12-3. I believe was that the halftime scoreline we had of our quarterfinals matchup we saw?
I think it was 11-4.
11.
Well, it depends on which game you're talking about.
The quarterfinals between Zeb.
I'm pretty sure it was 12. You might be right.
Regardless, stupidly dominant.
Yeah.
Check your coin corners have to get aggressive to have some sort of backing here, and Gib does clear out Fountain, but long is the real push. The mighty Ryan already getting burned down here. Senelapse is playing fake, and he's picking up kills on the B bomb site, but look at all the rotates he's pulling, Danny. This is not a B play from Orange Mart.
Yeah, and they have just waltzed right onto A. Oh my goodness, Ozzy Osbourne, 2 bullets, 2 kills with that P250. And now Samzert, he is just stranded, and he goes down before he really has any time to think. Orange Mart still on top of things here. And it doesn't seem like they're going to stop anytime soon.
Like they're on a crash course for a big-time Grand Finals matchup up against Zebedee here. And it would be a really, really big-time matchup. I mean, see, Orange Mart is playing just amazing Counter-Strike right now, Danny, but I love a team that comes back the way that we saw Zebedee play in that other semifinal regardless. I mean, Orange Mart they're nailing every shot here. Ozzy Osbourne just takes a lick into the face and gives it right back to the mighty Ryan tenfold.
Pedal to the metal. That's the game plan here for Orange Mart as they take B freely. They don't have really much, like, checker corners, not a lot of weaponry, not a lot of utility, so they're getting dominated. Oh, Sodap's going to want that one back. That's a rough one. Don't want to see that in the highlights, hopefully. But, yeah, regardless, it's only one player to go down, 14-3, 2 more rounds, and this game will be over. This might be one of the fastest, at least on stream, games that we've seen. There was a 16-0 and a 16-1, and that 16-1 was, of course, a victory for Orange Mart, and they are kind of continuing with that exact kind of performance right here. Does Check Your Coin Corners have anything left here? Do they have any answers, something they can do to switch up their game plan to defend against Orange Mart? Because honestly, with the way that things are going, they'll probably just run at them again.
Yeah, I mean, they just need to shut down a round where Orange Mart are holding their W keys and just getting kills, and they just aren't coming up with that. Sodap knocking down Jigsaw. The bomb is dropped long, but that's a nasty, nasty follow from Sodap. And Gib has a flank here. He's got only a 5-7, so timing's gonna have to be a big thing. Trigger discipline will pay off. There's the first kill. Needs to find his second headshot, though, and will not. Spectre gonna claim that one. Here comes the Bison, though. Another gun we haven't seen just yet. Sam Zert spraying down. Oh, he made it close, but that is match point for Orange Mart at round 18.
Well, it seems like this might be the dying breath for Check Your Coin Corners. Gib, the guy who had 35 kills in the quarterfinals, struggled to kind of find his footing, as did really anybody on this team for Check Your Coin Corners. They were not prepared for the onslaught that Orange Mart were bringing towards them. And it is going to give Zebedee probably their toughest challenge of the tournament, and quite fitting for it to be in the grand finals. Of course, the two best teams going at it, as it should be. Sodap will pick up the first kill onto Gib. Maybe another one. Yep, there it is. And the numbers falling very rapidly for Check Your Coin Corners. It is only a matter of time here. The mighty Ryan, the last to fall. And this has been a absolute sweep. Orange Mart, take out Check Your Coin Corners.
We were due a blowout game. We thought it was the other semifinal, and we were wrong. Orange Mart 16-3. Danny, the big thing for me is you highlighted Ozzy Osbourne in the quarterfinal. It wasn't even him. It was the Sodap show. That guy, what was it, 27-7? What a performance.
Yeah, incredible stuff from him individually, but really, I think you have to look at the team. Sodap had a great individual performance. He was kind of leading the way in terms of kills, but overall, this was a team win through and through, super coordinated on both sides, T and CT, and this is going to be a banger of a grand final between Orange Mart and Zebedee. I really don't know who to pick, to be honest with you. I think Orange Mart's probably going to be one that I'm looking at. Just from what I've seen, they look super well put together.
I'm curious to see if we get Inferno banned out, but I also want to hear let's bring Mary back in, because I want to see what Mary thinks of who's going to win here and after that game. And well, Mary, that was the blowout we expected to have in the other semifinal, right?
Yeah, totally. And it just made me realize how much Orange Mart has been practicing in Rust, in their Rust server for survival. So this is it. This is the fruit of their hard work. So not disappointed at all. Good news for Zebedee, though. At least they can, see Coin Corner eye to eye and know that they weren't beaten by them. So that's a relief, because they are always on the same, they're always at the same Bitcoin conferences. So I think, yeah, no rivalries.
Yeah. I mean, there were flashes of greatness here for Check Your Coin Corners. A couple of their rounds looked pretty good, especially really when things were going for them. It was when they got very early picks and were kind of able to build off of that. But with the way and with how suffocating the CT side was being played for the side of Orange Mart, it was so difficult for them to get really any kind of formation, any form of default where they could just sit back and play for those picks. And overall, I think it's just it just shows the skill difference between these two teams. I think these guys came in fully prepared for this tournament. It seemed like they had some strategies already cooked up and ready to go. I mean, we saw how good the flashbangs, the timing was with the utility and all that. All of it puts together just a beautiful performance from Orange Mart, and it's going to be tough for Zebedee to take them down in the grand final.
Yeah, Danny, when we were talking about the quarterfinals, you have that list, the blowout checklist from a team, and one of the things I talked about when we talked about on the CT side is if they're starting to get aggressive, over push, and you can't punish them, it's a mark of a game that's gonna just get completely out of hand. And there was never really a point, maybe one blunder on that CT side where Orange Mart didn't get what they want. And I mean, it was crazy. They were getting kills. The map is so big, but it felt like all Check Your Coin Guarders could do on that T side was play around that like disco area and their T spawn. They couldn't even get out of
Right.
there. You're just not going to win games if you can't get out of there.
Yeah. So overall, and that just kind of shows how good of a team Orange Mart is. The fact that you can take that space away that most of the time is freely given to the T's, but it was just made so easy. It just seems to all come together for Orange Mart.
Yeah, I'm curious to hear what their experience was on the field. So we have an interview with someone from Orange Mart.
All right.
Hi.
Hello, Papa Roan. Congratulations on the win, my friend.
Oh yeah, holy Tamara, that was good. That was fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
thank you.
good game.
Yeah, thanks.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
So,
you know,
how much? Sorry. So, how much of all the survival activities that you're doing on Orange Mart paid off for this game?
I tell you what though, if you it's that AK spray. If you can practice the AK spray, that transfers to any game, no problem.
Yeah, that's the king of them all, right? The sprays to get down, Papa Road. But I
Yeah.
want to talk. I want to ask you about, because you've now played 2 games, right? That were pretty dominant wins, but you had standout performers in each game, right? It was Ozzy Osbourne in that first one, and this time it was Sodap. I mean, how strong
Yeah.
does it make you guys as a team that you can have different guys pop off in different games?
Yeah, but that's sort of what we're trying to focus on is our team play, and that sort of gives freedom to some of our fraggers to just show up and you know, just get some kills, you know, and that's what we wanted to focus on, just allowing that freedom just for anyone.
I think a lot of people might be interested in joining Orange Mart now. So any interesting things that's happening at Orange Mart that you'd like to share with people who are watching?
Yeah, well, for those of you who don't know, Orange Mart's run some Rust servers, and they're US based, and there's good focus on community, and there's also you know, every now and then they'll host some Bitcoin interviews with some of the guys from the space, and it's just really cool. And it's they add you know, sort of high stakes to it because you compete in events in the game to earn blood bags, and those can be traded for Bitcoin, and so it sort of adds stakes to the game and sort of creates a little bit of you know, a higher level.
And well, you guys are sort of playing on a higher level on a different game on Counter Strike Global Offensive today. I don't want to keep you too long here because I know the grand finals is certainly on your mind here. But do you have any words for your opponents in Zebadi here? How are you feeling going into the matchup up against them?
You know, so, I mean, some of us are just running around like sort of a cut snake, but we're we're just trying to, you know, just make it competitive, and we hope ZBD brings their best, and you know, we're just going to see how it goes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Papa Roan.
All right, no, thank you guys. This is awesome.
I can't wait to see how these two Bitcoin gaming companies are going to play head to head to each other. I'd have never seen anything like this in all my like what 2.5 years in Bitcoin. So and
There you
like
go.
what 15 months in Bitcoin gaming. So I'm pretty stoked to see how these two teams will play. So now that you guys have seen how Zebedee plays and Orange Mart plays, what are your thoughts, Danny?
I mean, these are 2 really good teams. I think they have really very skilled individuals on either side. I would say overall that I'm leaning more towards Orange Mart. Just looking at their team play, I feel like it's going to be all about that team coordination that's going to carry you over the edge. I think it was not obvious to me, but I definitely had my ideas that there was going to be a couple players that popped off on one of these teams, which ended up carrying them through the quarters and the semis. But I think now it's going to be the true test of strength here. So for Zebedee, they got to lock in and get ready because this is going to be their toughest opponent yet, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's fitting,
And
Danny, that our
yeah,
oh no, I was just gonna say it's pretty
please go ahead.
fitting that Danny and I's pick to win it all are actually going up against it. So we've got even more stacks here for stacks here for the casters. It's really gonna come down to it's a tried and true thing, right? Is that Orange Mart look really dominating? They've dominated all their opponents, but can Zebedee catch them off guard and have that resilience that they showed to make that crazy comeback in their semifinals? That's the two storylines that you just have to watch when we get to this grand final.
Totally. So well, let's just hope that it turns out way beyond our expectations. So let's just go in a quick break before we get into the next match.
Guys, what are you doing October 5th and 6th? Here's my pitch. 2 amazing days packed with Bitcoin-only freedom vibes. I'm talking a premium West Coast Bitcoin festival in sunny Santa Monica. We got tacos, burgers, cold beer, and cold wallets. 3-on-3 basketball tournament, beach workouts, surf sessions, tons of top Bitcoin companies, the biggest names on stage and off stage hanging out. And an even bigger swan than last year. This thing is huge. It's a bright orange future. Hit me back if you're in.
She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to try us. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch. Can I get a warning before you switch on me? Or can you tell me to my face that you don't want me? This shit been waiting on me and I feel like concrete. And lately it been seeming like I know you hardly. You good at talking shit when I'm saying sorry. And I don't think for real the two would be my shorty. And when I go around your friends, they always looking salty. And if I walk away, then they gon' diss me probably. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a losing. I just wanna know who you think you fooling. Heartbreak, hotel, I'm out of moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to try us. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch. All these bitches play too much and that's the issue. I can't fuck with none of them, man, I can't pretend to. And how you going ghost after everything we've been through? I'm sending SOS cause I don't get the signals. I'm looking up and I can use an angel. I wish we could go back to being strangers. I know that you're going through stages. I'm beginning to think we toxic and endangered. You're not loving me no more, I'm just a losing. I just wanna know who you think you're fooling. Heartbreak, hotel, I'm out of moving. She said, promise me nothing's gonna change, cause honestly, I've been on my brain like constantly. I've been going on my way. She said, I've been going on my way just to try us. And told me I'm so down to earth like what you thought it was. And I'm really starting to think I'm coming undone. Starting to lose a feeling every single time we touch.
It's getting harder, you turn my heart up, throw me in water. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. No one knows it, heart is frozen from your poison. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I miss you. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think that I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. It's getting stronger, can't take no longer. Walking the fire. I'm getting higher, just to feel ya, cause I need to. Feels like I'm burning a little bit more, just a little bit more now. Taking the potion, just to feel ya, cause I need ya. Oh my God, can't stop you like heroin. My love you got, there's no settlement. I can't pretend that we're not meant. Oh, I think I'm overdosing. 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 It's getting stronger. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing. I think I'm overdosing.
Yeah, it's greener on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Yeah, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Yeah, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking for the beauty. They don't wanna go, they know me. Maybe missing out an opportunity. Need a Uber X, gotta pick you up on the way. Oh, insecurities gon' make it hard for you to lay low. Switch yourself for someone else, you do it if they say so. Acting like you haven't seen you rolling with the halo. Yeah, it said it's not on me. I know what I want, I'm just waiting for my calling. Yeah, you got a longing to make it with somebody, but lately you been stalling. Oh, lately you been stalling. Yeah, it's greener on the other side. If you want another bride, saying that you got it tight, something that you'll never find. Yeah, another life, you gon' want another try, something like the other night, looking for another high. Yeah, expensive taste like a movie. Eyes only looking.
This is the match we've been waiting for. Orange Mart versus Zebedee. Oh my gosh. I am so excited. And the reason why I'm excited, I know I've said the word I'm excited like 100 times, but the reason why I'm specifically excited is that these are two Bitcoin gaming companies. And honestly, it's like, who's the best right now? Is it Zebedee? Is it Orange Mart? Orange Mart is fairly new compared to Zebedee. Zebedee has been around for a longer time than Orange Mart. And I mean, I love the fact, so both teams have incredible fans. Like if you check the live chat, you see a lot of people cheering for Zebedee and Orange Mart. And I think they were probably the loudest in the live chat. So, and they played really well in all their games. So yeah, like I'm just I don't know. This is if the Zebedee and Space Cats show kept me at the edge of my seat, I'm sure this one is gonna keep my eyes glued to the screen. What are your expectations, Slayer?
It's really going to see who really shows up, Mary, because we've had heroes of multiple matches now come across here. We already talked about Ozzy Osbourne was the big guy in the quarterfinals. Sodap 27-7 in the semis, and on the other side for Zebedee, Barik performed so well in that giant comeback, and you could see here Sodap, amazing image choice first of all, but 38 kills for Barik in that big time win, high ADR as well, despite the fact that they had such a slow start, Danny. And you got to feel like both these guys can also pick up the op. There's just so many possibilities.
Yeah, absolutely. He really did step up big for Zebedee when it seemed like everything, all hope was lost. He came through. We talked to I think it was one of the guys that was on the team during the interview that told us that he kind of picked up the IGL duties and really kind of led his team to victory. So that's super important to see going forward. We'll see if he can keep up that same kind of performance. But on the other side, you have Sodap, who's coming off of a good game, right? You know that Zebedee have had a little bit of time, a little bit of a break to get mentally reset. But at the same time, sometimes you also want to be fresh off of a win and just kind of riding that momentum going into the grand final. So Sodap might have a little bit of an advantage there, but you never know. Anybody on that team can pop off. And I think another thing to discuss as well is the fact that on the side of Zebedee, we know that Mendel Foxy had some trouble with internet issues. Math G had to end up subbing in. It'll be interesting to see if he's back or if Math G is going to sub in one more time.
And you did hear it talked about the fact that Math G is one of those guys that is played a lot of those CSGO games, ran a lot of those tournaments for Zebedee as well. We heard that come across for Powertail. We got to speak to him after that comeback win. Good look at the map pool, though. Across these two games, hats off to Orange Mart, man. You played, what is that, 36 rounds of Counter-Strike and won 32 of them.
Yeah, that's what we call a speed run right there, Slayer. They're just trying to get to the grand finals as fast as possible. We've seen both of these teams play Inferno once. Orange Mart definitely had the better record there. Overpass was just played, so it's very interesting to see because now we have the question of, do we get another Inferno because both of these teams have played it, or is there going to be Overpass one more time? I would assume probably not, considering this score line. And here we are. Here are the vetoes. We've got number 1, Mirage off the table. Always nice to see you. Okay, that's interesting.
Out of left field with the Anubis ban.
Out of left field, Anubis gone. And Nuke is going to be our decider, Slayer. And Slayer, I know you have some choice words about Nuke.
Why? Listen, Nuke isn't very technically. I can hate on Nuke all I want. That's my personal preference. But if we're being unbiased here, as the journalist backed man I am, Nuke is a very technical map, right? That's why a lot of teams struggle on it. I think, Danny, we could agree on one thing. Nuke is, I feel like, the map where you see the most one-sided matches because you can really tell right out the gate if a team knows Nuke or has no clue what they're doing.
It is indeed one of the most technical, if not the most. You really do have to know what you're doing, especially when you're on the T side, when it can feel like it's just so difficult to get out there and take control of the outside area going through B. It's such a narrow corridor into the ramp. So, I mean, honestly, it's going to be tough for both sides. We'll see how much they are prepared.
Yeah, well, there's only one way to find out. The game just started, so let's go and head over to the match.
Oh boy.
What name?
What name? Oh, that's not Nuke. Yeah. That's 3 for 3 right there. Wait, oh my goodness.
That's how you start off a grand finals, baby.
Certainly is. Nuke is going to be our final map for today. Who will bring home the first place prize? Orange Mart rushing into A. There is nobody home. They're just giving A for free, except for these Heaven players who are being gunned down. There's Sodap opening things up.
Oh, this is just brutal. They're getting all the Glock headshots from distance, up close. Finder He's the only one left up to try and get something, and Sodap bops him as well. A 3K for the hot handoff overpass. You bring him over to Nuke, and Sodap is getting all of the kills here. And right off the bat, that's a big round to find, not only because of the pistol round ending, not only because it's on the T, but also because it's on the T side, right?
Absolutely. It's great to mention. You know, we talked about Overpass being CT-sided, Nuke also very CT-sided. So Orange Mart, I think they'll celebrate any victory they can get on this side. But I mean, with the way they've been playing, you expect them to be at some decently high numbers. They're going to be rushing down ramp here. They've got 2 players waiting, and they can't do much with the pistols in hand. MathG and Finder do have SMGs, but are too far away to get them involved right now, as Orange Mart, they just drop all the way down towards the lower site. Should be a fairly free plant. Aussie being a little bit careful going for the double tap. MathG, he's caught down the vent here, so information given over. It's going to be tough to get back in.
Oh, and Aussie spots him, and the drive-by pulls off for the P90. Ryfits gets one with the pistol. That's another clean round, and the momentum this Orange Mart squad has is just palpable right now. Palpable, you might almost want to say, Danny.
And it really just seems like they're not really kind of venturing away from the game plan that they had on Overpass, which, again, we didn't see them too much on their T side considering how dominant their CT side was, ending up in a 12-3 half. So we only saw about 4 or 5 rounds on their T side. So now we'll get a chance to see maybe a bit more of an aggressive playstyle here from Orange Mart, who are just really pedal to the metal right now. Sodap in the front has gone all the way down secret before Zebedee can really react to anything at the moment. And there is another Zeus. MathG has it in his hand. I think it was Bar who got one last time. But we'll see. They've made the rotates down. But again, it's just pistols. This economy not looking very stable for Zebedee.
Yep, and CT economy again. It strikes once more here. It doesn't help that they are split buying too. So Binder bought in. I believe guys like Ryfits bought in the last round. Now they're saving. It makes it even tougher to mount a comeback when your money is not there. MathG, come on guys, let him go for the Zeus. The Zeus, the magic sauce. That's what saved your guys' game last time. They still get the kill though. They are trading decently, but it's more because Orange Mart are really just having fun with it. Danny, they're running out of the site. They know they have the bomb on lock. Now Senelapse is just claiming kills here. The bomb off soon to go off. MathG does get that AK as a parting gift, and that does bring up the topic though that we talked about. Would we see the return of Mr. Fox there? But MathG, the substitute that stepped in on Inferno, will stay.
Yeah, unfortunate for Mandel Fox there, but MathG, a very capable player in his own right. He did really well subbing in under late notice in the semi-final against Space Cats, and was a big part in them making that comeback happen. Unfortunately, not off to the greatest start right now, as the only person to have kills on the side of Zebedee is Ryfits. Hopefully that'll change now that they have decent weaponry and utility to boot. Yeah, an AWP, an AK, and a few M4s. And there's Bar, man. Once he has that op in his hands, he is deadly. And I think this is going to be one of the more important things. They need to get Bar going for Zebedee.
Yeah, exactly. He was the catalyst that ignited the big comeback in the semifinals. I will say the Orange Mart, they definitely seemingly know their way around Nuke. That is it's not easy to line up, I would say. It looks easy to line up that smoke wall on outside, but it's not really, especially when you've got CTs watching it and throwing util back. And what a swing from Senelapse. Hello. MathG didn't have enough shot there. I don't care what calculations he put into his phone. He's just dead. That is a big kill to find. And Orange Mart now potentially could be toying with going up the vent. This is the power of Nuke, Danny, is if you get to these spots near the vents, you could just swing to whatever site you feel is safer.
Yeah, this is great. This is fantastic from Orange Mart. They get the a couple kills, and then they just sit. They wait for the CT's response, seeing if they can give them any more free kills. They have options. They can go to the upper site. They can go to the lower site. Even if they have so much map control down there, it's just the chaos and confusion that they are creating right now, which is putting Zebedee into a tough situation. Their defense is spread so thin. And I mean, look at this positioning. Sodap is under heaven right now. And they're going to try and take this A site. Bart, no, you can't miss that shot. Oh, no, Sodap, you can't miss that shot either. Oh, goodness. Blunders on both sides. Bar drops down. We're seeing the hitting out. No worries. Bar still hits the shot. Oh, my goodness. And now we're into the 2v2. Zebedee, things weren't looking good for them, but there's still a shot. There's still a shot.
This is how it got so crazy. Our observer didn't know what to do with some of these shots flying through. I don't know what the heck happened there. Bar trying to play the hero. Doesn't find the big-time shot finder. He's found out. Trying to flank from lobby here. He's got to go now if he wants it. There's no kit. He doesn't have armor. I have to realize this guy is glass cannon on the A1. So that'd be a really, really ballsy push if he went for it. He can't make up his mind, and he hightails it too late. Settlelab shoots him in the back. And Orange Mart, through the chaos of round number 4, stay perfect.
Yeah, that was pretty insane. Bar had a really good opportunity to stop that bomb plant, then misses the shot. Then we cut directly to Sodap, who has his crosshair trained on that angle. It's not looking at him, then misses that shot. I mean, so many things happening at once. Let's see the mini-map zoomed in if you wanted to see a little bit of a zoomed-in view on Nuke, if you weren't aware of the layout enough. But
it's just
pretty
the perfect
incredible.
time to inform the viewers, right? That is actually just so they know exactly what's going on. But there's a lot of vertical mobility on this map, and Spectre's showing it off there. But see other duels. Zebedee are really going for these aggressive pushes, and they're losing every duel until Ryfits on top of Hut gets a couple, but Senelabs is quicker to the trigger there. And it's all down to Math G here with the Deagle. We've seen some craziness out of these Deagles, but you're not going through those flames, Math G. Get out of the vent. It's burning alive. Orange Mart, Danny, just have the answer at every turn right now, it feels like, and that is a solidifying stamp to the 5th round.
Yeah, they really do have all the answers right now. We'll take a look at the shot from Senelapse one more time. You see Spectre wrapping around Mini. He's causing so much distraction over there. Ryfits, he does a really good job to clean up these 2 kills, drops off the hut, and then gets decapitated. That's like 2 kills now, or at least more, that we've seen Senelapse not only get the op kill, but land it on the head as well. So his accuracy is there right now. He's definitely in a flow state. And Zebedee,
I don't know.
Right now, they just need to get there first on the board. Get that out of the way, and then worry about the next rounds.
And what we talked about when we heard from Papa Roan is they're playing for team play so that everybody can get frags on the board. Sodap was big in the early front rounds, but it's actually Senelapse that is 10-0 right now. Rolling with that T-side op, which is a really tough thing to do because it fundamentally is against everything the op stands for in this game. And he's leading entry or this op. Is he going to swing correctly? He does, but he doesn't find the kill. Bar only good for 1, though. Ryfits able to find Sodap, trying to lurk back towards that heaven angle. And here comes the XM. Math G gives Ozzy Osbourne some of the medicine he doled out on overpass, and this is looking like Zebedee's round.
They definitely have a huge advantage right now. Papa Roan's going to pop out of the double doors and at least get that bomb plant down in a safe position. Spectre has a lot of different angles to watch right now and only 5 bullets to do it with. Roan stuck behind the silo, looking towards the ramp side, gets decapitated. Spectre will have to go big here. First shot lands as he's by the single door. How long can he hold this angle before they eventually overwhelm him? Redirects his attention towards the silo, gets 1. He can sit back here. They have to push him. The fire is down, so they could try and stick it and have one person watch single door. Waits for the flames to extinguish. He's got the shot. Oh my goodness, Spectre could do it right here. The 3K, there's no time. Orange Mart win it. Oh my god.
I don't know what Finder is doing, by the way. He dies to the bomb, too. Finder was walking his way down from trophy down ramp when he needed to put the pedal to the metal there. And unfortunately for Zebedee, the way they play that post plant, they just all try to come from the same angle. They're all trying to pour out onto the site. If somebody just tried to flank Toxic, Spectre gets completely wrapped and there's just no shot. But you give Spectre an inch, he'll take a mile. And Orange Mart, wow, why didn't we start watching the squad earlier in the league?
Right. I mean, these guys are on top of things. What a clutch. Probably one of the craziest clutches we've seen all day. And that's by the hands of Spectre with the AWP in his hands. Makes those shots count when he needs it. 6-0, and this is on the T side again. Nice job from Powertail. Oh, goodness. Getting up close and personal with that SMG. How about a third while he's running backwards? This is not Valorant. What in the world?
It's not Valorant, it's Powertail. And this is what we talked about, right? And we got to interview him. Is this team loves to keep their mental strong. Keep in mind they're already coming off a climactic comeback. And it starts round by round. Ryfits will end up picking up the final frag, but that was all Power Take. Powder Tail, excuse me, on this MP9. And Nuke's got a lot of tight corners, but those are some crisp headshots on a gun that is wildly inaccurate sometimes when you go for those sprays.
That third one is stupid. There's no way he's falling backwards and all of those shots land, man. But that's the MP9 for you. Definitely want to buy it on those kind of half-buy rounds, save rounds, if you will. And Zebedee finally on the board. Maybe this is what they need. They just needed that first. That's what I was saying. Hopefully they can build off of it. Bar has the op back in his hands as Spectre waits patiently behind this early hut smoke. They might want to explode out of here.
Looking to do just that. Some mollies still... No more mollies really available. Bar throws down the last one, but it gets smoked off. They're onto the A site. They gotta check the Raptors, though. There's CTs a lurking, and they're all dropped. You think the MP9's stupid from distance? How about the MAC-10 showing up? Bar and Finder learned the hard way.
Oh, yeah, and, you know, Math G had a fantastic flank. He walks all the way through outside, but I just don't know if it's going to mean anything. So difficult to get back into this site once it's taken. They have also plenty of utility to cut off the retake potential. Aussie swings in. Oh, gets swung on. Hold on just a second. Cinelapse. Oh, my goodness, gets the double kill. No, Ryan, this can't be happening.
Come on,
he
man.
got a little too excited after winning the round. He just needed to defuse.
I don't want to see it again. I can't watch it again. I can't, man. This is... So now we've had... Oh, dude. We've had a game where a team forgot to plant the bomb and they lost, and now we have... I mean, that's the Nuke special. You're not going to see that happen on any other map but Nuke.
I thought that Rifus was the one that left. They just rage quit. No, it's not. It's somebody else on the side of Zebedee. But yeah, that's a stinger to lose right there. What a good-looking retake as well. Looking like the SWAT team coming through that mini smoke and Heaven at the same time, and it just didn't take the little extra time to jump down safely. And you know, I get it. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, when the bomb is ticking like that, you hear the beeping slowly get faster. You want to get down there and defuse it, but not quite enough HP, and that's a tough way to go.
You know you've got me and Danny completely baffled when we're just not speaking anymore over the gameplay. I mean that's when you've got us, and man, yeah, that I thought he was healthy enough. I had been watching his health bar. I was like, he'll just drop down, right? That was very
I
wrong
watched him
here.
walk off the edge, and I was like, oh, please.
Please don't. Please. They work so hard too. That's just got to sting because they really didn't seem like they had a shot on that round. They had to line up a lot of crossfires, a lot of swings at just the right time, and they got 3 straight kills. But it ends up not being enough. Finder is the one to fall off the server here. We have tactical pause, good sportsmanship from Orange Mark to take one as well. I'm assuming they're just going to try and get him back in, but could we see a second super sub from the Zebedee squad? I don't know exactly what Mandel Fox is doing, but they want to throw him in. Super sub worked out last time for him.
I mean, this Zebedee team has faced the most adversity out of pretty much anybody in this tournament. Possibly now 2 subs needed. Hopefully Finder can get back in the server so they don't need to do that. But, man, oh man, what a start to this game already. Orange Mart taking control of the reins here, in the lead handedly, by the way, 7-1 on their T side. And we were wondering just how Nuke would end up playing out, considering we haven't seen this map all tournament long. So while we have a little time, we'll take a look at the highlights we've seen so far. We've got a lot of interesting clips. That's Math G flying 10 feet backwards. Yeah, that's not fun.
I'm sure we're going to see Sodap whiff. Actually, I think we're too late to that one. The whiff flank he had. Sodap, such a superstar on the overpass map. Power Tail was a superstar for Zebedee on a Mirage. This is just a stupid fadeaway MP9 kill. And this is the hit. I mean, they get the swings at the right time. I mean, these headshots are lining up. Everyone's getting hit from directions they're not looking, and I can't.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
And I think as well, Cinelapse, you got to give him some credit. Obviously, we're looking at the guy falling into his death, but at the same time, he lined up those 2 kills, and honestly, if he leaves even one of those guys alive on the ground, you don't have to worry about fall damage. They can just walk over and defuse the bomb. So nice work from him. And we seem to still be having some technical issues. We'll have another pause being taken here. Hopefully things get resolved soon. But Quick start here to nuke, and I wonder if Zebedee can find some way to counter against Orange Mart, because their game plan has been the same as it was on Overpass. Play aggressive, play fast, get in your face, and so far it's been working.
And it's gonna be interesting to watch the like the stat ideology versus the team we've seen from Zebedee fight each other, because Danny, you go up 7 rounds to a T side in 8 rounds, that you're gonna lose nuke statistically like 90% of the time. However, Zebedee we've seen are a very T-sided team the way they came back on Inferno. So it's going to be tough to see which one of those ideologies plays out. Regardless, even if you are a big T-sided team, you have to at least put up a fight on your CT side. They need to at least get back to 10-5 to show the fight that they had on Inferno, the same stat line they had going into that halftime break.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the T side, you're looking for at least maybe like 4 or 5. That would be ideal. And Orange Mart have already completely surpassed that. So Zebedee got some work ahead of them. They also need to have their 5th player come back in. I'm also noticing, by the way, we were talking about Bar and his inventory on Inferno. He had that bayonet marble fade. Yeah, he's a butterfly marble fade on his CT side. So
that one just costs an extra grand than the bayonet.
Yeah, so just a casual grand. Yeah, it's like we'll do a little
nice
work around
stream
here. Nice little. Oh, dude, the Prince stream is very.
I
nice,
also
bro.
have that skin, by the way.
Oh, lucky you, Slayer. Lucky you. We got some shadow dags. Okay.
Karam. Oh, no,
Talon?
Talon. Dang it. There's too many knives in this game now, man.
Over 2
right?
there, but
there's too many knives. How many knives were there when the skins first became a thing? Like 8, and now there's like 20.
Yeah, there are definitely a much bigger variety of skins in general. I think I don't know if it's Bar who has it or somebody, probably him because he's the opper. He's got a Medusa with a king or a crown foil on that, which is just, man, chef kiss. You know what I'm saying? Like that's Medusa.
Yeah, Bar. If you have any CS:GO leagues you want casted, man, it sounds like you can pay for me and Danny. Just saying.
Oh man,
he's got the funding.
He's got the funding, all right. Hey, listen, by the way, Slayer, what are you doing? What are you doing this coming Wednesday, bud?
It's nice. We're finally here. We ran out of things to stall for. I will be constantly opening and closing Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
Oh man.
Or I guess CS2 because I have beta access, no flex or anything.
Yeah, for anybody not in the loop, Valve has been putting out some cryptic tweets. We're not saying that it's going to be released because there've been like 3 or 4 theories now where people think they know when the release date is, and it never ends up being that way. So we're hoping that this Wednesday finally is the one. Hey, they said it would release in summer. It's past summer, Valve. We gotta get this on
Valve,
the road. Get this show on the road, man.
Valve, the Earth, Wind, and Fire song date already passed, man. That means it's definitely fall. All right.
Yeah, that's
21st of September. Yeah, you're definitely late. Just like somebody from Zebedee is late to getting back into this game. I hear the chat going off. By the way, I know that sound. It's like a little really subtle sound. The chat's going. There's conversations. I really hope. My nightmare scenario is that Finder rage quit after he watched Ryfitz die. And I really hope that's not what happened.
Yeah, not even the guy who fell himself, just his teammates. Like, bro, like what can I possibly do, man? Like, my teammates are falling off edges. I don't know. I try my best.
When we look at the grand scheme of this thing, because it's kind of crazy to think that we've been here the whole time, Danny. It's been multiple hours. A lot of Counter-Strike played. Was there a better match though than that Inferno match? I don't know.
I don't think there is. I mean, just the pure intensity, like Mary said, it had you on the edge of your seat all the way until the end. It looked so good, and then it just looked so bad for Space Cat. They just completely fell off. Sid, 51 kills and not enough. Don't know how that's possible, but hey, here we are in a situation where that's the case, and Space Cats are playing for 3rd place right now. Also, good to mention that while we do have a little bit of time here, that if you do want to kind of keep up, or if you're interested with the 3rd place match between Space Cats and Check Your Coin Corners, there is an alternate stream on twitch.tv/dustupgg. You can go check that out. And if you want to see if third place match is going on while we're in a little bit of a break here, waiting for Finder to get back in.
I can confirm that that match is already over.
Okay, never mind. All right. Well,
all I can see on my limited knowledge is that the game over screen is up, and I see Jigsaw, the Mighty Ryan. So it looks like Check Your Coin Corners actually beat Space Cats, which
wow.
I cannot believe Sid is going home with nothing.
Well, we got to see the stat line. Hopefully, we can pull that up if we do have some extra time here to see just how many kills he had in that game too. I'm sure he did the best he possibly could. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that ping is not okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Orange Mart. We at least know that Papa Roan is a fellow Aussie. I'm pretty sure down there.
Yes.
So, and I'm going on a crazy limb here, Danny. Stop me if you think this is too wild. But Aussie Osborne.
No, that's too big of a stretch. No, you're crazy.
So be in Australia.
You're out of here.
I do love though. What is this, like 244 being 191, 180, 85, 200s, and then even on. And even on Zebedee's squad, like they've got guys in 150s, 140s, and then there's just Ryfits and and Powertail just at 5. I guarantee you, those are the two guys in North America.
Yeah, they're at the Valve HQ. So we do end up having a sub. Unfortunately, Finder was not able to make his way back in. Hopefully, he gets his issues resolved. But for now, AGR has subbed in. And, well, I thought we were going to get this game underway, but I guess they need a little more time to talk things over. Maybe get him situated into the team, teach him his role a little bit. But that's just so tough for Zebedee, man. You come in to the grand finals with one sub already, and I need another one.
Yeah, and bring up that ping thing. The game must look so much different to these guys than we're seeing it. I know the meme in CS2's beta right now is that people are constantly getting killed behind walls.
Well, yes.
That's definitely happening on screen for some of these guys.
I would assume so. I mean, they're making it look like it's just regular ping, like the way they're playing. So
yeah,
hats off to these guys.
Yeah, they can frag like that. Man, they must be unstoppable on those Australian servers.
Oh man, the Oceanic baby.
Oceanic, yeah. You want to throw Renegades back together? I'm sure we can run that back.
Oh yes,
that's a callback.
Revive Renegades. Remember Sponge? Oh man,
remember that guy? Yeah, crazy. I know he played Counter-Strike before he became all famous for talking about it. Crazy concept.
Oh man, old days. It is pretty crazy to think how far CS:GO has come and how long we have played the game and watched the game for that matter. And now we're nearing CS:GO taking its final breaths. That's crazy.
What was the first LAN or not LAN? What was the first major, Danny? You remember watching?
Whew. Oh man, I know I watched the one that was, I think it was the Boston, obviously one of the more popular, if not the most popular. I remember that vividly, but I've watched majors before that too. I just couldn't tell you which one it was. I've watched professional Counter-Strike since FaZe got their team. Like they bought it from G2 Kingwin, and they had Brain, J-Kim, Kiyoshima, names of that. Origin.
Yeah, those are callbacks.
It has been a long while.
My first one is I vividly remember watching Columbus. Would have been my call. And it is a traumatic looking back on Columbus.
Right.
Jumping double from cold. I hear that in my nightmares, man.
Can't get away from it.
Great call. Amazing call.
Liquid player. Oh, it really is.
But yeah, it just sucks. Hey, we're playing Counter-Strike again.
Oh, no way.
We're back on.
Cool.
We're running through. Speaking of running, Ozzy Osbourne has nearly run all the way through red box there, and he's on to down secret. Looks like it's going to be a split B hit Powertail with his 5 ping, just tapping heads like it's nobody's business. Here is Zebedee finally showing up here. Bar gets a couple of big kills. That's the bomb drop by Powertail as well. And Ozzy Osbourne, he had a good flank in the beginning, but now he is all alone. He can't even find the kill. Powertail. That's the guy that really needs to come online for Zebedee. And they get a second round.
just a really good behold here. Powertail in a great position. He also has his Opper to back him up in case he has to reload. Exactly. What you saw right there. He repositions himself, makes it difficult to shoot. And that is probably the most convincing round we've seen from Zebedee. So maybe after all that time taken, things can turn around. Hey, on Inferno, when they were against Space Cats, there was a long pause as well for Mando Fox's sub to come in, Math G. And all of a sudden, they turned things around. So never say never.
And look at this. They've got Orange Mart onto a save, actually. They've gone just Glocks, a little bit of util on Sentinel-Fs. But they're probably just going to look for a plant here unless they get some crazy Glock headshots. Paparone, the team captain, making sure the flank spotted out. And they're going vent diving.
Oh, man.
AGR is going to catch him out, and he's just trying to chase down a bunch of dogs loose in the field right now. They're only able to find one. The bomb does go down. AGR not dissuaded by the door play. The cleanest round for Zebedee on the board here. Starting him out a comeback.
Nice job from Zebedee to clean that up. I mean, really, Orange Mart's only plan there was to get down that vent and get the bomb down. They did that successfully. I think they'll be happy with that, considering it was just Glocks. So, 7-3 the score line. And we do have the final score. I know we mentioned that third place game. It's already over. Check Your Coin Corners made quick work of Space Cats, 16-4. And Gib right back on top of things after he had a bit of a struggle in the semis.
Yeah, 32-11. My God, 2.9 KD. I believe very high up in the ADR stats as well. You know, a couple of 4K, 7 multi-kill rounds, 9 multi-kill rounds, 10 multi-kill rounds. I can't math today. So certainly a big spot, but those guys are playing for third place. We're here to watch the guys in first place, and Orange Mart finally back on the AKs, and they are farming frags. Aussie Osborne knocks down the super sub AGR, and that'll create a lot of pressure on Zebedee with limited firepower spread across Nuke.
Yeah, they sent several players outside to take these fights, and then they just completely withdraw. Powertail's going to realize pretty soon they've just completely left this area, so try to use that to the best of his advantage as they are down a couple players. Oh, and look at this. He could have him. Yep, he's stuck.
Nice headshot. That's 5 ping headshot right there.
well done from Powertail, taking advantage of that low ping. Bar, how in the world is that a leg? I thought for sure that was like hitting him on the top of the head. Powertail comes in, at least gets one, but Bar still needs to come through. Oh, nice, through the metal bar. But it's not quite enough. Paparone will be able to clean him up, and so Orange Mart, after losing one, right back to their winning ways.
And even sneaking the bomb plant in fractions of a second to get the extra funding there, which has been a bit of an issue for Orange Mart as they conceded the 3 of their last 4, but now back to winning ways here. And the fact that they've just taken the first half on the T side of Nuke, gotta feel great.
I think more than great. These guys got to be ecstatic. They've been playing so well this entire tournament and continue to look good here. And look at the precision on this wall of smokes, too. I mean, it's perfectly timed. They're going down right at the same moment. These guys have done their homework and more as they go for the outside. But Bar, being a nuisance in the outside area, takes out Spectre, and AGR's can have a little look in. It's shallow smoke wall, so you have a little bit of room to maneuver here, and AGR is going to catch both of these players look in the wrong direction. So all that coordination doesn't mean anything if you can't hit your shots, and for Orange Mart, their timing wasn't the greatest this time.
Yeah, the call's not there either. Ozzy Osbourne's gotta get it clear from his teammate that AGR was outside and present in front of him, Redcon, and now AGR, the super sub, up for a 4K, and he'll knock it down. Oh, excuse me, gets actually 3 of those. But still a massive round. The recipe for Zebedee seems to be bringing in the cavalry off the bench.
And hopefully that is what they need. And hopefully that's the answer, or one of them, to be fair. But AGR already making some great impact just a couple rounds into his entrance into the game. And for Orange Mart, it's back to the save once again. Their money hasn't been the most stable. So again, it will be the pistols. They might just go right back to that same strat. Right through the fire and the flames, down the vent. They'll take that damage as long as they can get the bomb down. Look at this rotate from Powertail. Good damage, not quite enough to stop the bomb plant unless he goes for a peek here. Yeah, okay. Actually, AGR comes around the backside and stops it from getting planted. So plot foiled for Orange Mart.
Yeah, Can't get it twice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Zeb don't want that to happen to them, and they don't allow that bomb plant. They're starting to creep back into this first half as well, looking to have their best scoreline in a first half since Mirage. They were down 5-10 on Inferno. And, you know, we talk a lot about CT versus T siding, especially on Nuke, because it's the most split one of all the maps we've seen tonight, but momentum is an even bigger factor, and the fact that they were down 7-2 and are now marking this kind of comeback through guys like AGR is so huge. Math also getting in on the double kill. It's all down to Senelapse trying to stick the plant. Ooh, good switch on to Ryfit. Hold on a moment. Able to pick up the third kill. He's going to have to get done with the Glock. Power Tail dancing around those big silos, but guesses correctly. Senelapse so close to stardom, but falls just short.
I can't believe Senelapse even made that around. I mean, he was planting the bomb back site. You have someone up on heaven just waiting for him to plant. Flicks up, kills him, has the presence of mind to look back towards Mini. Like, oh my, this Senelapse guy, he is on one right now. And we talked about Orange Mart and how many of these players have their individual moments to shine. And right now, he's showing it. 16 kills, 9 deaths. Doing the heavy lifting for Orange Mart early on. Look at AGR. He is on a rampage right now, sprinting directly through outside. He's even worried about someone sitting all the way back in spawn and maybe a little bit too cautious. Sodap catches him far, misses a shot uncharacteristically, and now all of a sudden there's openings everywhere throughout the map.
And Ryfits was there to swing from hell. Could have had a big spray down, but good utility usage. We talked about Orange Mart. Math outlining exactly where the plant's going to go. I don't know why he was circling the toxic door. He's not going to maybe open it. No, not worried about going for that just yet. Maybe buying time. He wants Ryfits to come down the ramp, but Sodap blasts him in the back there. It's all down to Math G. Inspector, good eye there with the AWP. It's not the half-line score that Orange Mart might have wanted with how this game started, but they'll take 9 rounds on their T side in the grand finals.
I think if you're Zebedee, you're down 7-1, you make it 9-6. I think this is ideal. So you keep it close. You're now on the CT side of things, so, or I'm sorry, the T side of things. So, you know, you kind of have to cut your losses a little bit. But if anything, we've seen that very aggressive teams do end up doing well. So we'll see if Orange Mart are prepared for it. They had a very good-looking, coordinated CT side on Overpass. We'll see how prepared they are for Nuke. As Sodap, he's going to see 1, 2, maybe all players coming through ramp and just take his leave. He'll wait for support. The rotations come down at the perfect moment.
And this is exactly where the USPs want to play from. Such big distance. Sodap in the close corner, only able to get 1. Ozzy Osbourne, though, from Toxic, making a hindrance towards this plant. They can't get the bomb down, and the rotates have come. AGR will create a bit of space, gets another good dink. Matthew just going to try and stick the plant. This is a big 2-on-2 now. The Glocks firing on all cylinders. And what a 1v1 we have. Spectre wants that long-range one-shot headshot. AGR dancing around the box, up for a potential 4K. He can play all the time he wants to. Dancing around the pillar. It's just fleeting footwork from AGR. It's a Glock switch, but Spectre, you got to reload that one too, my friend. He's got a kit, so he can still play the time, but he can't play without a head. AGR, the super sub, gets a 4K to grab Zebedee the pistol.
So why isn't this guy? Why isn't this guy on the starting roster?
Don't ask me, man.
Yeah, listen, I don't know who's putting the teams together here for Zebedee, but we need to have a change in scout, a change in analyst, because this guy is on a tear. As soon as he came into the game, he provided impact. A huge clutch win right there. And he played it so masterfully as well, not overexposing his body in the 1v1, allowing that USP to dink him at long range. He's 14-3, and Zebedee are mowing down these pistols. Paparone having a hard time connecting these shots here. Matthew eventually will take him down. Oh, but goodness me. Senelapse has come out of nowhere with that MAC-10 and will make an upgrade to the AK. That drops the bomb as well.
Oh, but there's AGR, the super sub, eliminates the chaos, and Sodap falls to Bar's headshot. And this is why we never count them out. I don't care how brutal the first half looks. Zebedee know how to play with pressure, know how to play in the clutch, and are 1 round away from knotting us at 9.
Wow. I mean, this is very, very similar. Almost like I'm seeing a bit of having a bit of deja vu to this Inferno game that they had against Space Cats, which ultimately looked kind of worse, to be honest with you, at the end of the first half, considering Sid's scoreline. He was just purely dominating. But now they seem to have gotten a handle on things. Of course, Orange Mart do finally have weapons in their hands and a lot more utility, so do have to take that into account. Once that CT side is full bot, it's oh my goodness.
What?
This isn't Rainbow Six Siege, Bar. What are we doing? You can't lead? You can't lean?
Wait, I've never seen that ever. Why is it tilt? All right, well, whatever. Bar's turning Hut or Mini into his own tilted towers. How many games can we reference in 5 seconds?
Oh, man, yeah.
But he's not going to find much from it. The good thing is the rest of his team picked up his slack. I'm kind of glad he's dead, Danny, because of how messed up his camera was. Zebedee, they're going to get to play with AGR here. They're going to pick up some Frexit frags, and this is going to be 9-9.
Yeah, nice try from Sodap, but too many players aiming at him all at the same time. It is a tie game, so well, there you have it. Zebedee back on their comeback grind. Maybe this is exactly where they want to be. Maybe this is their strategy the whole time. They're just trying to let the other team get comfortable and then just eat them up right at the end, because right now it's looking to be all the momentum on the side of Zebedee. Orange Mart, that was their full buy, so they're back on the save. And this is possibly going to give Zebedee the first round win. Well, bit of a missmoke there. We'll see how much that plays into it. AGR, nice trade immediately from Ozzy Osbourne. There's a Deagle headshot as well. They're making this a little bit competitive here, Slayer.
Senna Laps getting good damage down on the map. G Bar's still on this Rainbow Six Siege play. There's no way that his camera looks like this. And he's going to get shot in the back and will fall. Senna Laps had 4 HP, 5 HP, and finds that kill. Math G, the super sub turned starter, in a big clutch scenario, gets the first one, but does he know the other players on top of HUD? Senna Laps, beautiful calmness, and Orange Mart desperately needed that. They won't give up the lead.
That's massive. I mean, that's an eco round that you're just basically sending all 5 players in and hoping that you get some kind of kills to diminish the economy a bit, and you end up winning the round. So Orange Mart will absolutely take that. And Bar, sorry, man, you can't drink until after the event's over, bro. He's just wobbling around everywhere.
Is that an observer bug, or is that...
It has to be. No way that's his perspective in game.
That would be crazy. I mean, I would respect it if he was a Siege player.
He found a way to code leading into the game.
Oh, well, it's unfortunately the fact that this is what happens when you get eco'd is you gotta have a broken buy. And Zebedee do have that. He's leaning for the right corners, but he keeps looking the wrong way. Spectre and Sodap, the 2 boys with S's in their name, that claim basically every kill there. And we keep swinging back and forth.
Oh, man. So, yeah, Orange Mart back on top. Dude, it doesn't matter what you do. He's always tilted. I wonder if this actually is in-game.
There's no way. I refuse to believe it.
Surely he would have, like, maybe typed something. I don't know.
I'm sure he would have called for a pause and just reloaded into server. I mean...
Yeah, something like that.
There's no reason to keep this. I mean, I guess we gotta watch his aim. We haven't even seen him shoot yet. Both times we've seen him with this POV, he's been shot in the back. So I'm curious to see how he looks with the tilt. But look at Spectre. He's doing exactly what AGR did on Zebedee's CT side.
Yeah. Oh, and Senelapse, he's getting pressured right now. Good Molotov damage will actually single-handedly take down 1 player. They're going to push into hell and grab an upgrade for at least one of these guys on the Zebedee squad. Bar leading the charge with that Tech 9. Rifits, not good enough with that Glock. That AK will easily take him down. But Powertail does at least have an M4. He's one of the guys you want to look out for on the Zebedee squad. Had a great Mirage, and he's doing good right now. 19 and 14, leading Zebedee in frags. Bar, Tech 9 gets a kill. Okay, there you go. Man, that Tech 9 is so deceptive.
Lean buff.
Something like that.
Now he's trying to get the flight going here back towards hell. He's got Powertail with him. They don't have the bomb. That's the key thing, right? It's down right in front of ramp. And Ozzy Osbourne and the rest of the company are just setting up shop. And Ozzy may fall, but Senelapse is there to bring the crazy train to a halt.
Someone's got to bring Bar to a halt, man. Like, he needs to stop and observe his surroundings, bro. Oh, my goodness.
I do want to point something out. Well, I guess the ADR stat from AGR, I don't know if it's counting rounds that he wasn't in, but he's 16-6 with 63 ADR. That's really weird to me.
That is a little strange.
I'm assuming it's counting rounds from the other player that dipped out of here from ZBD, which was Finder. And Finder was having a really rough game, so it's probably factoring both of their stats. Regardless, AGR, I mean, is quite literally in a lot of ways, Danny, why ZBD are back in this game.
I would absolutely agree, but they need to keep the pedal to the metal right now. Down by 3, and Orange Mart threatening to hold things down for another one. They're just trying to kind of brute force their way through Squeaky. Not often do you see all 5 players walk through the door, but apparently it's working. Oh my goodness, how has this happened? All 5 players walk out of Squeaky, and it's working. Spectre, he has to kind of pick up the pieces for Orange Mart. A resmoke for Mini is going to make it even more difficult. Off in hand. He's got a little bit of an angle here. Sees that nade fly in and dodges the flash. If he can get a 1v1, that would be great, but he's so wide out here right now, waiting for that smoke to fade. Oh, what a flick. Quick reactions there from Spectre. It doesn't look like he wants to stay for too much longer. Knows the value of that AWP.
Yeah, he's going to play back here. The money is kind of wacky for his squad. Senelaps and him will have enough to buy Aussie and Paparone in, so I like this call, because they need to stay competitive here. You don't want to let your foot off the gas if you are Orange Mart, because Zebedee, I'm sure that potentially the way Orange Mart, they were waiting for Zebedee's semifinal match to play theirs. You got to think they were watching. Why not? It's free film session, right? So
sure.
You got to have something in the back of their minds that Zebedee is a team that plays best with pressure.
This is an awkward spot for Orange Mart to be in. Aussie and Paparone both with less than $2,000. Seno, Spectre had the most money available, so they do toss over a rifle. Seno has to go for just the P90, and Aussie doesn't have anything. So, bit of a weird one. Not ideal by any means. Senelaps is trying to get up close to that P90, but he's going to also take risk management seriously here. That P90 going to shred. You have a lot of bullets there. And picks up 2. That's decent work right there. But now you have to start making the move down towards the B site. Rifits can't quite confirm that kill onto Spectre.
Spectre is very lucky to be alive. He should have not gone away with that op. Ozzy Osbourne, he's hoping he can recover somebody's rifle, but he's at double doors here. Gets a dink. I don't think Power Tail had... Oh, he was very lit. I was going to say, I don't think he had head armor. Trade comes out, though. Math G... Rifits will get the bomb down. This is a huge 2v2. Zebedee can find this. They can really bring this game closer. They're going to drop some extra util here. Spectre and Sodap, they just want somebody to peek them to give them a shot. And Zebedee will swing. It's Rifits, but he finds the kill. It's Spectre, 15 HP, able to find the first raid. Can he get the Tech 9? Spectre, that's disgusting. Orange Mark get around. They had no chance in.
That's incredible. I mean, the quick reactions on the first shot, and then the switches to the Tech 9, sprints in, and gets the job done against all odds. That is another huge round. And it certainly does seem like when the cards are down, when you get into these pressure situations, these individuals from Orange Mart are showing up. I mean, there's one from Spectre. What's that? He's at 2 now. No, he hit the one in on the T side with the op towards single door. This guy has got ice in his veins.
Yeah, big clutches back to back, and that's what makes you a championship team. And Orange Mart are looking to be the champions of the Orange League. And here's Spectre once more. The smoke comes just a little too late, and Ozzy Osbourne through the smoke picks one up. HE grenade to find Spectre. But that's the ranks of Zebedee knocked down early. Paparone gonna spot out a couple more towards that mini position. It's just smoke warfare right now. Rifits gets another, and they recover the bomb. And all of a sudden, Zebedee much more in control, and they're going to beeline it downstairs.
And Paparone should be given the information that Senelaps is over there. Unfortunately, Senelaps only able to get 1, so the rotation is quick. He's picked up an M4A4, much better than the ump. But again, another clutch situation where Orange Mart, if they could capitalize on this one, Zebedee really don't have anything working for them. And so, I love these post-plant positions as well. Playing such a tough crossfire here. Paparone's got to isolate this fight on the catwalk first. Spots him. Needs that headshot, but he's just hiding. And now he knows where the other player is, so Paparone could do something. Maybe not. He heard some bullets, but unfortunately, can't zero in on the location. Bar will finish him off, and it is still so close.
It's really coming down to whoever can get a more stable money situation, because these guys keep trading weird force rounds. And you're going to see here, yeah, if you're Orange Bar, you have to go for a save here. And they're going to go full save and, you know, potentially giving out at least a 1-round wiggle room. Potentially worse with how bad that CT economy can be. And Bar looking to knock down these pistols on the outside push. It may be tilted in his view, but it's pristine headshots. Picks up 2 outside.
Yeah, nice entries right there. AGR picks up 1 as well. That A site is busted wide open. Aussie, he was just hiding in that smoke. And as he was hiding, the rest of his team is dead. So he'll do the best he can in this situation. He has that AK picked up for one of these fallen Zebedee players, but he's been spotted. Nice headshot there. That's 1 down, 3 to go.
Have that clutch gene in him, Danny. He's thinking about going for it, but PowerTail, such a smart player. This flank is really well played. He doesn't really have to race just yet, and it's not even needed. Math G able to find the headshot on Ozzy Osbourne. The round got a little dicey, but boy, are we coming in for one hell of a landing now. This round could tell so much with the buys that both these squads are going to get.
This is exactly how we hoped the grand final would turn out here. Close all the way until the end. 13-12, just a 1-round lead for Orange Mart. Things were looking so good for them on the T side of things. AGR gets subbed in, and he provides so much for Zebedee's squad here. Hopefully they can continue winning in that fashion. Trying to dodge that AWP is Bar.
Papa Roan's got a PP Bison. See that?
Boy. Not
Come
again.
back out again. That's a borderline nail gun in Counter-Strike, but Papa Roan really wants to use it. He sets up. Senelapse has been the hot hand, but he follows 28 frags. He can't get anything in this big round, and that is going to start the push here for Zebedee. They're going right down toward the B site that they've been so successful with. Who's going to swing there first? Sodap trying to get down to double doors. Can he find a frag? No, it's PowerTail. He always comes online late. And Zebedee really pushing hard for this 13-13 scoreline. The frags they're getting is making it a reality.
Oh, Bison kill. It's getting active here from Papa Roan, but only 1 will be picked up. Spectre, I just don't think you can hang around for too much longer. There's no money left for Orange Mart. He's got to save this M4, give them a fighting chance in the next round. He's getting run down here. That M4 is running out of bullets as well. He's got to move, and Zebedee are hunting him down. Not going to let him get away for free. But that's Zebedee now tying the game here, and all they needed was that kill from PowerTail. And how different it would be if 1 more bullet landed on him, and he actually loses that fight to Senolapse in ramp. That could have completely changed the outcome of that round, but we're at a stalemate.
Only thing on my mind, Danny, is that meme. They can't keep getting away with this. I don't know how Zebedee continue to look so ice cold at the start of their games. They were down 7-1 in this one. They were down, I think, 7-2 on Inferno. It got even up to 10-3, 10-4. But when they get to the second half and when they get to this T side, Danny, they're just on another level.
It's just the name of the game for these Zebedee guys right here. Bar's got the AWP in hand. On the T side, we haven't seen him use it pretty much at all. Kind of difficult to utilize on the T side of Nuke, to be fair. Senelapse had a chance pushing Trophy. Now it's Spectre's turn, and oh dear, PowerTail, bit of an errant spray, but still comes away with 2 kills. Oh my god, they're just sprinting in through Hut. These pistols firing from all different directions. And now all of a sudden, god no, Orange Mart could pick up another eco win. And I'm telling you, if Zebedee end up losing this game to Orange Mart, they're going to look back on these 2 ecos and say, man, we really dropped the ball on that one. But Math G, he's not out just yet.
Speaking of looking, Ozzy Osbourne, where were you looking right there? Really thought the flag was going to come from above. And now look at the mind games here. Timing is such a big thing in CS. Matt G, how did you not hear the bullets? The silencer? You heard him. He shot you from Trophy. It doesn't matter. Shut up, Slayer. Matt G clutches it. That could have been disastrous. But Zebedee come out on top.
Just another one of these eco rounds where Orange Mart send everything but the kitchen sink at the team. They get good kills, but unfortunately, not quite enough. Math G plays that masterfully. Gets a little bit lucky on the timing, but a good spray down as well. Clean aim from him. And Zebedee are on top for, I believe, the first time in this game.
Just like on Inferno, right? They got ahead 13-12. On Inferno now 14-13, and Senelapse once again only good for a trade. You cannot give that up as that anchor. Luckily for Nuke though, Spectre is quick on the rotate, faster than Sodap was last time. He find the kills, gets one, gets a lot of damage, but can't find the trade through the smoke. Paparone does so much, but no kills come across. And this could be a huge clutch scenario. Ozzy Osbourne and Paparone, they have to go for this with how injured Zebedee really are, but do they know, Danny?
Yeah, that's the thing. Unconfirmed damage here. 2 players on extremely low HP, but you also have to take into account the costs. If you lose these guns, you're not going to have anything. But Orange Mart, they're sticking around here. Another flashbang in, and Paparone is going to run through. Single door he goes, bomb spotted. He's also compromised as well, and that's it. They won't want to risk any more than they have to. They need these rifles in the next round, which could possibly be their final stand. Zebedee could have another comeback win on their hands.
Comeback kid, no story better than it in sports. And after a match where they love to die to the bomb for stupid reasons, somehow, right, Fitz and Math G do not perish to that bomb. And that's going to be big here because their money isn't great. It would have been a little awkward of a buy, but now they get full util up. We got to get a stat chick here. Power Tail, a little bit quieter on that second match until late on Inferno. Danny, you got to feel after this 27 kill performance on Nuke for the grand final, that's your MVP if Zebedee could get the job done.
I would have to agree. Math G up at the front side of the outside smokes. AGR takes it one step further. All the way up to red box he goes. Gaining some more space, some more area for Zebedee to work with. They're going to try and send their players down secret. A lot of information pretty much essentially fully denied for Orange Mart. They have to risk it. Do they send a player down vent or do they not? Aussie's already down here. Molotov doesn't quite land in the vents. He could have a perfect timing here. Nearly has 2, but Bar is a little bit quicker on the trigger. And now it's a 4v4.
You just cannot afford to trade on the CT side of Nuke. Give up all that space. Senelapse doesn't even get a trade. It's Power Tail potentially eyeing a 30 bomb in the grand finals. And it's the tried and true sight, Danny. Zebedee have done all their damage on this B side of this T side. And they've got another post plan. They wouldn't want it either other way. And Paparone, you have to go for it this time. It's the counter flash. Power Tail wants it all, but comes up short. There's an opening for Orange Mart.
Yeah, they got to go fast, though. Molotov towards single door to try and at least process of eliminate all of these positions that they have to take into account. Math G by the double doors gets closed. They're just biding their time. Ryfitz and Bar, they peak at the same time, and Zebedee have done it again. You said you can't let this happen again. It happened again. Zebedee, through all trials and tribulations, 2 subs, and they still come out on top. Your grand finalists, your champions of the Orange League.
Congratulations, Zebedee, taking home a 12.6 million sats, those 5 VIP tickets to Pacific Bitcoin as well. And it feels good, right? Because, you know, you love to give, you know, over grand finalists, you know, prizes like this to some of the best teams that look the best. But I just love it when you get the teams that work the hardest, and you can, nobody can debate it. Zebedee had to work their tail off in both of their last 2 games to take home this trophy.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Let's bring on our host one more time. Mary, man, what a game this was.
That was a close call for Zebedee, I must say. Orange Mart played so well, and oh my gosh, I'm still recovering. And I wasn't even playing. Oh my gosh, that was intense. But you know, congratulations to Zebedee. That was a really great game. They pulled off the same thing again, you know, like
Yeah.
it looked as if that they were not winning in the first round, and then out of nowhere they just recovered. It was literally crazy. Oh my gosh, what a game.
That just seems to be the way of things. That's the way that Zebedee do things, I guess. They kind of keep you on your toes and get you right at the end. So just an incredible match, and what a fitting grand final as well. One of the more entertaining ones we've had in the tournament. Too bad we couldn't see all of the games. One quarterfinal, both semis, and then the grand final. Of course, couldn't see the third place match. But overall, the coverage that we've had and the games that we've seen have been super entertaining.
Just super entertaining, and it's super awesome to see that Zebedee utilize what I assume is their full roster for this tournament. Those tech pauses, those tack pauses. I don't know. I guess we can figure out once we get to talk to somebody from Zebedee how technical or tactical some of those substitutions came out. With how long those pauses came out, you got to think they were more technical based, but. It's funny, Danny. We're talking about you got ARG in there. That guy was, or AGR. That guy was fragging like crazy, and Math G looked pretty good on Inferno too. The super subs.
It's the game of the subs, man, and that ended up being kind of one of the big reasons why Zebedee are able to overcome the adversity and end up winning. So, I mean, hats off to them.
Definitely, and we have Powertail here ready for an interview. I can't wait to hear what he has to say.
Hello, how's it going?
Back at
Hey.
Hey, I'm out of breath.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. It feels great. Oh my. Ooh.
Wow, that was an intense match. Like, okay, why was this a tactic? Like looking as if you're gonna lose, and then coming out of nowhere.
It's like I don't know. I think honestly we just run into issues in the beginning, and I feel like it's a slow start, but eventually it's just you start picking it up, and then the confidence comes flowing, and once that happens, once you have like the feeling of hope or like the feeling that you're actually in the game, then the rest is easy.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny, right? Because last time we got to talk to you, Powertail, talking about get through adversity, that tough first half on Inferno. You had a different toughness. I know this is totally off topic. What are the comms like after Ryfitz dies? Clutching, falling off of heaven on that CT round, man.
Oh yeah, that when that happened, I'm not gonna lie, I held in a lot of anger. I wanted to scream. I wanted to I don't even know, but you just have to keep calm. When he fell, because that round, if we would have like won that round, that would have been like a good like head start. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we lost it. And it was 7-1, and I was like, and then what was it? Finder's PC started crashing and it didn't turn on, and I was like, okay, well, here we go. But
then another super sub game, AGR showed up.
Exactly.
How does it feel? Like you guys literally saved your reputation, because I mean, going head to head with another Bitcoin game, like that's just really intense. So you saved Zebedee's reputation out there. So now you could like attend conferences and know that we are the ultimate best.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? That was my job. So that was our job. So.
And you guys ended up taking. Oh, go ahead, Mary.
Oh no, please go ahead. That's
you guys ended up taking it all. I don't want to keep you too long, Powertail, because I definitely heard some of the homeboys wanted to crash into the dorm room to congratulate you.
Yeah.
I know a lot of interviews. Yay! Oh. That was great. I don't even know what I was gonna say, but I was gonna say, you don't get a lot of interviews like this, man. Do you have any boys you might want to shout out? Apparently.
I mean, all my boys here who are watching the game, I guess. I just moved into college last week, and these are all my boys now. So,
awesome.
just shout out my family. Always shout them out. So, just them.
Awesome. That's all I got, Mary, after that.
I mean, I'm so happy you guys won. Congratulations once again to you and the team.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys have a good day.
Yeah, enjoy the celebrations, my man.
Bye.
I feel like Mandel Duck can drink out of that whiskey now.
Oh my gosh! I'm just reeling from. Listen, I thought he had like two guys, Danny. There was like
just
6 of those dudes.
There was more.
What's going on? Oh,
one after another. But man, it's got to feel good, you know, to win something like this, to win that event, and to have a lot of people support you. It's truly amazing. So pretty awesome from them. Of course, we do know the result of the third place matchup was a really easy one for Check Your Coin Corners. 16-4 was the final there. So they end up winning third place. Third place, 5 tickets to Pacific Bitcoin Festival and 2.1 million sats. Second place, of course, going to Orange Mart, 5 tickets to Pacific Bitcoin, 6.3 million. And our first place winner, Zebedee, 5 VIP tickets to Pacific Bitcoin Festival and 12.6 million sats.
Wow, that was an incredible match. I'm just so happy. Amazing teams, you know, eight wonderful teams. They put in their best. We saw a lot of surprises, like the way we predicted. But you know, Zebedee won all of them, and they showed who was the best, and they protected their reputation, which is good. Close call on all of their matches, I must say. But yeah, I hope they're happy and they'll enjoy their 12.6 million sats, 5 VIP tickets to the Pacific Bitcoin Festival, and 10 regular tickets to the Pacific Bitcoin Festival as well. Congratulations to them. I don't know, like I don't know what to say. I'm just so stunned.
What a fun event! What a great
Yeah.
what a great tournament to be a part of, man. Super happy that they could bring us on for this. Super fun.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's 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 not the Counter-Strike me and Danny are normally used to, but it was more than a breath of fresh air. I don't think I've laughed as many times at some outrageous stuff on a CS:GO cast like that. So really happy to have been here.
I love that. That's great reviews for the Bitcoin community. I hope you guys are hearing that, right? We did well. We did well, especially for I mean, the first esports tournament of this round. Like, it's just really great. So, I mean, I just want to thank everybody for watching. How many hours we've been on this? What, 5 hours?
5.5, yeah.
And there are people who have been watching it since the first time, and like, wow, thank you guys for watching. And shout out to all the teams that showed up, the 8 teams: Bitrefill, Coin Corner, Swan, Orange Mart, Huddle Not Space Cats, 1031, Unchained Capital, and of course our winning team Zebedee. And also a huge shout out to the amazing crew who set this all up. So LCA, shout out to you guys. Thank you for all the amazing work that you've been doing, and Dust Up for providing the software. Like, you guys are great. And of course, the amazing casters here. They kept it all fun, and I loved it. I had so much fun with you guys. I hope we get to do this again. That would be super cool. And yeah, and I mean, we hope to see you on the Bitcoin side too. That'll be nice, since you guys did a great job. And I think the Bitcoin community really liked you guys.
It's good to hear.
That's the hope. I got labeled the villain. I hope I'm a hero in their eyes now.
Yeah,
man.
I'm sure you passed. You passed, Slayer, definitely. And yeah, this Orange League tournament was, set up for organized by Swan Bitcoin for the Pacific Bitcoin Festival, and which is going to take place 5th to 6th of October, really soon. So if you want to get your hands on that ticket, just make sure you visit their website at pacificbitcoin.com. And if you want to host your own tournament like this, then make sure you check out Dustup. That's DUSTUP .gg. So make sure you check them out. They have an amazing Discord community as well. So join Discord. Yeah, like, thank you so much for watching this live stream. I had loads of fun, and yeah. Drop your comments in the chat as well. I will definitely go through them. I hope Danny and Slayer goes through the chats as well. So drop a kind word to these amazing crew.